although as the company's chairman and absolute controller, he has the right to decide this matter. But how to say this can be regarded as a major change and adjustment of the company, using the board of directors to invite all shareholders to discuss together. However, the current board of directors is relatively simple. Just 4 of them. So Wu Hao took a day and invited Jiang Jun and the 3 of them to a small boardroom to hold a simple board meeting. Although it was only a simple meeting, he still asked his secretary Jiang Xiaolai to come in and listen to the record, and kept it for future archives. Seeing him so formal, the 3 couldn't help but be a little surprised and confused. Jiang Jun directly said, "What are you doing? Will you have a meeting soon? I am not used to it." "In the future, you will get used to it slowly." Wu Hao smiled and signaled the 3 of them to sit down. This meeting today is also the first formal board meeting after our company's intelligent structure adjustment. The reason for people to watch the record is for archival purposes. Everyone should get used to this, because the membership of the board of directors will continue to increase in the future, so the content of the meeting must be archived for easy reading later. After looking at the 3 of them, he continued with a smile, "To convene you, I mainly want to hold a simple meeting on some recent issues and future development." Well, gossip less, let's get to the first thing first. Recently, the relevant results of the new lithium-ion battery tests we have sent to major technology companies have been released. From the feedback and performance of all parties, the test results are very satisfactory. At present, there are a large number of companies such as Fruit, Sanxin, Korn, etc., by phone, email, or directly sending teams to come to us to seek follow-up cooperation with us. The conditions given by many of these companies are quite tempting. The reason why they can have results so quickly is due to the hard work of Dong Tsai. "Come and tell us about your situation." Seeing Wu Hao asking him, the eyes of Jiang Jun and Yang Fan also focused on him. Zhu Xiaodong coughed and said to him, "At present, 2 lithium battery production plants under my responsibility have started trial production. Although some problems have been exposed, the overall progress is good. It is expected that in 1 month both plants can be put into small-scale production. If you want mass production, I'm afraid it will take 3 or 4 months. New technologies, new processes, new employees, new equipment, all of which need some time to run in to achieve maximum efficiency. It's not slow, but what about 2 factories?" Wu Hao asked. After seeing him asking questions, Zhu Xiaodong shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The remaining 2 factories each have a problem, so it will take some time to complete the preliminary construction. The Kangxi factory is a wholly owned factory, so according to your requirements, this factory will initially complete the automation, intelligentization, and unmanned transformation and upgrading. In addition, the functional direction is determined in advance. The Kangxi factory mainly produces large and ultra-large new lithium-ion batteries and battery packs. Therefore, no matter in the technology of the product itself, or in the production process, or related production equipment and production personnel, there are high requirements. These are more time-consuming and labor-intensive than ordinary production lines, so they have not been completed. As for another Fengxi factory, some troubles occurred during the transformation and upgrading. Prior to our acquisition, the factory and employees had problems with pay. Now after the acquisition, these workers have come to the factory. Although we have explained to these people many times, we do not have to bear their disputes and debts, but these people still don't listen and continue to make trouble. I called the police, but the police couldn't control it. At the local level, we hope that we can solve this problem generously and reduce this matter into a small one." Wu Hao said on a flu, "What is the amount?" "There are 4 or 5 million. But this is not a matter of money." I asked. "This matter is very complicated. It is not all the fault of the original factory. This group of people also has problems, so it is difficult to say clearly. Seeing that we are here, we are unfamiliar in life, so these people put their ideas on us." Zhu Xiaodong shook his head. Wu Hao said affirmatively at him, "You did the right thing. When it's time to be tough, you have to be tough. You can't look down on it, let alone despise it. A proper showdown can be used to tell those people that it's useless, and we don't admit it or accept it. If you have to rely on us, go to the court to prosecute and see you in court together. As long as we decide that we take responsibility, that's no problem. We take it. The second one can clearly state that if the factory is not ready for production within the scheduled time, then we will reconsider the importance of the factory. Either directly withdraw the capital and leave, or relocate the factory and leave. You have to keep in mind that as the company grows larger, more and more people are staring at us www.intelnovel.com, so we must adhere to principles and abide by laws and disciplines when dealing with things. Only then will those talents not grasp your handle and turn their heads to threaten you. Rest assured, we all know, although they said so. The three nodded seriously. Wu Hao nodded and continued. The two factories in Binzhou and Yazoo, which have already been trial produced, can work harder to get them into production as soon as possible. In addition to these manufacturers, we also urgently need this battery to equip our related products, especially the intelligent voice assistant. The current battery life is still not ideal, waiting for this battery. In addition, did you read the letter of intent for cooperation you submitted? Seeing him asking questions, all three nodded. Yang Fan smiled at him and said, I think this is a rare opportunity. If we can get relevant chips for H, this will help us get rid of the relevant restrictions overseas, and the next step of product development work is very large. Enhancement. H is a good abacus. Now that so many companies want to cooperate with us, how can they let them try it out exclusively? Xiaodong shook his head, and Zhang Jun himself is in charge of contacting these parties, so he is very familiar with this one. Hearing Xiaodong's words, he shook his head with a smile. The exclusive right of use is impossible, and they know that it is impossible. This is just a guise they threw out. Their real purpose is actually to exchange for this new model priority to use lithium-ion batteries. I also want to use this to build their relationship with us and work in other areas, other fields. Wu Hao was also curious. Yes, Zhang Jun nodded and said, they have always been interested in our smart voice assistants and home terminals, so this time. After listening to the two, Wu Hao pondered for a while and then nodded. H is very powerful in the field of chips and communications at home and even in the world. There is no problem in cooperating with them in this area, and there are some advantages that can be carried out complementary. For us, it can also reduce dependence on overseas chips and reduce some risks that may arise. So it can be talked about giving them priority supply, provided that they must show sincerity. Not only mobile phones, such as the bracelet watches, tablets, and laptops they introduced, can use this battery. And compared to mobile phones, wristband watches, tablet notebooks and other technology products, high requirements for small battery life. With our super battery blessing, I believe that it will definitely be able to achieve very good results in the market. I think the other party is also very clear about this, otherwise they will not generously come up with their own imprisonment in exchange. As for more in-depth cooperation, we can also talk about this. Our smart products can optimize their products, but they cannot be exclusive. Specific how to grasp your own thinking. I just want results. Zhang Junwin nodded, and Xiaodong couldn't help but said, if we let go of supplying the other party with related batteries and their huge global sales, I am afraid that these four factories will not be able to satisfy them, and we ourselves have to application. The share that can be provided at this stage is still relatively limited. Xiaodong said that this is indeed a problem. In the preliminary planning of the four factories, the relevant production scope has also been divided. For example, the wholly owned Kangxi factory mentioned earlier, this factory mainly produces large and ultra-large new lithium-ion batteries and battery packs. It is aimed at batteries for electric vehicles, and a range of large and special equipment. Some of the battery supply contracts in the relevant cooperation agreements signed between them and some military enterprises, and the military will be produced and supplied by this factory. It is also because of this particularity that this factory must be wholly owned by them. And after the relevant production projects are started, relevant military representatives will be stationed to guarantee and supervise the production of related products. One of the remaining 3 plants is used for medium-sized battery pack production tasks, such as the battery used in notebooks, tablets, and even some balance cars, even small scooters. The other 2 specialize in small and micro batteries. The main supply targets are mobile phones, tablets, bracelet watches, headphones, and even some other products, such as those used in electric toothbrush shavers. Compared with the above 2 types of large and medium-sized batteries, this type of small and miniature batteries has more extensive uses and a larger number, so Wuhao has also arranged 2 factories to produce them together. But even so, in the face of huge market demand, the output of these 4 factories is still not enough. So they can only take the high-end line and open up the price with ordinary lithium batteries. Of course, this is also to stop stimulating other battery manufacturers, which counts as a tacit and potential rule. Releasing supply is impossible. Our factory must meet our priority use before we can supply outside. And even if an agreement is reached, the other party only gets priority supply rights, not independent supply rights. Except for them, we have to supply to other manufacturers' brands. Otherwise, it really offends people and it is not in our interest. Wu Hao shook his head. Zhang Jun said with a smile, "There is no problem with this, they are not divided into high and low versions. The cost of this battery is relatively high, and they will definitely apply to the high-end version. Besides, the output of our 4 factories will not be able to stand still forever, and it will definitely increase." "This is true." Wu Hao nodded. "After we have established a firm foothold, we will expand the production scale of these 4 factories in the future based on market conditions. We will also purchase or build other factories according to the situation to meet our production needs. Although we have patents in our hands, this situation will not last for many years, and it will definitely be open to the industry in the future. Of course, don't be afraid. At that time, our next generation products may come out. Besides, this is not our focus." He, the 3 laughed. "Then I'll talk to the other person directly." Zhang Jun laughed. "Yes, but it must be tight in terms of conditions and supply output. Do not put too much at one time, which is not conducive to future cooperation. Besides, do we not use it, we must give priority to the use of our products." Speaking of this, Wu Hao rushed towards Zixia Dong. "I promised at the press conference that we will use this battery in our products this year. It is now more than August, so I asked for a new generation to be released in September. The Pro version uses this battery. And this year, to ensure that all of our intelligent voice assistants and bracelets will use this battery." www.intelnovel.com. Zixia Dong's brow could not help but tighten. His words get up. At present, he knows the sales volume of their intelligent voice assistants, and now it is less than 4 months from the Chinese New Year, and it can be imagined that the mass production will be completed within these 4 months. "I try my best." I thought about it a lot, but it turned into these 3 words. Wu Hao knocked on the table and said, "It's not best, it's certain." Judging from the current situation of the R&D department, the research and development of new products is not ideal, and there are no breakthroughs in some key technologies and processes. So next spring's new product launch will be delayed or cancelled. Before this battery is put into use, it is very important for us. All 3 of them know more or less about the development of new products. Among them, Zhang Jun knew the least, Zixia Dong followed, and Yang Fan has the most comprehensive knowledge, because he is now in charge of the daily work of the entire R&D institution. In addition to Wu Hao, he had the final say, and the research and development project of new products was the top priority. How could he be unclear? Hearing his words, the 3 of them, including Zhang Xiaolai, who were recording, had a dignified expression on their faces. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Wu Hao waved and laughed. "It is not as serious as you think. Yang Fan is clear in this regard, but it is stuck in several key hardware technologies. If the progress is smooth and the conquest is completed before this winter, there is still hope to catch up with the spring new product launch. Besides, even if there is no new product, this spring conference can be carried out normally. For our current products, some targeted optimization and upgrades can still support the scene. The boss was right. That's true. Yang Fan nodded quickly when he saw this. The research and development of the next generation of flagship products has actually been going on. Even with the development of the second generation of intelligent voice assistants, the next generation of products has already begun pre-research. Even so, the development of this product is still slow. Mainly, the technical difficulty of this new product proposed by Wu Hao is too great. It can be said to be a disruptive product that has exceeded the current level of technology. For Wu Hao, he has related design techniques. But now it is difficult to do so without hardware support. The time of their company establishment is too short, and they have just set foot in the hardware industry. Even if you already have your own hardware R&D laboratory, it is impossible to cover everything, especially in terms of manufacturing process. This is also a major problem stuck in front of them. It is like an engine of an airplane. The technical principles are known all over the world, but there are only a handful of manufacturers and countries that can produce qualified engines. The reason is that the gap in materials and production technology has made our country subject to people in this regard for a long time. Although we have achieved very good results in this field in recent years, it still lags behind in some aspects, which is an indisputable fact. Although Wu Hao and Yang Fan both said so, the other three did not feel relieved. In such a long time, although having experienced many difficulties, Wu Hao never said this. Now that it is said, it means that the R&D team is really experiencing difficulties. In this case, are we going to adjust our marketing strategy? Jiang Jun lighted a cigarette and took a deep breath. Zhu Xiaodong shook his head. The company is currently at a high-speed development stage. Once adjusted, it will definitely affect the related development and expansion plans. In this regard, Wu Hao waved his hand directly. No adjustment, just follow the original. Whatever happens, don't be affected by this matter, and it won't be affected unless someone can decipher our system, or imitate and develop an intelligent speech system comparable to ours. Otherwise in the market, we will not be threatened. The global market is huge, and there is still a lot of room for us to develop. Not bad at this time. In fact, I also intend to quiet the company for a period of time. Why? Why isn't our current development momentum good? Jiang Jun was puzzled. Wu Hao shook his head slightly. Development is good, but it is too fast, and it is easy to cause problems. These problems may not seem to be the case at present, but they may become a fatal hidden danger for us in the future. So after being silent for a while, after thoroughly digesting and absorbing these things, we can gather stronger power to step up to a new level. Seeing that everyone nodded thoughtfully, Wu Hao said to ease the atmosphere, in fact, the company's development cannot be stopped, but in contrast, we have slowed down some expansion. Not to mention the rest, at least we must first cultivate these talents that have been absorbed, and then select a group of core backbones who can stand on their own. Establish a stable structural framework for the company and lay a solid foundation for future development. Yes, the company really lacks all kinds of talents, high school, low school, and all kinds of management positions. At present, the Human Resources Department has dug back some outstanding talents, but it is still not assured that we can cultivate and promote ourselves. Come in. The company's loyalty also needs to be considered. Some core important departments must not be used. Jiang Jun nodded affirmatively. Wu Hao said with a smile, this is the case. Otherwise I would not transfer Dong Tsai from the R&D department to be responsible for the production department. In fact, according to my plan, you and Yang Fan, one person are responsible for software and one for hardware, and jointly support the R&D department. But now facing this situation, I have to pick one out of you as a last resort. Herko, all past, I can understand. Zhu Xiaodong comforted at him. Wu Hao shook his head about this, and then continued to the crowd, okay, let's continue. The deadline for the design of the new headquarters is coming. Once the plan is selected, it won't be long before the new headquarters will be put into construction. The entire construction cycle is expected to be about 3 years, so this requires a person to be responsible for this aspect. The 4 of us each have their own work, which is definitely not suitable. So I plan to let Dong Yiming go to sit. He is the Deputy General Manager, and his status is more appropriate. In addition, people are more stable and proficient in human affairs, so it is suitable to take charge of this responsible engineering project. I said, Dong Yiming is in charge of the production department. How can you make up your mind to transfer Dong Tsai? It turned out to be for this matter. Jiang Jun suddenly realized, yes, I think it's good. Dong Yiming is not enterprising, but there is no problem in keeping the business. And if you transfer Dong Tsai to the production department, he must have some ideas in his heart. So transferring him to take charge of this project is right. His trust is also a comfort. Zuxia Dong and Yang Fan also nodded in agreement. The best person in charge of this project at present is Dong Yiming. www.intelnovel.com. Others may not be in a good position. Even among the 4 of them, except Wu Hao, the other 3 are a little sloppy. That line, since you don't have any opinions, I'll talk to him as soon as possible, and try to get him to take over the project as soon as possible. Wu Hao turned to Zuxia Dong. Once he takes over the project over there, then the production department, I'm afraid you have to pick up the burden. I don't have much time for you, so you have to get familiar with everything as soon as possible. I heard his words. Zuxia Dong's face changed. Then he looked up and gritted his teeth. I try my best. Wu Hao smiled when he heard the words, and then looked at him to appease him. I know that this stall will be delivered to you all of a sudden, but you also know that there are only a handful of company executives we can get out of, so it can only make you work hard. In this way, the intelligent unmanned transformation and upgrading of the Bin intelligent manufacturing plant has been basically completed. I will let He Jinshan help you. He is more familiar with all aspects. With him to assist you, you can relax a little bit, and I am more at ease. Originally, I planned to put him in the position of Deputy Director of the Production Department, but he has only been in the company for a short time, and his qualifications are not enough. Let him assist you for a while, and talk about it. When I heard this, Zuxia Dong's face was better, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to be solely responsible for the production department and the dozens of factories below, I am afraid it would be a bit laborious. Now with such a veteran assistance, it would be a little easier. However, he couldn't help feeling a little bit bitter at the thought that he would be responsible for such a big stall. After discussing several issues, the meeting came to an end, and Wu Hao immediately raised the last issue. Everyone knows, with the rapid sales of our intelligent voice products, we now have more than 70 million users. So some people asked me a while ago to strengthen the construction of the content, and I have also considered this for a long time. I didn't do anything before, mainly because our strength is relatively small and we don't have so much energy, and we have to connect and cooperate with other applications, so we have not stimulated them. Now that there are more users, we cannot give up such a huge market. In addition, this is also related to the promotion of our next generation products. Only rich content can attract consumers to choose our products. So I decided to start a content construction project and strive to establish and improve a team capable of content operations as soon as possible. After hearing what he said, Zuxia Dong was a bit worried. We are a technology company. Is it a bit unfair to do content? And, as you said, will it stimulate these applications that have already cooperated with us? Operator. What does it mean to be blameless? Look at corn, fruit, which doesn't make your own content. It is really a pity to give up such a large piece of cake. As for the application operators, don't worry at all. This time is different. As our user base grows, they will actively seek cooperation with us. Jiang Jun shook his head. I have thought about what you both said. So after some thought, I have some ideas. Wu Hao looked at several people and said, I was hesitant about this, but Lin Wai gave me some ideas. Lin Wai? The three questioned. Lin Wai is his girlfriend, they all know. But what's going on with this idea has nothing to do with this project. Yes, it's Lin Wai. Wu Hao nodded and said, don't underestimate her. She is also an MBA from the Oxford Business School of the infant country. This is a much higher amount of gold than any Messi degree in those universities. And her parents are also Anxi's very famous entrepreneurs, so she has been very talented in this respect since she was young. After returning from studying abroad last year, her parents wanted her to help them. But Lin Wai was a little unwilling, so she was idle all the time. And then she knew me. He. Several people heard him and gave him a look I knew. The record of Jiang Xiaolai, however, was a glance at him, and then revealed a complex look. Wu Hao smiled awkwardly, and then gave a cigarette to everyone, and he lit a branch. The girl recently didn't know which muscle was smoking, and suddenly told me that I wanted to start a business. I advise her not to start a business. Come directly to our company. Anyway, we also lack high-quality management personnel in this area. She can help us when she comes. He was unwilling to say that he was unwilling to work for me and insisted on starting a business. Wu Hao smiled bitterly and said, I can't help but I agree. Then she came up with a related business plan and let me talk about it. I flipped through her plan and found that it was pretty good, very detailed, and it was about cultural media. When discussing and communicating with her, I suddenly thought that someone had proposed to me to strengthen the content construction in the past few days. So I sent her an invitation again and told her not to start a business directly. Come and help me. I will leave it to you to do the content of the company. However, the result was still rejected. Wu Hao looked at the crowd and said, but I think this is an opportunity. She is also a more suitable candidate. So she persuaded. I was persuading and changed some ways. As Dong Tsai said just now, we are technology companies, and we are not doing something serious in terms of content. So I thought about simply taking the content out of the company and operating it separately. Do you mean setting up a subsidiary? Jiang Jun said brightly. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Not a subsidiary, but a holding company. The so-called eggs cannot be placed in the same basket. As far as we are concerned, the industry is too concentrated and unitary. In the event of some trouble, we will all fall into a passive state. So I decided to change this company to a company that we, our individuals, and Lin Wai jointly hold. Of course, among them, the company and us hold the most shares, accounting for about 70%. And Lin Wai has about 30%. In addition to Lin Wai's 30% or so share, the remaining 70% or so is for us to put money from the left to the right. There is no change, just a change of name. And Lin Wai's 30% was not given to her in vain. She wants to put out a sum of money to invest, and this is also an incentive for her. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass first. I have no opinion. Lin Wai can be regarded as her own person, and it is more assured to hand it over to those who have been dug up. Jiang Jun nodded first. The four of them, Wu Hao, held the most shares. The plan he proposed, what other people can have an opinion. www.mentalnovel.com. Zhuge Xiadong thought about it, and then said, you said that the company, we personally, also co-funded by Lin Wai. But we, a few of us, except you, we have used up all our money to buy a house or a car, and we still owe you the money we owe. Wu Hao smiled and waved his hand. I took this into consideration, so I plan to lend you a sum of money in the name of the company and pay it back later when the dividends are paid. 1 year cannot be replaced for 2 years, and 2 years cannot. Anyway, if you give away so much money all of a sudden, you can't use it, so you should invest in advance. Don't. We are really short of money, so we can't pay more dividends. Jiang Jun said with a sad expression. Wu Hao was not angry about this. Are millions of dividends a year not enough for you to make? This body swells, and the heart swells with it. Jiang Jun and Zhuge Xiadong, including Jiang Xiaolai, who is taking a record, looked at Jiang Jun and laughed. What's the smile? Isn't it just a few pounds of meat? What's the matter? Jiang Jun's face flushed with anger. Alas, after a few quarrels, Wu Hao smiled and explained to the crowd, "This year our revenue is good, but you also know that we have made a lot of moves this year. First we bought so many factories, then this new one headquarters construction projects use a lot of money. So I would like to ask for more. This is also for the development of the company." Hearing his explanation, all three shook their heads. Zhang Jun's previous words were just a joke. They all understood the reason, so when they saw Wu Hao to explain, the three also shook their heads to express their understanding. In fact, Wu Hao was still very entangled in how to talk to Zhang Jun and the three of them. In this matter, it would be impossible to say that he had no selfishness, even if he did not believe it. But selfishness is one aspect. What he thinks about most is the overall development. From this period of time, Wu Hao can also be regarded as a basic understanding of what Lin Wai is like. Although he has a big personality, he is not a silly girl who doesn't understand anything. On the contrary, she has her own unique thinking and knowledge in some things, especially in some knowledge and opinions. And in some things, she also gave him a lot of good ideas. As a result of this, Wu Hao also thought about pulling her into his team. This is not only because she is his girlfriend and the relationship is relatively close, but also because Lin Wai is indeed a talent. I took advantage of Lin Wai's entrepreneurial mind. Wu Hao said that I finally let her agree to his cooperation plan. Of course, his kindness may not be felt by Zhang Jun, but they are blindly trusting him, and the three agreed to the plan. After initial consent, Wu Hao did not delay, and immediately Lin Wai came to the company to officially discuss the project. In the past period of time, Lin Wai also came to the company, but it was just at the door or the lounge restaurant. He has never been to his office, nor has he visited the company carefully. So Lin Wai seemed a little curious when he first came to his office. "This is your office. It's not too big to look at." Lin Wai walked around. Wu Hao took out 2 cans of Wang Loji from the freezer, opened it and handed it to Lin Wai, and then sat down with one. She opened her mouth and smiled at her. "Well, it's enough for the office. What's the big deal?" Lin Wai took a sip of a drink, and then said to him, "A boss's office is also the facade of a company, a signboard. The first impression for many customers who come to the door is very important, and may even affect the results of the cooperation." Wu Hao shook his head about this. "In the face of hard power, these are not important, so I don't need these things, sir." Lin Wai glanced at him, then continued to look at the environment in the office. "So many screens? They are used to deal with some things, so they accumulate over time, a little messy." In Wu Hao's office, there are dozens of screens, large and small, each of which has its own purpose. In addition to handling some of the company's daily affairs, it also displays some data information. There is even real-time information about some research laboratories, as well as real-time monitoring of some projects in its personal laboratory. These screens are all managed by his personal assistant Coco, including all the information. Coco will then divide these information on each screen according to the different content, and remind him in real time according to the progress. When outsiders come in, these screens will automatically cover other content, or they will be closed with black screen. For example, at this moment, these screens are playing some time-lapse landscape pictures of various places, and they look pretty good. When he was chatting and laughing with Lin Wai, a knock on the door rang, and Zhang Jun, Zhou Xiaodong and Yang Fan walked in. There is Zhang Xiaolai behind them. She is holding a folder and stepping in with high heels. As she walked in, her eyes kept looking at Lin Wai sitting on the sofa. "I may be talking about things. Lin Wai is also more formal today. A white blouse, a cropped trousers, and a pair of high heels she did not like. Coupled with that short hair and a slight light makeup, she looked very capable. Let's know each other. I won't introduce them anymore. Let's go straight to the topic." Wu Hao laughed at everyone. "Call everyone today, mainly to talk about the establishment of a content operation company. I have talked with both of you before, and everyone has a preliminary understanding. Now let me get started. With regard to the new company, The four of us will invest 30 million in their personal names. Among them, I invested 15 million, three of them 5 million each, and together they occupy 40% of the shares of the new company. Lin Y, as the future person in charge of this company, theoretically needs to give a certain amount of incentive shares. But for the sake of fairness, you need to take out 20 million to buy shares. In return, you will own 30% of the shares. What about the remaining 30%? Lin Y asked. Wu Hao took a look at her and then said, the remaining 30% will be owned by the company. In exchange, the company will authorize an exclusive operating right in terms of content. In other words, in the future, you will be responsible for the content operation of our related products. But our company will retain the relevant regulatory rights. And as the controlling party, we have the right to supervise and adjust the company's development direction and related major operating strategy adjustments, and have a veto right in this regard and the appointment of personnel. Of course, we will not use this right easily. The reason why it is proposed is to regulate related rights and obligations. www.mentalnovel.com. Now we can say that once the scale of the future is large and there are many people, such a rule can avoid a lot of controversy and trouble. I heard what he said. Zhou Xiaodong nodded, three of them in approval, then focused on Lin Y. After all, Wu Hao's requirements were mainly aimed at this new company against her. Naturally, she must also listen to her attitude. Wu Yu did her work in advance, so Lin Y was also prepared for what Wu Hao said. So she nodded intently, yes, but these requirements must be in line with the company's development interests. And in daily operations, you can't interfere too much. We are a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate. I hope everyone knows this. Wu Hao nodded and said, unless necessary, we will not interfere with the normal operation of the new company. In terms of benefits, the two companies are closely bound together. If one party's interests are damaged, it will inevitably affect the other party. You can rest assured. Lin Y smiled when he said, then there will be no problem. As for other aspects, we can talk about it in detail. I'm right. I want to explain one thing in advance. That is, with the development of the company, in order to retain talents and motivate employees, at that time we must take out certain shares to set up option pools and share incentive funds. At that time, we must draw a portion from our respective shares, and you must be mentally prepared. No problem, we all understand this. Zhang Jun waved with a smile. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Since the project was established, Lin Y has become a person, starting out early and returning late every day. Even to give a good impression, she replaced her favorite car Wrangler with a more business sporty Q7. In dressing, she also began to favor business, but she replaced Wu Hao's favorite western skirt with more capable slim trousers. I don't even want to say that after such a dress, a proper urban beauty fan often attracts passers-by. In fact, Wu Hao now regrets pulling her in. The two people who are busy all day have a hard time meeting each other. In the time they spend together, they talk about more work issues. I knew early on, and let her go to start a business, so why bother her with so many things? No, he went home at 8 o'clock, but Lin Y hasn't returned yet. With a sigh, he changed into a set of home clothes and came to the kitchen, cleaned the kitchen and wiped it out, took out a piece of pork belly from the bag, and then took out a box of sweet noodle sauce. I read the recipe a few days ago and said that it is good to eat fried noodles on a hot day, so he went to the supermarket to buy some and planned to come back and try it again. Xun originally said to Lin Y that she hadn't come back at this point. After frying the fried dumplings, he started to make noodles. It is certainly impossible for him to roll out his own noodles, but there is no way he cannot. Now there is an automatic noodle machine on the market. Just pour in noodles and water and you can make noodles. Although this kind of noodles are not as delicious as handmade noodles, they are at least better than live noodles bought in supermarkets, because these noodles are not mixed with anything else. Originally, they bought noodles from the supermarket. Later, Lin Y heard that the noodles were a little unhygienic, so they tried to buy such a noodle machine. After several failed experiments, The noodles made with it are not bad. At the same time as the noodle machine and noodles, he also started to make dish sizes. There are many types of kimchi noodles, and you can add and change as you like. Wu Hao uses green beans, diced potatoes, carrots, cucumbers, etc. Here. I was doing it, and I heard a noise in the living room. After a while, Lin Wai in a professional uniform appeared at the door of the kitchen. When he saw him cooking, he couldn't help but softly said, "What is delicious? Jasmine noodles, will be good right away." Wu Hao glanced at her and then busy said, "Go to wash and change clothes. How come back so late?" "Oh." The meeting suddenly forgot the time to discuss things, Lin Wai said yawning, and then went to the bedroom. Wu Hao smiled and shook his head, and then went back to work. Take the cooked noodles and put them in a large pot of superheated oil and mix well to prevent sticking. Quickly turn to cool down. In fact, there is a better way to cool the noodles quickly, and that is over ice water. It was just that the noodles after the ice water were hard and had a bad taste, so he didn't like it very much. Although it hasn't been a long time since he really touched cooking, who made him and Lin Wai both eat food and physique, so there is still more pursuit in this regard. When he brought the noodle dishes and fried sauce to the table, Lin Wai, who had changed to a wide t-shirt and denim shorts, had come out of the bedroom. Seeing the food on the table, she quickly speeded up and ran over to make it. She couldn't help but move her mouth, her eyes fixed on Wu Hao, who was noodles in the bowl. Wu Hao handed her the bowl and said, "Look at you urgently, come by yourself. Make the dish size and miscellaneous sauce, and there are peppers." "I didn't see it." The craftsmanship of our Wu Hao children's shoes is getting better and better. Lin Wai took the chopsticks with a smile and made it herself. Wu Hao, while making herself, asked her, "What are you busy with these 2 days? Those who leave early and return late will not see you." After taking a sip, Lin Wai couldn't wait to take a bite of noodles, and then she revealed her enjoyment application saying, "It's delicious, the taste is just right. You don't know, I ate a box lunch at noon, it was unpalatable and died." "Who said you wouldn't let you eat?" Wu Hao was angry, and then picked up the bowl and ate it. Not to mention, the taste is really good. In fact, as long as the sauce is prepared, the taste will not be worse. The sauce and meat in the fried sauce, the strength of the noodles, and the crispness of the dish size. When mixed together, it has a flavor and taste with a strong flavor. Busy. I have just taken down the company office in these 2 days, and I have to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau tomorrow. Lin Wai poured a little vinegar into her face and complained at her. "It's not sour to put so much vinegar." Wu Hao gave her a silent look, and then joked at her, "I let you use our ready-made office, you have to find it yourself. Now you're suffering." "Well, with your office, what should some people say again? Don't know what your employees say privately. I don't want to be the rich girl in their mouth who is working on you," Lin Wai said and sucked. "Get up the noodles." Wu Hao frowned and said, "The mouth is on them." www.mentalnovel.com. Let them talk and care about these things. Some people also cursed me to let me die sooner. Do I really want to do what they wish? Oh, don't hang this word on your lips all day. Nothing will die. Lin Wai gave him a glance, then put down the chopsticks and said to him seriously, "Of course I don't care what these people say. I care about you, my parents, and relatives and friends around me. They all feel that you are indulging me in fun and think that I cannot support this project. I want to do it. I want to prove it to them. I'm not one of those useless vases. I can do better than your men." Wu Hao shook his head and smiled. "Okay, what are you doing with this sulking? Hurry to eat." "Since they don't believe it, then you should show it to them. I have confidence in you. But there is a premise, that is, work is okay. Don't fight so hard, otherwise I have to use a vote of veto on my hands. You're using it for your personal use, and you're gonna avenge it." Lin Wai glared at him angrily. Wu Hao shook his head and joked deliberately, "I don't care then. Anyway, it is clearly stated on the contract, and you have signed it." "How do I think?" I was fooled. Lin Wai showed an annoyed expression. Hey, can you go down after boarding my thief ship? Wu Hao laughed and said, hurry up and eat, and go to wash after meals to see how I can clean you up, rogue. Lin Wai blushed and whispered, then raised her chest and challenged him, come, who is afraid of who? Hi, I can't take care of you anymore, wait. Poppy Poppy. In the enthusiastic applause of everyone, Wu Hao, Lin Wai, and several other guests took the gold scissors to cut the red silk ribbon under the witness of the crowd. Alas, several paintballs spewed out, and colorful ribbons fell from the air. Congratulations, congratulations, the door is open. Lin Wai, dressed in a red coat, thanked everyone with a smile on her face and said, please. Congratulations, Mr. Wu. A familiar boss came forward and thanked him, standing next to Lin Wai. Wu Hao said with a smile on his face, thank you, President Yang, please come in. When the guests almost entered, I saw Lin Hongyan came with a woman with a wealthy face and a long-lasting charm. The two looked at Lin Wai for a while, and the woman laughed. Well, yes, it's kind of like that. Aunt, can't you speak auspicious words? Lin Wai could not help annoyed. He. The woman Lin Wai's mother smiled, and then turned her eyes to Wu Hao and said, Xiao Wu is right, I have heard Lao Lin and this girl listen to your name for a long time, and I have never seen it. Well, it's more spiritual than watching on TV and photos. Come and have a meal at home if you are free. Since this girl didn't go home much, I and Lao Lin haven't eaten anymore. Thank you, Auntie. I'll visit you and my uncle when I'm busy. To the legendary mother-in-law, he dare not take it lightly, and then respectfully said, okay. Mother Lin smiled, then nodded and turned to look at Lin Wai, since you want to do it well, and don't live up to the expectations of so many people for you. After talking about Lin's mother, she walked in, and at this time Lin Hongyan smiled and yelled at Wu Hao, your boy, hey, don't say anything, come home and have a few drinks with me. Okay, no problem. Wu Hao quickly nodded and said. He can also guess Lin Hongyan's complex mood at the moment. Not only was he cut off by Wu Hao on commercial projects, but he also cheated his baby girl away. Although some do not want to see him, but who makes his daughter like it? Hey, the girl is outgoing. After waiting for all the guests, Lin Wai nodded at him, then turned in and continued to greet the guests. Wu Hao finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Jiang Jun, who was wearing a fitted suit, came over and patted off the ribbon on his shoulder. Nonsense. What good woman can control such a big company? Wu Hao glared at him with a bad breath. It seems that you have suffered in the future. Jiang Jun gloated. Get off. Jiang Jun didn't care about his disapproval, but looked at the nameplate hanging on the door and said, why media, good name. I said you two are really interesting. Wu Hao Lin Wai, one vast, one subtle. These are two extremes. But why do you two get along so well? This is called yin-yang xiangjai, with complementary advantages. Ji knows. Wu Hao whispered at him. The name was also conceived by him and Lin Wai. At first, the two thought about a lot of names, but they both felt a little inappropriate. In the end, Wu Hao thought of the Y word in Lin Wai's name, and named it Micromedia. As soon as Lin Wai heard it, she clapped her hands and changed her name to Y. In this way, the meaning has become richer. First of all, the first reaction of others to seeing this name must be related to Lin Wai's own name. Secondly, this micro word is also a kind of self-confidence and implicitness, which means that we are actually a small media company. It is small, and has a small and exquisite meaning in it, which is in line with the characteristics of female aesthetics in the traditional Eastern aesthetics. However, the name was registered in advance, but Lin Wai took a lot of trouble to buy it from the other party. Of course, in addition to Y Media, Lin Wai also registered related names such as WeChat, and WeChat. In order to facilitate future use and avoid being used by cyber squatting, Lin Wai chose the company not far from the address of Heol Technology. In fact, it was considered a park with them. all in the high-tech industrial park. But in a small 5-story villa building at the other end, the two are about 500 or 600 meters apart, which is relatively close. I chose here because, on the one hand, because the two companies have close cooperation in the future, they must not be too far apart. In addition, because of Wu Hao's relationship, this villa was rented at a very cheap price. At the same time, Lin Wai also began to recruit staff. But for such a new company, it is actually more difficult to recruit people. There are talents, but when they hear that you are a new company, the other party is a little worried. In addition, some people will also make some other excessive demands when taking advantage of the opportunity, such as some people need shares, and many more. Even when many people saw Lin Wai, they wanted to make her idea. At this time, Wu Hao's best boyfriend is playing a role. He not only arranges related personnel to assist in the past, but also allows the Human Resources Department to help recruit related personnel. With the help of the Human Resources Department, the entire recruitment process is much smoother. Many people don't know Micromedia www.mentalnovel.com but Heio Technology. Although I was a little disappointed after coming here, it is not that Heio Technology is recruiting, but through this explanation of the recruiters, everyone also understands the close relationship between the two companies. Without saying a word, let's just say that the relevant advertising expenses put by Heio Technology every year are enough to feed a large media company. Therefore, even if such a company is just established, its future is limitless. Let's go in. Wu Hao greeted Jiang Jun, and the two walked in. I walked in and found that many people were already standing in the hall. The crowds came together in twos and threes, and they said that when they laughed and took advantage of the opportunity, there were also people who came together to talk about things. There are still many people around Lin Wai who are very enthusiastic about what is being introduced to her. Among them, there are many enterprises and merchants who want to cooperate with Wu Hao. I looked at these people. Wu Hao felt a little funny and angry. These people run into a wall at Heio Technology and learned that the company was run by his girlfriend Lin Wai, so they tried to please Lin Wai and wanted to connect with Wu Hao through her relationship. No, some people saw Wu Hao coming in and quickly came over to him. Why these people come, he knows well. But this was the opening ceremony, and he didn't look good, so he had to deal with it with a smile. Not far away, Lin Hong'an and Lin Mother stood together holding wine glasses, looking at the popular Wu Hao in the distance. Lin Hong'an laughed. This kid is quite popular. Mother Lin glanced at the people around her daughter Lin Wai, and frowned. They are some flattery masters. I don't know what's bad in my heart. In fact, I have been carrying it for the past few days, and finally I can't carry it. I wanted to persevere, but what was wrong when sitting in front of the computer? Tears and snot kept flowing. Uncomfortable. Typed a few lines, and then deleted another brain. Take a day off and change your mind. I hope everyone forgive me. Military Science and Technology is taking a day off. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest updates. Although Micromedia was established in a congratulatory message, how to conduct business is the biggest problem facing Lin Wai. Although Wu Hao gave a lot of ideas in this regard, it was them who really implemented the operation. Where to start and how to get these users to accept and use this content has become the first issue for Lin Wai and her company team to solve. In order to ensure that the relevant user service system is not affected, Wu Hao did not immediately hand over the virtual mall to them for operation. As long as she is still afraid that her company is newly established, she is not qualified for this work, which is also recognized by Lin Wai. After all, for her, improving the company's personnel structure and finding breakthroughs to start her business are her first problems. Although it was a bit difficult at the beginning, Lin Wai was very interested and very happy all day. It's like a child who suddenly gets a toy he likes. Although the new company is not a toy, for Lin Wai, this is a platform where she can play her talents at will. Therefore, I am very serious about my work. Even when I return home every day these days, I still have to read the materials and study. Compared to Lin Wai's seriousness, Wu Hao felt a bit ashamed. It seems that since the establishment of the company, he has not been so serious in the management of the company. Maybe this is the gap between learning and learning hegemony. How the company develops in the future depends on Lin Huai's personal ability. After helping Hao set up the company, Wu Hao will also invest in his own affairs. In fact, he is very busy, and his daily work is basically full. Some things are even scheduled for a week later. To cope with this busy work, the staff of his office secretariat has also doubled from the original 2 or 3 people. Now the entire secretariat, office, is still in charge of Jiang Xiaolai, and she has also become the director of the office, which is a recognition and reward from Wu Hao to her. In fact, much of Wu Hao's work is responsible for his artificial intelligence assistant Coco, but Coco is basically responsible for some informational matters. Some things have to be dealt with. As things got more and more, Jiang Xiaolai was obviously too busy, so there were more people in the secretariat. Strictly speaking, the 3 of them are also members of the office. The 3 of them are officially drivers and assistants. The reason for this arrangement is to be low-key and unobtrusive. At the same time, the 3 of them are also responsible for Wu Hao's personal security work, so they have close contact with the security department. To put it simply, the 3 of them were sent to the office by the company's security department. It is nominally under the leadership of the office, but actually belongs to the Ministry of Security. Of course, the content of these 3 people's work is very complicated, and some of Wu Hao's private affairs are also left to them to complete. Therefore, apart from Wu Hao, other departments and individuals have no right to manage them. Ding dong. After the sound of a crisp bell, the voice of Coco came from the speaker. Sir, whether the call from Liu Kai is for you. Liu Kai? He paused suddenly while working on the file, remembering the relevant information suddenly. Since the last real flight test, Wu Hao has never visited the institute. Because he was busy, he temporarily put aside things in this area. Anyway, the hardest part has been completed, and the following test improvement links do not need him. The related project progress is also learned from some report information. Unexpectedly, Liu Kai suddenly called him without knowing why. Coming. Wu Hao thought for a moment, took a sip of water, and then smiled slightly. Director, why do you think you called me? Haha, why don't you contact me? Can't I contact you first? Liu Kai's hearty laughter came from the speaker. It looks like it is not a bad thing, otherwise Liu Kai will not be in this tone, which makes him somewhat aware of it. Immediately, he pleaded guilty. Well, I'm not busy at this time, so I haven't had time. I also said when I plan to go in person. I didn't expect you to call. I know you are busy, my dear. This is the acquisition of factories to enter the lithium battery industry, and the construction of the headquarters park. Your kid is now getting bigger and bigger. Liu Kai joked with a smile. Wu Hao Wenyun shook her head and smiled. Well, all these things have arrived. Sometimes there are some things that you don't want to do, and someone will take you away. Let's talk about the new headquarters park. We had planned to delay for a few years. I did not expect anyone to be more anxious than us, so we are here just to catch the ducks on the shelves and bite the bullet. Ha 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 ha. Liu Kai's hearty laughter came from the speaker again, and then said with a smile, now you guys are like a phoenix laying golden eggs. Everyone wants to get you past. You said let Anxi place. How can you rest assured? So in order to keep you, so that you don't fly away, the place can only be a hurry for you. This is the same no matter where you go, you cannot escape. Since you choose to stay in Anxi, it means that the conditions given in the place are good, and you have also decided after full consideration. Wu Hao nodded his head and said, the local leaders talked to us many times, and we were also moved by their sincerity. After all, we can be regarded as being supported by the local people. It is a bit unfriendly to leave like this. Besides, good companies have gone to developed coastal cities, so who will build them in the Midwest? So let us not go together for the fun. Be at ease here as a chicken head. www.mtlnovel.com. Ha 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 ha. If you think about it, you have grown up, matured, and your consciousness has improved. I am very happy. I believe they will be very happy after hearing what you said. In fact, we have been watching you closely. I hope that this seedling can grow and grow into a towering tree as soon as possible to protect the newly budding seedlings from the wind and rain. We are really happy to see you like this. Liu Kai's words came with a touch of comfort and concern. Thank you, Director, and thank you, Mr. Zhao. If it were not for your care and support, we would not have been today, Wu Hao said sincerely. To this day, the company has encountered many problems, and some of them are very complicated. Their results today are dazzling, and no one covets peeping. And so many times they have been able to take risks. There are more and more of them in Liu Kai and Zhao Hongs and Li Weigo. It is precisely because the military has relied on it in the morning that they can save a lot of trouble along the way. So Wu Hao was actually very grateful. After a few more chats, Wu Hao said with a smile, Director, is there any good thing about your high interest today? Haha, I thought you didn't ask. Liu Kai joked about him, and then laughed. It's a happy event, and it's related to you. To tell you the good news, our system, a set of intelligent voice assist systems, has completed the assessment by a joint expert group organized by the headquarters. The comprehensive performance is excellent, which can be said to have created the first practical application of our military's intelligent system on active duty equipment, and the effect is very satisfactory. However, the actual performance and reliability of this system, a set of intelligent voice assist systems, requires a longer inspection period. Therefore, the expert group recommended that small-scale equipment be tested first, and after the test results come out, large-scale equipment should be equipped for other troops. Really, that's great. Everyone worked hard for more than a year and finally got results. Wu Hao said excitedly. He didn't expect this system to have results so quickly, and his developed technology could be applied to the defense industry, which is definitely good news for him. Yes. Thank you for all this system, intelligent voice assist system, being able to be developed so quickly. Liu Kaihan laughed. Wu Hao shook his head again and again. No, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. We just laid the foundation. Oh, don't be modest, kid. Liu Kai said with a smile, and then said, I'll tell you one thing, the system, Smart Voice Assist System, Project Achievement Seminar and Celebration Party will be held in Beijing in early September. What about you? As a project, important members of the group must be present to participate. Relevant experts and leaders want to see you and talk to you. In addition, the chief also said that he wanted to see you again. He was very surprised by your boy's achievements in the past 2 years. Oh, Director, I don't have much energy for this project, so I don't need to participate, Wu Hao replied with a smile. In response to this, Liu Kai countered, if you are young, you have nothing to do. Isn't the core technology of this system provided by you, and you are also the deputy chief engineer of this project? Why, now that we are developed, we can't look at us. What are you saying? I can't look at you. Please rest assured that I never deteriorated. Wu Hao put a smile on his face. What's the reason for that? Liu Kai's voice was rebuked. In his view, this is an excellent opportunity to be able to meet the leaders of experts from all sides, which is absolutely beneficial to Wu Hao's future development. And the chief wants to meet him. What a great honor it is. Why can't this boy understand? Wu Hao hesitated for a moment, then said, that Director, don't get angry first. I'll tell you more after listening. You know that the focus of our company's development this year is to enter the overseas market. For a large technology company, expanding the occupation of the international market is an inevitable way. Although we have achieved good results at home, overseas markets are essential to grow and grow. But for a long time, due to some prejudice and hostility, the operation of our domestic enterprises in overseas markets has not been smooth and easy. You are also aware of many black hands against our domestic companies in recent years. Just in July, another group of companies was included in the relevant sanctions list. Although we only entered the overseas market this year, some people have noticed us and have done several things in a targeted manner. Fortunately, we were relatively low-key, and then successfully escaped. For this reason, we dare not even run some large advertisements overseas in order to seize the market as much as possible before the other party is alert and takes measures. In spite of this, there are still some people who deliberately trouble us. Some of them have set their sights on our close cooperation with the military, and have made a lot of noise. Some even directly slander us, saying that we are spies, and then use the intelligent voice assistants we sell to monitor and collect personal information and privacy of foreign users. At present, this kind of sound is still very weak, mainly due to the lack of a point that can break the news, or a breakthrough, a lead. After a pause, he went on to say, "You also know that since our company was established, I have been standing in front of the stage for publicity and marketing. Through the joint efforts of everyone, we have achieved some results, and we have received more and more attention because of this. Even now, every word and deed is being watched. I am very happy to participate in the Project Results Seminar, and as a technology research and development staff, I am looking forward to communicating with so many experts. However, if this matter spreads out and is then used by people who are interested in it, I am afraid that it will bring a fatal blow to our overseas markets that are just getting better. So if you look at this seminar and the celebration party, I won't go, okay? Or I will let Yang Fan go. As the person in charge of our R&D department, it is more appropriate for me to attend this seminar." Upon hearing his words, Liu Kai was silent for a while on the phone. Then I took a long sigh and said, "The real Tian's baggage. These people just can't see us well. Once we have just gotten a little bit in a certain field, we want to take a big stick to knock it down. If it's not for the sake of development, I really want to take a shot and take a breath. I know your worries and concerns, and I will explain it to the heads later. Don't worry. The chief will take care of you. It's not easy for you to run this big stall, and there are some things you can't control." "Thank you, Director. To be honest, I am also very aggrieved. But what can we do? Who makes us weak and can only grow silently with our teeth? When we are really strong one day, these people owe us a good account." Liquidation. Wu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it would take a bit more tongues, but he did not expect Liu Kai to be very profound. Liu Kai smiled and said, "There will be one day, and we are all working hard for this." Okay, www.mentalnovel.com. Just say that. If you are good, let me know if you have any difficulties. We can help as much as we can. Thank you, Director. Wu Hao thanked quickly. Well, hung up. Liu Kai finished hanging up the phone, sighed, calmed his mood for a while, and then dialed a number on the red phone on the table. "Hey, Chief, it's me, Liu Kai. That's it. I want to report something to you." After some explanation, a strong voice finally came from the phone. "Well, I know. If you don't come, you won't come. We have to fully understand the difficulties of these people. These comrades are not easy. I have met Comrade Wu Hao, and my consciousness is very high. He has made great contributions to several of our major scientific research projects. Although he could not come, the honor that belonged to him was not small. In this regard, if you want to find a way to do a good job, you must consider his actual situation and let him deeply feel our affirmation of his contribution. Give me warm greetings to Comrade Wu Hao on your behalf, and please tell him that the country and the army will always be his strong backing." After a series of intensive negotiations, the first order for the new lithium-ion battery was finally finalized. Procurement partners are no exception, because compared to other companies, they have what Wu Hao needs. In fact, the negotiations were not smooth at the beginning, and the two parties reached a consensus on the core conditions. The other party has a big appetite and wants exclusive supply right as soon as he speaks. In the words of the other party, taking H as the current output of electronic products is enough to round off the production of lithium batteries by Wu Hao and their 4 factories. So they don't need to find other buyers, just work with them exclusively. The price is absolutely favorable, and the related additional cooperation agreement is no problem. In this regard, Zhang Jun did not even want to refuse, which is not in their interest. Seems to be good for them. so that they don't have to worry about selling anymore. In fact, they are reduced to others' exclusive parts suppliers. If they continue to do so for a long time, they will lose the dominance of this product, which is totally detrimental to future development. And this new lithium-ion battery is different from other products and has no worries. H's plan to swallow it in one breath completely exposed the true face of this big capital giant's greed. Therefore, in this respect, Wu Hao's attitude is very firm. Exclusiveness is simply impossible. Priority of supply can be negotiated. Simply put, it takes a long time for these 4 factories to go from trial production to mass production, so the output of this new type of lithium-ion battery will also be in a continuous growth process. In the beginning, this limited output could not supply more enterprises at the same time, so this priority supply right became even more important. The first groundbreaking product is of great significance, both for the entire market and for consumers. The impact it brings is definitely incomparable with other follow-up products. No matter how good your follow-up products are, in the preconceived impression of everyone, this is a follow-up. So now the electronic product market, especially the mobile phone market, there are often some quarrels and endless tears. The center of these quarrels and tears is who is arguing who copied it. This is why H is protecting many battery product companies so much about this new lithium-ion battery. Everyone wants to gain such a huge advantage to build momentum for their products. Because of this, Jiang Jun can be said to have become a stuffing stick in the eyes of many enterprises, and even the media have joined it. This also made the 222 fat man known to many people at one time. According to Jiang Jun, his Weibo fans rose from the original 200,000 to over 600,000, which has doubled. This is more than that. Now wherever I go, there are some beautiful young ladies and sisters who start to send autumn waves to him secretly. If it wasn't for the image, he would have gone forward to add WeChat. Of course, those companies are the same, but he tried a lot to please him. Although it sounds nonsense, there are really some famous companies who use beauties against him. Fortunately, in the end, I held back. Otherwise I really got into the trap of others. In fact, the conditions given by these companies are very favorable, but the problem is that Wu Hao is not short of money now. It's not that they really don't lack money, they value other aspects of cooperation more than money. The reason for reaching an agreement with H was mainly because H finally made a huge concession in chip technology. The other party not only agreed to provide them with related chips, but also agreed to develop new dedicated chips for them. This is very important for them. It is directly related to the safety of their core component supply channels and the related preparations for the next generation of products. It is because of this that they have reached an agreement with each other. HY attaches great importance to this cooperation agreement. To this end, Tao Zhengyang, the general manager of the mobile phone product division, personally rushed to Anxi to attend the signing ceremony in person. The other party even invited more than 20 important media to attend the signing ceremony. It can be seen that the other party wants to take this opportunity to publicize the hype. Wu Hao actually hated this kind of hype, but Zheng Xing came to Anxi in person. It can be said that sincerity and face are full. If he does not show up, it is really inappropriate. So in a flash of media, Wu Hao and Tao Zhengyang appeared at the signing ceremony. In the joint witness of both of them, Jiang Jun and the other party thought that the high-level company managers had their own names on the contract bookmark. Mr. Wu, happy cooperation. Tao Zhengyang turned and smiled at the outstretched hand. Wu Hao immediately shook Tao Zhengyang's hand and said gently, happy cooperation. The two immediately faced the media side by side, and immediately caused a flash of flashlight. After the signing ceremony, it was the media interview environment. The spirited Tao Zhengyang started talking about the media scene. This super battery will first be applied to the Mate Series Pro products that will be released soon. With the blessing of this super battery, our products will get greater battery life. In addition, our excellent algorithm blessing, this time the product will reach an incredible point in battery life. We, like Tao Zhengyang, Wu Hao is surrounded by many media. Compared to Tao Zhengyang, the media are actually more interested in him. In particular, Wu Hao didn't like to appear in front of the media, and was usually very low-key. Unless the product is advertised, the outside world basically cannot see him. He has become a billionaire only in his 20s, making it a high degree of attention among the people. www.mentalnovel.com. So many media hurriedly asked Tao Zhengyang a few words, and then go to his side. Unlike Tao Zhengyang, who is very upset, he seems calmer in the face of such multimedia. General Manager Wu, there are many companies interested in this super battery and expressing strong cooperation intentions. What made you decide to eventually cooperate with Huawei? Wu Hao said with a slight smile, I said I am the Navy, do you believe it? He. Everyone at the scene laughed, even Tao Zhengyang looked at him with a very kind smile. Well, in fact, it's H's sincerity that moved us. So we can compare speculations on the premise of mutual benefit and win-win, so that we can reach a consensus so quickly. Of course, the cooperation with H does not mean that we will interrupt the cooperation with other companies. In fact, our contacts and measures with other companies are still continuing. Although there are still some differences, I believe the prospects are good. Xpeng, head of the Korn Group headquarters and chairman's office, is watching the news on the TV screen with a calm face. Snow. I saw two middle-aged men and women, both in their 40s, coming in under the leadership of the secretary. Watch the news first. Xpeng waved his hands. The two middle-aged men and women nodded, then sat down on the sofa diagonally opposite Xpeng, and then watched the TV screen intently. What made the three so fascinated was not a film or television drama, but a video interview about Wu Hao. Mr. Wu, the industry has a very high opinion of this super battery you brought out this time. I don't know if you intend to promote this technology to benefit the entire lithium battery and even the electronics industry. After asking this question, the lens gave Wu Hao a close-up. I saw him slightly shake his head and said, thank you for your confirmation. There are still many imperfections in this technology. We are still continuing to study it in depth. So for a short time it can only maintain a limited output, and it is still difficult to promote it on a large scale. However, we will continue to work hard to make this new battery technology available to more people as soon as possible. Wu Sheng. Currently the industry is generally worried that after this battery is adopted by you, it will further expand their advantages in the industry, and may even help them achieve industry monopoly. This will not be conducive to the development of the entire industry. Do you have any consideration in this regard, or are you happy with it? The problem was so tricky that Wu Hao frowned on the screen. I saw him take a look at the reporter who asked the question, and then calmly replied, sorry, we are just a supplier. The things you said are very high, and we can't reach this level yet. But I have never heard of it. H is a monopoly in the market. I don't know where the reporter friend heard it. We treat all partners equally, as long as the other party must show sincerity. H is able to get such a first supply contract, which shows that the sincerity they have given us is enough to satisfy us. As the output of this battery continues to increase, more companies will obtain this battery in the future. H is not the only one, nor can it be the only one. General Manager Wu, there have been many speculations about your next generation products on the market. I don't know if you can tell us about it. Hearing this question, Wu Hao smiled. I can only say that the next generation of products will be disruptive. As for the specific content, please look forward to our new product launch. General Manager Wu. Seeing this, Xpeng picked up the remote control and turned off the TV, then turned around and shouted at the two of them, let's talk. Sitting middle-aged men and women looked at each other, but did not take the lead to speak. Xpeng glanced at it, and then said to the middle-aged woman, Tong Wan, let's talk about it first. You are more familiar with this. Okay. Tong Wan saw Xpeng name her, then said with a bitter smile, since it was decided to talk to Hao Technology to win the supply contract for this super battery, we immediately organized a related business team. Anxi contacted and negotiated with Zhang Jun, general manager of Hao Technology. This Zhang Jun, you know, is the big fat man who was standing next to Wu Hao on the TV screen just now. Compared to Wu Hao, Zhang Jun's ability is not outstanding, but in terms of life, he is more slick than Wu Hao. In addition, the two were roommates for 4 years at the university. After starting a business together, Wu Hao gave him the operation and management matters at ease. It can be said that Hao technology has developed to this day, and this Zhang Jun has played a great role in it. Of course, at present, the entire family of Hao technology is Wu Hao, and Zhang Jun is just his talker. As far as the whole talks and consultations are concerned, it seems that Zhang Jun is in charge, but actually Wu Hao is in control. Wu Hao is a low-key person. We don't know much about it, but from some public appearances, we can find that he is a very rational and pragmatic person. Dealing with such people is tiring, and once they have identified the things, it is difficult for us to change. And they are more pragmatic than some other aspects, which is also reflected in the negotiations. Our team has contacted them many times, but no progress has been made. The other party is not very interested in our favorable conditions, or it is not interested at all. Not only us, but other companies as well. Even Fruit is getting a grey nose in negotiations. On the contrary, S-Star and HY, and they talked very well in this regard, but did not expect that HY won in the end. After hearing Tong Wan's introduction, Xbing frowned slightly. In other words, their purpose is not to make a profit at all, but to go in something else. It looks like this. The two that we have and we don't have are only technical. The middle-aged man sitting next to Tong Wan said thoughtfully, "Yes, we have confirmed this through other channels." Tong Wan nodded and said, "They also added other content in the negotiations, although the contract with HY has not been disclosed. From the information disclosed by S-Star, Wu Hao's goal should be S-Star's OLED technology and chip technology. However, H does not have his own OLED technology, so there is only one content for cooperation. It should be in the field of chips. H has come up with something that makes Wu Hao's heart move. Then this can explain why they can reach an agreement with H so quickly." Xbing held out his index finger and nodded heavily in the air. After Xbing's words, the office was silent. All three knew that H was indeed their advantage in this respect. It seems that HY is going to play again at this autumn's press conference. www.mtlnovel.com. I think the Snow Soldier has too much unwillingness to clench his fists. Seeing this, Tong Wan smiled and comforted, "We still have a chance." And H was only given priority to supply. The annual output of these 4 lithium-ion production plants under Hao technology is about 2,300 megawatt-hours. After deducting the parts they use and supply to H, there is still a lot of wealth. Obviously, Wu Hao intends to let this battery go the high-end route, and will not let go of its supply. So we can still share a certain share, but not too much. Xbing heard a sigh of relief. It seems that all companies have to make way for the new product of Huawei this year. Fortunately, this battery allows them to test it first, and sometimes it's not a snap. What a good thing. Continue to strengthen the negotiation with Hao technology. I want to see our names in the second batch of cooperation list. Add bookmarks for easy reading. After 2 months of soliciting the overall design proposal of the company's new headquarters park, Wu Hao and they finally obtained a total of 1,428 related design proposals from home and abroad before the deadline. After the initial screening, a total of 173 alternative design solutions stood out and successfully entered the re-election. These 173 design proposals come from more than 200 designers or design teams at home and abroad. Among them, famous designers and design offices account for about 60%, and the remaining 40% are from young and emerging designers. Compared with famous designers and established design teams, these young and emerging designers are inferior to them in terms of overall design and some details. But Sheng is in a novel. There are also many works that make people stand out. In order to evaluate this 173 design plans, Wu Hao and they have also made very good preparations. They not only invited experts and professors from related design colleges, but also invited many experts in building structure to form a special auditing expert group to provide Wu Hao with relevant professional technical support. Not only that, many construction companies that are interested in their project also sent related teams to attend the audit to prepare in advance for later project bidding. Even Dong Yui was very concerned about the bidding of the design proposal, and he called many times to inquire about the relevant situation. Dong Yui's thoughts Wu Hao are very clear, that is, they hope that this time they can choose a good set of design solutions, so that Anxi can represent Anxi's new image and new landmark building or attraction. The 100 acres of land previously approved in the development zone is also this mindset. They hope that Wu Hao will be able to build an iconic skyscraper for Anxi. There is no way, and I don't know where it is coming from. Everywhere, I want to be the first in some fields. And this skyscraper, which can represent a new height of the city's development, seems to have become the focus of competition in various places, so a large number of high-rise buildings swept through. As a result, Wu Hao did not buy it, but chose a new stove and won a piece of land in the Lingwu International Business District. This high-rise building looks more shocking, and can see the mountains. The floor space is relatively small and the space utilization rate is relatively high, but it is not without its disadvantages. Firstly, the cost is high, and secondly, it is not environmentally friendly, and the operating costs and energy consumption are relatively large. And then it's a security issue, and it's not practical for their R&D technology companies. So looking at the headquarters of many large companies in the world, without exception, they did not choose to build such a skyscraper, but a comprehensive park composed of multiple functional buildings. Although Dong Yui was a little disappointed, this was Wu Hao's own choice, and he could not interfere too much. And looking at the overall development of Anxi, it seems that choosing Lingwu International Business District is also very good. This place is located between Anxi's main urban area and Lingwu District. If this place can be used to drive development here, it will be a new economic growth point. It can completely promote the development of this area, and even change the unity and concentration of the current urban functional areas, and achieve a multifaceted flowering situation. But these have a premise, that is, Wu Hao, they must first establish a foothold here, and develop. Therefore, Dong Yui can be said to be very concerned about Hao technology, and therefore can be said to be a green light in the related preparations. In fact, the selection of design schemes is very subjective. In the industry, the design schemes are not high or low. The focus is on whether the owners can grasp the hearts of the owners and make them like. Everyone's knowledge and preferences are different, so naturally the aesthetics are also different. Sometimes people with the same set of designs may have different preferences, and what the designer has to do is make more people like the set. This time, the conditions set by Wu Hao can be said to strictly limit the scope of the designer. For example, Wu Hao said that he can't show off his skills and personalize the concept of play. All the designs must be simple and elegant, practical and comfortable. This has led many designers and design teams to abandon many bold and adventurous designs and return to normal design ideas. Because of this, competition is fiercer. The scope is already dead. If you come up with something refreshing in such a limited place space, this is a headache for many designers and design teams in the past 2 months. Of course, there are some bold and innovative design solutions. For example, a proposal from a famous designer from Ruidian. The famous designer boldly proposed a deformation scheme of building blocks. He took the building block game as inspiration and designed a set of bold design schemes with space building blocks as the core. In the whole design plan, there are 27 buildings in total. These 27 buildings are all in the shape of blocks. There are long bars, there are squares, there are T, L, and even Z. These various shapes of buildings are then scattered throughout the park, and they are connected to each other. For example, 2 buildings are stacked together, or multiple buildings are put together to form a complex polyhedron building group. And 27 buildings are subdivided into different functional areas, such as what market operation center, central office area, data center, supercomputing center, customer center and so on. In order to introduce this design, the designer not only produced a three-dimensional demonstration animation, but also brought a huge sand table model to explain www.mentalnovel.com real-time translation through the intelligent voice assistant. The entire explanation and introduction work also lasted more than half of the morning. The opinions of the expert group on this very bold and novel design are also different. I like this design scheme is very novel and bold, and full of science and technology. And the structural design is very reasonable. It is relatively easy to build, and the overall cost is controlled to an acceptable range. But for the right experts, this design is too fragmented and confusing. Too much emphasis on the division of functional areas and neglect the overall unity. And pointed out that this design scheme is not original, but borrowed from a certain building and so on. Compared with the polarized opinions of the expert group, Wu Hao and Zhang Jun thought that this design scheme was good. At least it met Wu Hao's requirements. The overall architecture is relatively simple and the atmosphere is full of new ideas. However, this is only good. It can be used as one of the alternative design schemes. The specific results must be determined after other design schemes are evaluated. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Hello, I am Yu Nishikawa. The work I bring to the West. Even if he already has an intelligent voice assistant, this Yu Kitagawa insists on greeting them in Chinese. Kitagawa Yuichi, a well-known architect in Asia and the world. In the field of East Asian traditional architecture, it can be said that it is overwhelming and has become a representative of East Asian traditional architectural designers. Moreover, this person is not only a leader among traditional architectural designers. He is more adept at combining traditional architecture with modern technology to design new traditional architectural design forms that are both beautiful and comfortable. For so many years in the industry, he has designed more than a dozen famous landmark buildings, which can be said to have a great influence in the field of architectural design in East Asia. It was also praised by some architectural journals and magazines as the Tao, Heaven and Man, and Guru apostrophe, with countless disciples. Although the traditional architectural forms in East Asia have been more or less affected by the architectural art of our national transmission, due to the different cultures of countries and regions, various styles have also evolved. Kitagawa Yuichi's design works can be repeatedly selected in these countries, which is enough to show his strength. As a result, he has also become the public enemy or surpassed object of domestic architectural designers. Of course, compared with the world's famous designers, especially those in the West, the designers in the entire East are still significantly worse. This is not to say that the level is poor, it can only be said that it is a bit worse in terms of philosophy, especially in the West. Can't get in, can't accept it. Although Kitagawa Yuichi did a better job in this area, he only did better. Kitagawa Yuichi's design proposal this time is still a traditional design that he is good at combining classical and modern. It may be the character of the Lao people. Kitagawa Yuichi's set is very delicate, and it also brings a large set of sand table models. Compared with the rough sandbox models of foreigners, his sandbox model is much finer, and some buildings can even be disassembled to see the situation inside. If there is a comparison, the whole design scheme is a bit like HY's Songshan Lake Research Base. However, compared to the Songshan Lake Research Base, his design is more traditional, with white walls and grey tiles and bucket arches and eaves. The small bridge flowing water is a bit like moving a small town in Jiangnan Water Village. Of course, many modern designs are also incorporated into it, such as the longest used steel members, hollow structures, large glass curtain walls, and opposite-sex designs in modern designs. In addition, Kitagawa Yuichi attaches great importance to the integration of the building and the natural environment, so the whole design scheme is very beautiful. Except that some experts think that this design scheme is not modern enough. Its practicability is relatively low, and it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. most other experts have given high evaluation. I believe that this set of design schemes is the most perfect combination of tradition and modernity, and is the one that best reflects our traditional culture. Even Jiang Jun, Dong Yiming and others are very fond of this design plan, and feel that this set of plans can better show their unique corporate image. However, Wu Hao nodded slightly to this set of plans, and then focused on a set of plans submitted by domestic designers. The designer of this design plan is called Yang Kaiming. 48 years this year. He is a relatively well-known designer in the domestic architectural design industry. He has presided over the design of many famous architectural projects and has won many international awards. In the domestic architectural design industry, there is a saying of Northern Yangnan's Hong, among them, Zhong Wentao, although his design plan has also been checked, but the overall design is relatively conservative and has no new ideas, so it was quickly screened out. Hello experts, Mr. Wu, Mr. Jiang. Our design plan was made after many on-site inspections. Through rational analysis, derivation and planning, we want to create a unique style, complete functions, modern and traditional, a large building complex that combines nature and humanities, and harmoniously coexists with people and the environment. The whole building is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the core functional area. The entire core functional area has a total of 7 buildings of various shapes, which we call the Big Dipper. Please look at the big screen. These 7 buildings are named after the 7 stars of Tanzhou, Tanxuan, Danquan, Yuing, Kaiyang, and Youguang, and together they form the map of the Big Dipper. According to the Bidu governing law Yui Jing, the first Tanzu, the name is Q, the word is fatal. The second day of the post, the word Shilu, the third day of the post, the word Lakan, the fourth day of the heart, the word extension of life, the fifth day of the bird, the word benefits calculation, the sixth day of the auxiliary, the word Dui, word on life. Each star has its own attributes, each with a specific role, and this can also be applied to the division of functions in the modern company structure. For example, Tanzu is the chief and the main commander. Isn't this where the company's head structure is? Tanxuan's main director, this is not the financial department. And Tanquan, Zilakun can be regarded as the human resources department. For another example, this Yuing, the main profit calculation can be regarded as the supercomputing center. Of course, this is just an image name. How to use it depends on your actual needs and different interpretations. Around these 7 main buildings are 28 small buildings of various shapes and sizes. We can call them 28 stars. The 28 small buildings are centered on these 7 main buildings, and the positions of the 28 stars in the star map are scattered throughout the park. I understand that Heo Technology is a technology company focusing on research and development, and there will definitely be many laboratories and research institutes in the future. These 28 small buildings can assume such a mission function, enabling each laboratory and research institute to own such a building independently. The advantage of this is that it can avoid the dangers of some experiments www.intelnovel.com and can be isolated from each other, which is the effect of keeping secrets. And these 28 small buildings are not to be built at one time, we are just a plan in advance. You can selectively build new ones according to your needs. And because the distance between them is relatively far, the related construction will not affect the normal operation of other areas. Looking at the ground floor, we designed a total of 5 floors under these 7 small buildings. The top 2 floors will serve as a large parking lot below for the parking of company employees' cars. And the next 3 levels, we designed to be your data center. As we all know, the energy consumption of data centers is relatively large, and the larger proportion is the cooling work of all servers. The temperature of the terrain space is relatively constant, and we introduce the water from the surface artificial lake into the terrain space through the circulation system, and cool the equipment in these data centers. And also, add bookmarks for easy reading. In fact, Yang Kaiming's plan also has the meaning of flattering Wu Hao. For example, the huge star maps of the Big Dipper and the 28-star hotels, which are important design inspiration and elements in the work, are not just showing the vast universe, and this it happened to be the name of the company called Heo Technology. However, this kind of design scheme is much stronger than those of rigid and monolithic building designs. At least Yang Kaiming's scheme is more atmospheric and fits the company's theme, which is very innovative. Moreover, the details are considered carefully. What is most satisfying to Wu Hao is not the 7 high-rise buildings with different shapes in the middle, but the 28 individual small buildings surrounding the surrounding area. Yang Kaiming is right in saying that they are technology R&D enterprises, so there will definitely be many research institutes in the future, and how to set up these institutes has become a problem that Wu Hao must consider. Here, Yang Kaiming gives his solution. Even if there are some flaws in this scheme, but the flaws are not hidden, the design as a whole is still very desirable. The 7 high-rise buildings in the middle belong to the core area of the entire park and are arranged in the position of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The 7 high-rise buildings have different shapes, but they are relatively uniform in overall style. We use a monolithic frame and a glass curtain wall structure, so that natural light can be used to provide illumination. And all the glass we decided to use double-layer insulating glass. This glass has excellent thermal insulation and sound insulation performance, compared to brick walls or concrete walls is much lighter. For the requirements of building energy saving, insulating glass is widely used for its irreplaceable superior performance. Let's introduce the main body of these 7 high-rise buildings. First, the tallest building in the entire park is located in the position of Tanquan Star in the Big Dipper. This building can also be called Sky Power. The entire Tanquan has a total of 36 floors and is about 110 meters high. When completed, it will be the tallest building in the entire Lingwu area. Standing on the 36th floor, it can be said that the surrounding scenery is unobstructed. According to Mr. Wu's wishes, the entire building is not over-decorated. It is a very simple rectangular building. Building number 2345 is the surrounding auxiliary buildings, which are buildings of different heights from the 32nd to the 26th floor, forming a level difference. Although these 4 buildings are rectangular, compared to Tanquan, these 4 buildings have some decorative steel construction stripes on the overall glass curtain wall. These stripes are like integrated circuits inside a circuit board and are distributed over the walls of 4 buildings. At night these decorative steel stripes will illuminate a special light effect, forming a unique landscape. The remaining 2 buildings are quite special. The first is our supercomputing center specially designed for you. According to President Wu's previous requirements, the supercomputing center must occupy a separate building. Therefore, we carefully consulted experts and professors in related supercomputing, and designed such a building for your company. The entire building is 49 meters high, taking the classic Taoist doctrine of 50 Avenue, Tanyan 49. The entire building is made of steel structure and is divided into 16 floors. Intricate pipelines are designed throughout the building to meet the needs of related machinery and equipment. We put this building in the position where the Big Dipper is shining, that is, the end of the spoon handle. As for the shape, it is not much different from other buildings, but to ensure a constant internal environment, we have reversed the shape design of other buildings. The entire wall is wrapped with a closed, lightweight thermal insulation material, but those integrated strips of integrated circuits are replaced by glass for internal lighting. And the steel structure has a big advantage over the traditional building structure, that is, the internal structure can be changed as needed, which provides related convenience for your future needs. How the specific internal changes will depend on your needs to find a professional pipeline and structural design team to discuss. In the last building, we put it on the spoon of the Big Dipper. This building is different from the other 6 buildings. It is square inches shape, but it is relatively short and only 20 meters high. This building is the comprehensive activity center that I built for your company. The interior is only divided into 3 floors, and the middle is an empty structure. The huge interior space of this building can be used for various events of your company, such as exhibitions, large conferences, cultural events, and other events. Speaking of this, Yang Kaiming breathed a sigh of relief. A person close to 50 years old said so much in one breath that his brain had insufficient oxygen. But he did not stop, but took a sip of water and continued to say, "We return to the whole. Everyone, if you just put these 7 buildings in the center of the park a little bit isolated, there is no connection between them. Achieve visual unity. To solve this problem, we opened up the space under these 7 buildings and let them form a huge parking lot. Of course, on the ground, we designed a huge artificial lake in the free area of the image of the Dipper of the Big Dipper in these 7 buildings. Just these 7 buildings stand by the lake, and the Big Dipper 7 stars form the entire artificial lake. And this artificial lake also shuttles between the buildings, forming a huge artificial lake, like the Milky Way surrounding the galaxy. This artificial lake is not a decoration. In fact, it also has the effect of adjusting the temperature and humidity of the entire park. And the water in the lake is not stagnant, and it goes back and forth. The entire lake is shallow and deep. And at the bottom of the deep lake, we have an outlet. After purification, the water in the lake will flow into the supercomputing center and data center to cool down the equipment. And the hot water after cooling down can be used to continue heating for winter heating in each building, and then the return water flows into the shallow area of the artificial lake. In summer, the heating system is turned off and flows into the lake normally. In this way, not only the lake water can be fully utilized, but the water quality can also be purified for a long time. www.mentalnovel.com. In the area near the lake, which is next to these 7 buildings, a lake-like promenade is set up, and the entire promenade is around laden with various plants. Here I recommend peach, apricot, cherry and other fruit trees, or grapevines and other vine plants. Every spring flowers bloom, reflected on the lake, set off a building full of sense of science and technology. It is also an excellent cultural attraction. I want to be a place where employees can take a leisurely walk or come directly to a lake to run and exercise. In summer and autumn, this is the harvest season of fruit trees. The red fruits are hung between the branches of the forest, and it is also a good view. Invite a few colleagues, or take your child's wife to pick 2 teething festivals. This is an unforgettable paradise. The following is an introduction to these 28 buildings. I have asked my assistant Sue, looking for military technology, free novels, Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel, equals. Finally, after nearly half a month of intensive screening work, 6 plans were finally put before them, including the 3 plans detailed above. These 6 sets of design schemes have very different styles and different characteristics. It is much better than other design solutions, but in the end, the choice of which one is actually fiercely debated. Of course, Wu Hao is the final choice. However, Wu Hao is more inclined to the design scheme of Yang Kaiming, our own famous architectural designer in China. For this design plan, Yang Kaiming can be said to have spent a lot of energy. In his words, this may be his highest design work so far. Wu Hao can also see Yang Kaiming's intentions in this design, although there are still some problems in it. For example, a data center setup underground has a serious problem. You should know that the land that Wu Hao acquired in Linghu is adjacent to the Linghu Field Protection Area. The terrain is relatively flat, and the terrain is basically 3 or 4 meters above the lake. If it is 5 floors underground, it is almost minus 20 meters. This position can be said to be below the waterline. Even with sufficient water and moisture treatment, the effect cannot be maintained for a long time. Although some electronic equipment in the data center is waterproof, but it is in a wet state for a long time, it is easy to accelerate the oxidation corrosion of some components, and may even cause short circuits. There is also a fatal problem. If faced with extreme rainstorm weather, the wetlands in Linghu will rise. Once the park is flooded and floods enter the underground data center from the entrance, the entire data center will be scrapped. Therefore, The underground data center is definitely what these designers imagined, and it is not realistic. The underground space of the garage can be used to prevent some security facilities, such as emergency generators in case of power failure, the pipe network control center of the entire park, ground source heat pump systems, and so on. As for the data center, this can be placed in the same building as the supercomputing center, and the height and position can be adjusted appropriately. Even with these problems, Wu Hao is very fond of this design, and these are naturally seen by the people around him. Hosey, do you fancy this design? Zhang Jun looked at him, still thinking about the design plan, and then handed a cigarette and asked. Wu Hao took the cigarette and lit up, then looked at the design scheme inside the big screen and laughed. This design scheme is more in line with our actual situation, and it is close to the image of the headquarters I imagine in my heart. This design is good, but I really like this design by Yuichi Kitagawa. The grey tiles and white walls, small bridges and flowing water, very beautiful. Zhang Jun nodded, then clicked the mouse and looked at the design of Yuichi Kitagawa on the big screen. The plan laughed. Xiaojiaziki, beautiful is beautiful, but not atmospheric enough, and it is not applicable. Wu Hao shook his head, and then moved the mouse back to the plan of Yang Kaiming's design plan. What surprises me most in this design is not the design of the silver galaxy round 7 stars in the middle, but the 28 independent small buildings around it. Yang Kaiming is right, we are a scientific research company. There will definitely be more and more laboratories in the future. You know this, with the development of our company, the space of laboratories is getting insufficient, and now many laboratory project groups are crowded together, which can easily cause accidents. And this is not conducive to the confidentiality work, so these laboratories and project teams must be separated in the future. At this point, these other designs do not give a good solution. The design of these buildings is beautiful, but some are not very practical, or the space wasted for visual beauty. Kitagawa Yuichi's design is very beautiful, with oriental traditional aesthetic charm, but too fancy. Don't you think these things are built more like a leisure resort hotel park than a technology company? Simple and concise, generous. This is the design tone I originally set. In this respect, Kitagawa Yuichi's design is already off topic. The reason why he also entered the final assessment part is because his design is more exciting, especially in the harmonious unity of people, and the link is better, but also because you like it. In fact, Yang Kaiming's design is also very beautiful. In addition to the central area, we can design these 28 small buildings at will, and each place can be individually arranged. For example, beech forest, apricot forest, maple leaf, ginkgo, bamboo forest, or some rose vine plants, etc. This is much more flexible and interesting than that of Kitagawa Yuichi's already established plan. If you like, I can give you the layout and greening plan of other areas outside the core area of the park, and let you play with it. Zhang Jun waved his hands again and again, but still smiled at the corner of his mouth, then set the plan. Wu Hao shook his head, then looked at Xiaodong and Yang Fan, who were playing soy sauce. What do you two say? Don't just listen to us. Although the final decision lies with him, how to say that the company has 4 shareholders, he cannot be arbitrary. However, he expected that the two would not have any opinions, because they were more acceptable to these plans. As expected, they both shook their heads. Xiaodong said with a smile, I was inclined to this scheme from the beginning. The design of the pavilion and the pavilion of Yuichi Kitagawa was too retro. It was a bit like a leisure vacation home for the elderly rather than a technology company, so I didn't like it. And Yang Fan also said, I actually like the design scheme of the building blocks of Ruidian, but since you are the boss, I have no problem. And for me, www.mtlnovel.com, I just liked the design plan for the scenes of these 28 small buildings. Hearing the words of the two, Wu Hao smiled, and then looked at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was not very angry about this. It's 3-1. I also said a fart, so let's fix it. When Wu Hao saw the situation, he immediately made a decision. That line, it's settled first. However, this plan also has some problems, and it needs to organize experts to modify and refine it. Therefore, we must hurry up and complete the related system design and related approval work before the beginning of next spring. At the same time, the relevant preparations for the park should also be carried out simultaneously. I will officially start construction next year after the warm spring. The length of 3 years is long and short, and short and short. For such a large project, the time is still a little tight. Looking for military technology, free novels. Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel, equals. Congratulations, Lao Yang. On the phone came Zhong Wentao's hearty smile. Yang Kaiming's smile on his face was even better. Thank you, Zhong, I'm just a fluke. I didn't expect to finalize my plan. Okay, less here is hypocrisy. You spent 2 months on this project, and you almost put your life in. Do you think I don't know? Zhong Wentao was not angry. He also worked hard for this project for 2 months, but was still unsuccessful. If that's the case, it's fine. After all, project bidding and failure are common, not to mention so many outstanding designers at home and abroad are gathered this time. What made him unacceptable or depressing was that Yang Kaiming, the opponent who had won his bid for half his life, actually won the bid. The two have been in the industry for so many years, but they did not fight for some projects when they were young. After getting some achievements at this age, they fell in love with each other. So the mood for Yang Kaiming to be selected is very complicated. He said that he is also happy. He is happy for his half-life opponent and friend. He is happy to keep the design in China. It's complicated and complicated. There is some unwillingness, unhappiness, and a touch of anger and jealousy. On what basis? Why did Zhong Wentao lose to Yang Kaiming? This should not be the case. Mine, Lao Zong. So, when I'm busy now, I will go to Shanghai to invite you to drink. Yang Kaiming laughed loudly when he heard the words of his old friend. You have put a few brackets in your Kialing-a-ling-long-xin. I dare not drink with you. Finish this project and give our domestic designers a tone of breath. Zhong Wentao glared and yelled. Yang Kaiming heard that his smile was even more intense, and he fought with this old guy for half a lifetime. He has never been so comfortable today, and he dare not reiterate, you can rest assured, I will never embarrass our domestic counterparts. Wait until you're done. Hang up. Hearing Zhong Wentao's anger hung up the phone. Yang Kaiming hung up the phone with a smile, and then focused his eyes on the design drawings in the notebook screen. Although I won this project and received a lot of praise, the hardships behind this are not known to the outside world. If nothing else, just talk about this project. In fact, there are still many things that need to be improved. And to complete all design tasks of related drawings before the beginning of spring next year, and also to pass approval, this task amount will be very huge. Without worrying about anything else, he worried about whether his body could support the project. It seems that after this project is over, we really need to take a good rest. On the side of Wu Hao, after the design plan was confirmed, he also took the related design plan and related renderings to visit Dong Yui, who has always been very concerned. Dong Yui was very pleased with his initiative to visit the door, then greeted him to sit down, and then poured himself a glass of water. After receiving the water, Wu Hao chuckled a few words and then said with a smile, Secretary Du, this is the design plan and related effect drawings of the company's new headquarters that we have chosen this time. Once I have decided, I will get you immediately. Here comes. I want to hear your opinions and suggestions. This is only a preliminary design plan, and further details need to be modified above. Then, Wu Hao unfolded the related effect drawings on the coffee table. Oh, let me see. Dong Yui beckoned, while the waiting secretary handed over the glasses on the desk. Seeing Dong Yui putting on his glasses and picking up the drawings, Wu Hao quickly introduced them. Look, this is the plan of the entire park. The entire park is laid out around this Big Dipper and the Galaxy Center, and it is scattered all around 18 buildings of different shapes and functions. These 28 Du Yongyue listened to Wu Hao's explanation and looked at these drawings and materials seriously. When he was puzzled, he also interrupted Wu Hao to ask questions. Wu Hao also patiently answered Du Yongyue, including the creativity of the entire design, the source of inspiration, and some details. After more than an hour of introduction, Wu Hao finally introduced the basic situation of this design scheme to Du Yongyue. Du Yongyue took off his glasses and picked up a 3D rendered bird's eye view of the entire park from an early age and smiled at him. "Drink water." "Okay." Wu Hao smiled, raised his glass and drank. Du Yongyue looked at him with a smile and said, "Listening to your introduction, I look forward to your new headquarters." "Very good. This design scheme is very novel, not only full of science and technology, but also rich in our traditional cultural characteristics, and can also achieve a good harmony with the natural environment. It is very beautiful. I am looking forward to a few more business cards showing our new image to us in Anxi in a few years, and the public will also have a punch card online celebrity attraction." Speaking of this, Du Yongyue put down this rendering. "To be honest, I was very worried at the beginning. I will give you this large piece of land for you to play, and I don't know what you will put together. Not only me, many leaders have such concerns. I think you are too young, have little experience with such a large building facility, and lack some sufficient awareness and sensitivity. Now I'm relieved to see this design proposal. You did not disappoint our expectations." "Thank you, Secretary. I know you put a lot of pressure on our project." Wu Hao thanked quickly. "Don't say that." Du Yongyue smiled and waved his hands, refocused on the design drawings and asked, "Will the 3-year construction cycle be a little tight? Is it too late?" Wu Hao nodded with a smile. "It's too late. Our project is not a complex single building, so the construction is not difficult. The highest building in the entire park is only 36 floors. According to our domestic normal construction, if you cycle, the progress will be very fast." I said here that I have 3 years, which includes all the decoration time. In addition, we plan to build a new intelligent management control system for the entire park. Du Yongyue nodded his head, pondered for a moment and asked again, "Are there any difficulties in funding? You have done so much this year, and now you have to start the new headquarters construction plan. Will there be pressure? If you have any difficulties, just say. Don't hold on. Don't have the headquarters completed by then, but the company will collapse." Facing this kind of caring concern of Du Yongyue, Wu Hao warmed his heart, and then nodded earnestly to his eyes and smiled confidently. "In this regard, you can rest assured that we can clearly distinguish the primary and secondary www.mtlnovel.com at present. The company's operating conditions are very good, and the new products released this year have achieved very good results at home and abroad. In addition, our lithium battery factory will also be put into operation immediately. The market prospect is huge, but many companies are lining up to send us money." "Ha ha ha ha, I heard this. They sent money to the door in good faith and were swept out by your people directly." "This is all in the news." Du Yongyue laughed and heard it. Wu Hao quickly laughed and explained, "The newspapers are all nonsense, not so exaggerated. Only a few people came with a suitcase of money and opened their mouths and wanted to buy shares." The tone was very bad, and as a result we were called the security guards to get out. "Ha ha, that's the way to do it." Du Yongyue said fiercely, "There are always some people who feel like they are the king of heaven, and they are too lawless." Add bookmarks for easy reading. Looking for military technology, free novels. Baidu Direct Search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. After this matter was finalized, Wu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. All kinds of things have come one after another this year. This thing hasn't finished yet. Several major events have left him in a state of exhaustion all summer. Now that it's autumn, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's not just him, it's the same for other employees of the company. Because of the busy schedule, all the employees' annual leave was suppressed. It's a little easier now, and departments are beginning to arrange vacation breaks for these employees. It happens that near Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, plus their annual leave. Some people can even rest for more than half a month. However, this is only a part of the population, and it is impossible for all employees to put it this way. The company is gone, so everyone can only choose to come by lot. Of course, everyone naturally does not include heads of households such as Wu Hao and Jiang Jun. In fact, they want to rest at any time, but this thing has never been a chance, and this is their own company, so even if you are tired, you have to bear it. At more than 4 in the afternoon, the sun had set in the west, and the golden sunlight began to shine in the office. Although it was September, the temperature of the sun did not decrease much, and the Coco, which detected changes in temperature and light, then controlled the curtain to be pulled up. Wu Hao, who had been busy for a day, finally managed to finish the task at hand, then stretched a lazy waist, and looked at the closed screen, then said, "Coco, open the screen and let the office bask in the sun." "Okay, sir." The screen curtain, which was almost closed, reopened, and the room was golden again. Wu Hao came to the rest area to sit down, and then fiddled with the set of Longquan fine porcelain tea sets sent by Lao Ma and started making tea. Tea is the selenium-rich hair tip that his father sent him. Although it is not as good as the few famous green teas, it also has a taste. It is said that this kind of tea grows in mountainous areas of more than 3 kilometers and belongs to the species of mountain tea. Therefore, the tea is relatively resistant to foam and rich in natural selenium. Wu Hao couldn't drink good tea. Of course, he can still feel some taste changes with other teas. The important thing is that this is the first thing his father gave him when he grew up. In Wu Jianhua's words, tell him not to drink any beverages that are unhealthy all day long, and learn to drink tea. This thing is refreshing and protects against radiation. Although I don't like tea very much, but at least this is the intention of my father. Wu Hao also takes out a pot from time to quench his thirst. There was a sudden knock at the door, and then the door of the office opened. I saw Jiang Jun's huge body coming in from outside, and the helpless smile of the duty secretary behind him. Wu Hao looked at Jiang Jun badly. "Can't you pay attention to it? What is it like?" I knocked at the door. Jiang Jun took out a can of drink from the freezer, then sat down and took a sip, and then smiled at him. "Moreover, I'm here to pay attention to you, and you did nothing unsightly." "Get off!" Wu Hao cursed, then picked up the teapot and brewed a cup of tea again, and then handed it to Jiang Jun. "Drink less and drink more. Tea is good for your health." "Cut, I can't drink it, it's still the Red Bull." Jiang Jun shook his head quickly, then watched him jokingly. I said, "Now, like an old man, you start to study tea ceremony." Wu Hao stared at him helplessly and said, "Less nonsense, find something for me." "Can't I talk to you if I'm fine?" Hesitated, but Jiang Jun still smiled at him. "H has sent an invitation letter over there, inviting us to participate in their autumn new product launch conference in Logali." Wu Hao heard a glance at him, then shook his head and leaned on the sofa. "No interest." "What? You want to go?" Jiang Jun shook his head and said, "I'm too lazy to run." But Tao Zengyan called and was very sincere and not very good at rejecting. Wu Hao heard his thoughts for a while and then replied, "In this way, if you don't want to go, you can go back and ask Dong Tsai to see if he is interested in participating. He is in charge of the entire lithium battery production project and is a company director." "How can he participate?" "No longer fits well." "Okay, I'll go back and ask him. But he's busy this time, and I don't think he's interested." Jiang Jun smiled. Wu Hao shook his head about this. "Just ask. If he is not interested, let the person in charge of the Lili office go for a trip." "What's the meaning?" Jiang Jun nodded and then looked at him with a smile. "Why, I heard that the Xinjiang Intelligent Unmanned Farm also invited you to participate in any crop harvesting activities, and you also refused." Wu Hao lit a flue with a smile. "Nothing was built in the first year. It didn't make sense to go there. I ran for nothing." "How is the farm over there?" "I haven't paid much attention to it," Jiang Jun said with some interest. Wu Hao shook his head, and then bounced the ashtray. "The vast desert Gobi, everything starts from the beginning. That's not like the mainland, where the natural environment is bad. and the infrastructure is poor, so the project progress is slow. In addition, there are too many difficulties to grow crops on the deserted dry land. This is not something that can be accomplished in a year or two. But let us not worry about it. Do it slowly. It is a supportive project that gives back to the society. We don't expect it to make money. I don't expect it to make money, but many people are staring at it. Some results must come out. Zhang Jun sighed. Recently some voices have started to appear on the internet, saying that our company does not engage in charity, don't donate anything of. There are also some topics that deliberately bring the rhythm of this topic, sealed a few but still did not stop the ghost. It is not clear who was behind the scenes. Oh, who else can it be? Those who look at us for making money and are jealous, but can't share a piece of it or hurt their interests. Let them go, as long as we are in compliance with the law and there are no problems with taxation. It's useless to say that it's ridiculous. Wu Hao smiled. They have experienced so many small moves, so that's what happened over time. Control the sky and the earth. Can you control others to complain? That's what it says, but let's show it a bit. www.mentalnovel.com. Let them do it like this. It will still have a certain impact on our word of mouth in the minds of users. I mean, how much to donate? Just have this meaning. Zhang Jun said to him. Wu Hao thought for a while, then waved his hand and said, let's take care of it. But the money will be spent. We don't lack this money, and we can't be fooled by others. We will do bad things with good intentions. Rest assured, I'll take charge of this matter myself. Find a few more charitable funds and donate one for each. If it doesn't work, organize someone to make a special trip to the mountainous poor school to donate books and computers to the school. Children send school bags and school supplies, or down jackets, cotton shoes, socks, etc. that are worn by the winter. Zhang Jun asked for a bag, and then introduced his ideas to him. Wu Hao nodded his head, then turned to look at the golden red cloud in the sky outside the window. I heard that the launch of Zerogram Aerospace failed again. Are they still unwilling to accept our acquisition plan? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Looking for military technology, free novels. Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Zerogram Aerospace, a domestic company specializing in the development and manufacture of retractable rockets. With the country's increasing openness in the field of space technology, a large amount of capital has begun to enter the field of private space technology. But a large amount of capital inflows will not only push the rapid development of this industry, but also bring some other problems. For example, some people use the gimmick of research and development of aerospace technology to frantically raise money from the capital market, and then get a second kick and listen to the sound. Guzheng Wu is known as the first person in the 1980s to study rocket technology in the domestic civil aerospace field. He had remained unknown until the industry was opened to the civilian market. Until this field was opened, he suddenly became a celebrity in the capital market and even the media. Just 20 or 30 entrepreneurial R&D teams have received hundreds of millions of investments. Subsequently, the entrepreneurial research and development team led by him expanded rapidly, adding hundreds of people in a very short period of time, and obtained several investments. With the support of so many talents and funds, Guzheng Wu is no longer satisfied with the development of ordinary rockets, but intends to emulate the SPX company to develop returnable and reused rockets. It is also because of the continuous success of the FX series of rockets of the SPX company, coupled with the opening of the aerospace field by the relevant domestic departments and the increasing support for private rocket and satellite companies. Therefore, the capital market is very optimistic about this industry, and several additional investments have been made. With these large amounts of funds, Guzheng Wu was able to buy soldiers with recruits, and soon made progress in this area. Several existing return rockets developed by them have been able to complete stagnation in air, transition in the air, and autonomous landings of 500 meters and 1 kilometer. With these successes, he started building his first practical retractable rocket with confidence. But this time, it was not so smooth, and the launch failed 3 times. For the first time, the rocket exploded directly into the air at an altitude of 8 kilometers, which is equivalent to setting off a huge firework. Fortunately, this time it was an experiment, just carrying the payload that they put on themselves, so there was no major loss. The second time, the rocket failed when it separated in 1 or 2 stages. The second stage failed to ignite and the rocket crashed, and an experimental satellite from a domestic university carried on. It also crashed. Fortunately, they have huge insurance and they don't have to worry about paying for it. 1 or 2 major failures have caused some capitals to start cautiously, even those who have already planned to withdraw their capital. It was also at this time that Wu Hao made a strong appearance and decided to acquire them. However, Gu Zhenyu did not agree, and some of the capital behind him was unwilling. When Wu Hao saw them, they temporarily put down and turned to other private rocket R&D and manufacturing teams. Until the end of July this year, Gu Zhenyu launched their third retractable rocket, and the rocket finally successfully put the satellite into orbit. Unfortunately, the satellite failed for some reason and lost contact. The first stage part of the rocket also had an accident when it landed and recovered. The sudden shutdown of the engine caused the first stage part of the rocket to fall directly from a place 2 or 2 kilometers away. Just a little bit, they succeeded. But behind the scenes focused capital, they have gradually lost patience. The withdrawal of 2 important investors has cast a shadow over their entire company. At this time, Wu Hao and they put forward the acquisition plan again, but Gu Zhenyu actually refused it. Successive acquisition plans failed, leaving Wu Hao impatient. Without you, Jiang Tu, can't I eat a pig with hair? When he heard this question suddenly, Jiang Ju nodded for a moment and then nodded. Yes, Gu Zhenyu's attitude is very firm. Investing in stocks can be, acquisitions are not. Our acquisition team intends to start with a few shareholders in his team who start a business together and see if they can influence each other. Wu Hao said with a wave of his hand and said, no, it's okay when we leave. He is proud of things, and there is no good result. How are we recruiting talents and experts in aerospace technology? Regarding his decision, Jiang Jun was not surprised, but nodded and smiled. I recruited 2 undergraduate entrepreneurship teams, and then recruited some relevant experts and talents in this area. There are about 60 or 70 people now. Except for some in the field, most of them have come to Anxi. Now they are conducting basic research on the rented factory building in Nanshan. However, these people's emotions are not high these days. We just recruited them, but we didn't learn from and set goals for the mission. So these people are more casual. I heard a few days ago that there are still a few people who want to resign and have been temporarily advised. Hearing Jiang Jun's explanation, Wu Hao thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, it can't be dragged anymore. The related projects must be started as soon as possible. In this way, since Gu Zhenyu is not willing to be acquired by us, we do not need him. Well, I can't just let it go so easily. While they have just failed and their team is a bit unstable, you can ask the Human Resources Department to find a way to dig into the wall. Especially the R&D personnel of key technologies in engines and rocket flight control and overall design research and development projects. Find ways to dig a few more back. Tell Lin Jianliang that this is the talent we urgently need and it is related to our future development plans. Therefore, the conditions can be relaxed and generous, as long as the talents are brought back. Everything else is easy to say. The value they create in the future is much higher than this salary. Of course, you have to look for people to dig. Don't try to bring back some wine bags. Okay, I'll talk to Lin Jianliang soon after I return. Jiang Jun nodded seriously. Wu Hao nodded and said, in addition to this www.mentalnovel.com we must strengthen the recruitment of outstanding talents in this field. The benefits are higher, and I don't believe those who are in major research institutions they are untempted. Not only that, the recruitment plan for fresh graduates in major aerospace technology projects should also continue to expand. Science and technology, talent first. Only by cultivating a team of our own high-quality young science and technology talents can we make a difference in this field. After hearing his words, Zhang Jun nodded and said, "Okay, I'll talk to Lin Jianliang when I go back." This is the senior season of the school. I let him be more concerned about this. However, we can't ignore the recruitment of these talents. The factory rented by them in Nanshan is a bit humble. I'm afraid it's not a place to stay. Wu Hao thought about it, and then said to him, "So, let's go and see them tomorrow. And see these people, by the way. Add bookmarks for easy reading." Looking for military technology, free novels. Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel. Equals. Xiangming, Xiangming. Before the person arrives, the voice comes first. I saw it all. Handsomely dressed young man rushing in from outside. A young man with glasses who was a little skinny left the screen of the laptop and looked up at him wondering. "Well, Cheng Wu, what's the matter? So anxious? Why are you still here? Hurry up." The young man named Cheng Wu beckoned at him as he said, "What's wrong? What happened?" The young man named Xiangming said blankly. Cheng Wu hurried forward and took his body and said, "Wu Hao is here, hurry up." "Wu Hao?" He walked towards Ming and stunned. "Boss, big boss," Cheng Wu introduced as he dragged him away. Xiangming couldn't help but respond, "Oh, that genius. Why did he remember this? Who knows, let's go. People are already at the gate." Cheng Wu quickened his footpath. "Although I don't know what it is, now that Wu Hao is here, it means that their current status will change. For better or worse, it is better than hanging a group of them here." Accompanied by Zhang Jun, Wu Hao arrived at the factory rented by Nanshan for this group of aerospace technicians. The factory was originally a chemical company, but as environmental pollution control continued to increase, the company closed down. When the factory's equipment was sold, the plant was idle. In order to find a place to study rockets for this group of people, Zhang Jun asked them to find a relatively empty place for them. The people below sought out and found such a bankruptcy factory in the empty suburbs of Nanshan for their use. When Wu Hao entered the factory building, they found a group of people standing there. There are about 30 or 40. And people continue to run from place to place. Most of these people's faces are relatively young, of which men account for the vast majority, and there are many women. There are a dozen. Everyone wears casual clothes, some wear shirts and t-shirts, and some wear blue uniforms and yellow hard hats. While Wu Hao looked at the crowd, these people also looked at him. To be honest, they are very interested in Wu Hao, or very worshipped. There were more or less Wu Hao's factors in joining this group when they flickered here. I did not expect that the longest was more than half a year, but nothing was done. Being completely in a sloppy state of self-management has made these people a little disappointed. If the wages are not very generous, take care of everyone. But even so, several people left resolutely. At this time I saw two young people approaching the crowd, one tall and strong, the other weaker with eyes. Zhang Jun quickly smiled at him and explained, "This tall and mighty is Yu Cheng Wu, and the one with glasses is called Xiangming. These two are the two rocket technology research and development teams we recruited before. Leaders." After recruiting them, the two of them continued to lead the original team to conduct research, and the new technicians were gradually placed under their control. "Hello." Wu Hao shook hands with enthusiasm. "Hello, President Wu, you are welcome to come to our base to guide the work." Yu Cheng Wu said enthusiastically at him. "Ha ha, everyone is young, we are all in the same grade. Even I am younger than many of you, so don't be so polite." After speaking, he smiled and yelled at the crowd, "Actually, I have long wanted to see everyone. But because there are so many things this year, I haven't been able to get out of it, so I have delayed until now. In addition, we are actually waiting for one thing. As everyone knows, we have been acquiring Zerogram Aerospace. Just before that, Guzheniu once again rejected us. So I decided to stop the acquisition. Without him, Zhang Tu, wouldn't we still be able to eat pigs with fur? Without him, we would do the same. Today, I want to meet you on the one hand, to express my condolences to everyone, and also to discuss with you our future development direction. I don't want to tell everyone about it for the time being, you don't believe it. So let me say something practical. First of all, the space industry will be the focus of our future development. This point you can feel from the name of our company. What is Haon? That is the vast universe, where we aspire. Rocket technology is just our first step into the aerospace industry. And of course the most important step. Everything in the future will be based on this, so you and your work are very important. You will be the new pioneers in this field and the conquerors of the universe above us. Although before us, countless astronauts have created countless brilliant talents. But I believe that the starting point for humanity to truly go deep into the universe will begin with you. We have spent so much effort to bring you here from all over the country, not for your leisure time, but for you and me to realize this grand ideal. To this end, we have developed a very ambitious plan for the entire project and will continue to provide sufficient funding for this project. What I want to tell you is that the funding we provide for this project is continuous and there is no upper limit. As long as your needs are reasonable, there is no extravagance, no fraud, no personal gain, and our funds will be available to you as much as possible, as long as you need it. As long as we can support it. Comrades are called comrades because they share common aspirations. So here, let me call you, comrades, for this common goal. Let us work hard together. Poppy Poppy. As soon as his words came down, everyone present applauded. The applause lasted, and each one was full of smiles. Wu Hao's words are very encouraging. www.mtlnovel.com. Let these people suddenly see hope. And what excites them most in the speech is that Wu Hao promised to provide them with sufficient funds without setting a ceiling in advance, which undoubtedly made the fire in everyone's hearts violently burn. What is most afraid of doing scientific research is the lack of funds. No matter what kind of project, once there is no funding support, then this project will definitely fall apart. Many famous projects in the past have ultimately failed because of this reason. They are more aware of rocket research, and it is simply impossible to do this business without sufficient funding support. If nothing else, let's talk about experiments. Building a rocket to hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions, but the result may be just a large fireworks display, or a few. Although the domestic civil aerospace industry is currently very popular, there are not many companies that are really willing to invest in it, let alone Wu Hao, who is willing to do aerospace as a cause. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Looking for military technology, free novels. Baidu direct search. It is easy to read a novel, equals. In fact, most of the capital did not expect to really get a share of the space technology achievements, and most of them were still playing capital games. In fact, many aerospace technology companies in China also have ideas in this regard, including the original SPX company. The difference is that the SPX company is successful, but this is just an example. Most of these projects are either aborted or aborted. Wu Hao is certainly not this kind of person, and he will not use this project as a cover to go to the capital market to raise funds. In fact, he has no related financing plan at all, and this project will be independently supported by them if possible. According to a part of the data that has been read out in the brain, the collection of future universe resources, especially the solar system resources, will be the main source of resources required by human society in the future, especially on some precious resources, such as helium-3, He3. This scarce energy source on the Earth is also anxious for human society, and its value can be imagined. In addition, there are more scarce resources, and even some resources that are not on the Earth and so on. Of course, these are far away, so let's say something close. With the continuous development of our national aerospace field, the pace of entering space has been increasing. In particular, the construction of our space station, as well as the needs of deep space exploration and scientific research, so the demand for cheap, safe and reliable launch vehicles is growing. As national power becomes increasingly difficult to support, this will open up related fields and vigorously support the entry of private enterprises. If you can get a slice of it, Even a little bit will be a very considerable number. What's more, there are so many countries in the world that do not have satellites or want their own satellites. This is definitely a very huge market. After speaking some inspiring words, Wu Hao began to visit under the leadership of Yu Chengwu and Zhu Xiangming. These people haven't been inactive for so long, and in fact they have continued their research on rocket technology. Wu Hao and others came to a corner, and saw a few young men in blue overalls and yellow hard hats surrounded by a teacher with a protective mask and a welding torch there. Seeing them coming, the young men stood up and greeted them with a smile, and the master stopped. Yu Chengwu smiled at Wu Hao and explained, "This is Master Qin, senior technician, rumored first-level welder. After the company dug him from other places, we let him be responsible for the welding of the rocket engine. These are the technicians responsible for the rocket engine: Xiaoping, Zifei, Shanshan, Master Qin, Golo." Wu Hao nodded with a smile at the crowd, and then took the lead to shake hands with the old man who was about 60 years old. "Hello, Mr. Wu." After the Master Qin shook his hand at him, he smiled and said, "I used to weld pipes before. This thing has never been welded, so it didn't work well." "Oh, it's okay, let's take it slowly." "No one can do everything right from the beginning," Wu Hao said with a smile, "but everything is done down to earth, step by step. Remember to be upset and greedy." The rocket engine can be said to be the core part of the rocket, which is directly related to the cost of the rocket. Therefore, there should be no accidents in this aspect. Finally, what I want to emphasize is security. Everything is security-oriented, and everything is careful. There are still many things in this world waiting for you to discover, but don't finish yourself so quickly. This is not a game. There is no resurrection coin for you. Ha 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 ha. The crowd present laughed after hearing the words. Wu Hao asked the two people next to him, "How much thrust can our rocket engine currently achieve?" Zhu Xiangming and Yu Chengwu glanced at their opponents, then revealed an expression that was difficult to read. "The engine we are already testing now has a thrust of more than 1 ton. It's still a bit small." Wu Hao nodded slightly as he looked at the semi-finished rocket engine in front of him. Yu Chengwu said quickly, "We are still working hard. If we have sufficient funds and technical staff to support us, we will be able to build engines with greater thrust." "Ha ha," Wu Hao smiled and said, "Relax, the funds will be allocated immediately, and the personnel are already in the process of recruiting." Regarding the technical personnel in this area, our human resources department is a little unfamiliar, so you have to check it. They will contact you later, and you will communicate and discuss details. "Okay, thank you Mr. Wu." The two of them nodded brushingly, their faces filled with smiles. This happiness came too fast. The moment before they were still worried about their future. Now everything is coming. "Well, let's go and look elsewhere." Wu Hao and the people present shook hands again, and then headed for Yu Chengwu and Zhu Xiangming. Watching the crowds leaving, the only girl out of the few who stood up said, "This is Wu Hao. He is so handsome, much more handsome than the overbearing president on TV." Shan Shan. The overbearing president is not necessarily richer than him. The young man standing next to him quipped. "The money is not necessarily, but he is certainly not talented." The other man said quickly, "Cut, this has nothing to do with money. People are handsome and good-tempered, not those idol stars can match." This Shan Shan rolled her eyes, and then continued to stare at the crowd leaving the back. Eyes I couldn't help but shine and didn't know what I was thinking. Under the leadership of the two, everyone came to the second floor of the factory building. The internal space of this plant is relatively large. In addition to the hollow part in the middle, there is a 2-story platform at both ends of the plant, and a narrow iron corridor is connected on one side. The entire second-floor platform was changed into an office by everyone. You reading www.yuukanzu.com is no different from a general company office, except that there are some grids missing. Near the railing, a large space was vacated, and in the middle was a huge conference table spliced with several tables. The conference table was filled with huge drawings, and some casually dressed staff were sitting around the table and working their heads. Seeing them coming, everyone at work greeted them. Yu Chengwu smiled at him and explained to Wu Hao, "Here is our overall rocket design project team. The entire design of the rocket is done here. Since the arrival of our two teams, we have adjusted the related plans and quickly integrated them. Currently, I and Xiang Ming are in charge. I am in charge of the manufacturing of the rocket and Xiang Ming is in charge of the design." Looking for military technology free novels? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is easy. After Wu Hao turned the whole plant around, he returned to the meeting room on the second floor platform. At this moment, the drawings and materials on the conference table have been emptied, cleaned very well, and 2 pots of green Dylan-rich bamboo that may be raised by employees themselves are placed on it. After seated with everyone, Wu Hao smiled at everyone and said, "Today, I mainly come to see you. This is not about to pass Mid-Autumn Festival. I would like to express my condolences to everyone on behalf of the company. Later, the company's administrative department will send you some mooncakes, fruits, and shopping rolls. After you get them, you can take them back for a Mid-Autumn Festival." "Thank you, President Wu." Everyone thanked and applauded, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. It's like a child who was left unattended and suddenly found by his parents, then all kinds of pets. After everyone's applause came down, Wu Hao went on to say, "This second one is to listen to your thoughts and discuss with you about the future development direction of our aerospace technology research and development team. First of all, I hereby announce to you that our Aerospace Science and Technology Research and Development Laboratory under Heo Technology Co., Limited was formally established from this moment. And you, as the first team of the Aerospace Science and Technology Research and Development Laboratory, will jointly form the Launch Vehicle Technology Research and Development Project Team to participate in the research and development of the launch vehicle. With this formal name, it means that you have a formal establishment in the company, and the related company systems and benefits will follow up. That is to say, from now on, you are all regarded as formal scientific researchers under our Heo Technology. Papapap. The crowd here applauded, although some people didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. But some people who responded quickly understood the meaning of Wu Hao's remarks, which was officially rectified for them. This means that from now on, they will be able to hang their own brand, which is a brand new start. But Wu Hao looked at everyone present. This is just a name. In other words, this laboratory is just an empty shell. How you develop in the future depends on you. We are a technology company. Although we focus on technology research and development, we are ultimately profitable. As a technician, I naturally know that scientific research is not an easy task. It takes time and patience. But any patience is limited and we cannot wait forever. To be realistic, we are not a national scientific research institution, so all our scientific research projects must eventually be converted into market benefits. Yes, this is very quick. But there is no way. For a company, it exists for profit. What to say in order to promote the development of society and serve everyone is nonsense. Its sole purpose is to make a profit. The money thing sounds tacky, but in today's society, it is difficult to do without it. Not to mention some huge investment projects. The money needed will be an astronomical figure. Now that we have invested so much, we want to get results from these projects. Only then can they continue to be converted into funds and then support the company's operations. And only then can you continue to support your research. Having said so much, I want to tell you, first of all, the company is not a charity fund, so it is impossible to pay you for free for your research. Your main task is to do research on related projects. Only in this way can your project and your salary compensation company continue to support it. Secondly, we are realistic and faithfully follow the distribution according to work. As much as you pay, you will get as much. We are fair in this respect and treat everyone equally. So don't just open your mouth and ask for what you want. Come up with the results first. With the results, everything else is easy to say. Of course, considering your current situation, We will provide you with sufficient financial support in the early stage. But there will be a deadline. After this deadline, it depends on your performance. The performance is good, then what is not said, funds, resources, benefits are open to supply, and there is no limit. Poor performance or no results, sorry, you may only get a basic salary and may even say goodbye to this. Just after his remarks, many people raised their hands. Zhou Xiangming even hurriedly said, General Manager Wu, I am afraid that some projects will be difficult to make progress in a short period of time. It is not appropriate to discuss the results. Wu Hao said with a smile and waved his hand. Of course I know, so I decided to set up a special project review expert group, which will periodically review each project. As for the members of the expert group, in addition to the company's relevant personnel, mainly by you make up your own. So rest assured. And the whole review process will not be generalized, but will give corresponding results and opinions according to the different projects, so as to provide relevant guidance and help for each project team based on these results and opinions. You all invited us from all over the place with great effort. Everyone is very important, and I will feel bad if any of you leave. So unless absolutely necessary, I will not make this decision. Our company has very generous benefits for scientific research personnel. You will know this after a little inquiry. Everyone knows that our new headquarters design plan has come out, and it will be officially built in the spring of next year. In the new headquarters park, in addition to the main building, there are 28 individual buildings. These buildings will be used for R&D offices of various laboratories and scientific research projects. And among them, there are scientific research office buildings specially prepared for you. In addition to this www.intelnovel.com we will also plan to build a rocket manufacturing plant for you, a rocket engine test center, and a dedicated rocket launch test site in the northwestern desert. Of course, this is only a preliminary plan. How to implement it depends on you. Wu Hao laughed at everyone. The previous words were a bit too heavy, so he fed everyone a sweet date. Sure enough, this sweet jujube was very useful. One by one excitedly applauding, the joyful mood overflowed in words. Oh, Wu Hao said with a smile, I have said so much, and I also want to hear from you. Any questions, suggestions, or difficulties you have can be raised. I'm here on site today, and I missed this point and I have no regrets. Ha 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 ha. Everyone heard the words and laughed, and then eagerly tried, as if there were countless words to express. Looking for, military technology, free novels, Baidu Direct Search. It is easy to read a novel, equals. Sure enough, everyone's interest was very high when they let go. One by one, they seemed to have countless words to express. And the first questioner directly asked a question that is the most core and most concerned by everyone. Their team's future research and development direction and goals. Hearing this question, Wu Hao smiled, and then said to the crowd, at this stage, our research and development goal must be a low-cost, safe and reliable large launch vehicle. Only by doing this can we continue to carry out the study. The first thing we have to solve is apart from scratch. No matter what, we must first get the rocket out. Of course, you can't deal with it at will. The so-called non-sounding has become a blockbuster. Since it is going to be done, then do a good job and come up with a product that others will look at. As for the launch vehicle, I actually don't know as much as you all here, so I just say my understanding in this regard is for your reference only. First we have to figure out what are the most critical elements of the rocket, the carrying weight, safety and reliability, and price. Everything else is centered on these three. For all of you, these 3 points are issues that you will face in the future, even in your life. Our goal is to create an excellent launch vehicle with the largest load, the highest safety and reliability, and the cheapest price, laying a solid foundation for our exploration of the universe. How to overcome these 3 issues, I don't know, so it depends on you to explore. Having said that, Wu Hao paused, took a look at everyone present, and then said, I don't have specific research directions and plans. This requires you to make plans tailored to local conditions. Let me talk about the general research direction here. Our current priority is to establish a comprehensive research and development team for launch vehicles. The primary goal of this launch vehicle R&D team was to develop our first launch vehicle. My requirements are not high, as long as the satellite can be safely put into orbit. The main purpose of this phase is to train the team and prepare us for the tasks of the next phase. Some people may think that this stage is already very difficult, and it is not enough to send satellites to the sky. At a glance at everyone, Wu Hao shook his head and said, not enough, not enough. If that's the case, then how can we compete with the market? Let's not talk about the far-reaching official-led transport rocket Echelon. Let's say now, there are two private enterprises who've used their own rockets to launch satellites into space. Note 1. Even if we catch up with each other, that is the third. The world is very realistic. People will always remember who the first is, but they may not remember the third. So what we need to do is not to catch up with each other, but to surpass each other. Taking a breath, he continued, after having a complete and mature research team, we will officially start our R&D plan. On the one hand, we need to use large 3D printers to try to print large components on rockets and gradually increase the share of such components. Regarding 3D printing technology, it is relatively mature at present, but the application of such components to the carrier rocket is being tried by major aerospace research institutions in the world. With 3D printing technology, the corresponding manufacturing rocket has shorter manufacturing cycle, lower cost, lighter weight and higher material strength. This means that this type of 3D printed launch vehicle not only has a higher weight-to-weight ratio, but also has a very low cost price, which will be very competitive in the market. After hearing Wu Hao's plan, the crowd could not help but start discussing it in a low voice. However, he did not give these people time to discuss, but continued, on the other hand, that is to develop a retractable rocket. The purpose is still the same, that is, to save launch costs as much as possible. Why did we always want to acquire Xerogram Aerospace before? We just appreciated their R&D progress on retractable rockets. Although the acquisition failed, we will not give up in this technology area. In the future, we will not only invest more funds, but also recruit more talented people to come in. There is always only one goal, and that is to create a better launch vehicle. To PayPap, everyone applauded when he saw him finish. And Xiangming, who has been listening to him carefully and taking notes, sorted out his notes at this time, and said to Wu Hao, General Manager Wu, in fact, we have already used it in the current research and development of experimental rockets. It's time to build in 3D printing. It is just that although the 3D printing technology has matured, there is still a certain gap in some finishing fields. With the current 3D printing technology on the market, the accuracy required for parts on transport rockets is still reached. There is no one on the market, so we can do our own research and development. The scientific research technology is not just a little bit of exploration. If you want to be good, you must first sharpen it. There is no one who can take advantage of it. If you can do it, you can live well. Wu Hao laughed at Xiangming and everyone. In the field of 3D printing technology, our country has always been at the forefront of the world. In this regard, we have advantages and classic cases that we can learn from. Therefore, I hope that everyone can take up the courage and determination of the predecessors to pioneer and work hard to create our first in this field. Are you confident? Yes, although there was something in the bottom of my heart, but the emotions came. Everyone shouted with a loud voice. Okay, let's work together. Wu Hao smiled with satisfaction. General Manager Wu, our current scientific research conditions are very simple. Can you change us a better place? There are also scientific research equipment, many of which we don't have yet, can't we? Before this technician said it, www.intelnovel.com was interrupted by Wu Hao, smiling and pressing his hand. I turned around here today, it's really a bit rude. So, when I went back, I started to arrange. Let people help you find a better place. At present, our new headquarters has not yet been completed, so everyone will be wronged. As for scientific research equipment, you can see what is missing, and then compile a list and report it. I stepped up approval, and then let people get started. Of course, the first batch of 50 million funds will arrive soon, and you can discuss and use them by yourself. There is a place for you. That is not to be wasted. In this regard, the company has a special monitoring and auditing working group staring at them and caught them. Even if I love you anymore, I will cry with tears. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Although Wu Hao reminded these people in the end, they still did not affect the joy of everyone, especially after hearing that 50 million funds will arrive soon. This is the same as a person who has been poor for a long time and suddenly hits 5 million. Add bookmarks for easy reading. With the advent of the Mid-Autumn Festival, this has excited urban white-collar workers who have worked no summer vacations all summer. But compared to these people, Wu Hao frowned, because he had only 3 days of vacation. He did not return home, and Lin Wai came up to take the opportunity to take him home for the festival. Although Lin and his mother had previously invited him, he never had time. And to be honest, he was a little bit dazed at his first visit to his mother-in-law's home. Aren't you afraid? Lin Wai laughed as he looked at his flustered expression. Wu Hao quickly retorted, who is afraid? I'm just a little nervous. Still afraid? Lin Wai pouted and looked at him with a smile. Rest assured, my parents are very nice people and won't embarrass you. Besides, haven't you all met before? Why are you nervous? The press conference was so calm that so many people could cope with. Why now I am nervous about facing my parents. Not the same. They are your parents. Wu Hao answered and said to him, am I going through this way? In order to see the old mother-in-law and mother-in-law, he deliberately packed up today a pair of casual pants, a pair of black leather shoes, a black shirt, try to dress up as mature as possible. Okay, you can wear it whatever you like. You don't see you dressed so neatly on a regular date. Lin Wai teased him. Wu Hao looked in the mirror, and then smiled. Let's do it. And put all the things I bought for my mother-in-law and mother-in-law. Shameless, who is your old mother-in-law and mother-in-law? Even with Lin Wai's careless character, his face turned pink. But even so, she put all the gifts she had prepared in her hand. You say you, what you buy with so many things? There is nothing missing at home. The so-called many people are not strange. For the sake of taking so many things, your parents can go around me. Wu Hao laughed and opened the door in advance. Well, Lin Wai rolled her eyes, then went out first. Coming downstairs, Cao Wai, a member of the security team, was already waiting at the door in his car. When Wu Hao saw this, he waved at him. Xiao Wai, your sister and I can drive by themselves. You can go back to the festival. Mr. Wu, let me take you there. It's uneasy for me to go back like this, and my head, Li Wenming, will also scold me. Cao Wai said with a look of distress. Although he had already told them to Li Wenming before, they are not needed today, so that they can go back to their holiday and rest assured. But Cao Wai still came to the door on time and waited for them normally. Wu Hao turned to look at Lin Wai and said, let's stop driving today, let Xiao send us. Lin Wai nodded when she saw this, and then smiled at Cao Wai. Xiao Wai, it's hard. Cao Wai quickly shook his head, then quickly got out of the car to help open the trunk. At first Lin Wai actually couldn't wait to see these people. They thought they were Wu Hao's followers, and some of them were too trivial. Her parents are also billionaire entrepreneurs and have never seen Wu Hao in such trouble, but really got along for a long time. Lin Wai's attitude also changed with it soon, especially after experiencing several incidents. Lin Wai's attitude towards the three people changed radically. In fact, as Wu Hao's girlfriend, she has also become the target of some people. So in order to protect her, Wu Hao asked Cliff to follow her often. But then she became her person. Wu Hao now wouldn't be able to return, so he had to let Li Wenming search for candidates again. Cao Wai's car was very stable, which made Wu Hao snoring slowly in the back row. Since going to his mother-in-law's home until today, He didn't sleep well last night. Lin Wai, when he saw the snoring, he could not help but smile. Last night Wu Hao couldn't sleep in bed repeatedly. How could she not know? Although the man himself usually looks very mature and stable, sometimes he still reveals the childlike appearance of some children. Lin Wai didn't find it so bad, she just felt that Wu Hao in this state was so cute and so cute. Sometimes she was thinking, if this is the state of the matter, how much better. The two can be carefree and stay together for life. Unfortunately, this dream will never be realized. Regardless of Wu Hao's ambition ideals, let's say that in his current status, it is almost impossible to get away, and he has too many expectations. After more than 40 minutes of driving, the vehicle finally stopped in front of a low-key blue brick grey tile 3-story villa in a high-end suburb of the suburb. Wu Hao, who had cleaned his clothes, quickly got out of the car, then opened the trunk with Cao Wai's help and took out the contents. Go back slowly. After going back, I haven't had any plans to go out these days, so let everyone have a good holiday and take a break. Cao Wai nodded, then got into the car and drove away. Seeing Wu Hao still looking around, Lin Wai couldn't help coming forward and holding his arm and shouting, "What are you doing? Go in." "Oh, okay." Wu Hao took a deep breath, then stepped into the yard. At this time, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman wearing an apron stood at the door and smiled at them. A 17-year-old boy ran to the door from the inside, and looked at the two with curiosity. "Vivi is back." "Well, Aunt Liu," Lin Wai called out sweetly, and then introduced to him, "This is Aunt Liu, our family's babysitter, is good to me." "Aunt Liu," Wu Hao greeted the woman with a smile. "Ah, hello." The nanny smiled at him and said, "Your mother knows that you are coming back today. You have begun to remember early in the morning, and you are still busy in the kitchen." "Oh, Xiao Hui, what are you doing there?" Lin Wai, standing at the door, was looking at the boy who was not feeling good. "Oh, sister, brother-in-law, come in quickly, please come in quickly." The boy reacted and quickly smiled at them. www.mentalnovel.com. As this boy called him, Lin Wai flushed, but still holding Wu Hao walked into the house. Going through the porch and entering the living room, Wu Hao couldn't help but marvel. The whole room was different from the low-key outside, but rather luxurious. At this time, walking down from the building alone, Wu Hao quickly called and said, "Uncle is good. Little Wu is here. Sit down and stand there." Lin Hongyan looked at Wu Hao, who was being held by his baby daughter, but he was pretending not to see it. "Dad, this is what Wu Hao bought for you and my mother." Lin Wai motioned to show off what Lin Hongyan was holding. Lin Hongyan hadn't bothered to talk. I saw Lin mother coming out of the kitchen, wiping her hands while holding a paper towel, and watching the things they raised in her hands. Said, "Everything in the house, by what to do." "Mom, this is his heart." Lin Wai hurriedly trotted before her mother when she saw this. "Ha ha, how can it be a little thought of the two children?" "Liu Yi, help quickly accept it." Lin Hongyan laughed loudly. "Okay." The nanny glanced over Lin over there, and then quickly stepped forward to take over Wu Hao's hands. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at the father and daughter, and then smiled slightly at Wu Hao. "Little Wu, sit down and rest first, and the meal will be just right." "Okay, Aunt, don't be busy first. I had breakfast with YY when I was here. I'm not hungry now." Wu Hao immediately returned. Mother Lin smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. It will be a while before the meal." At this time Lin Hongyan also said to him, "Come, Xiao Wu, come and sit." Seeing this, Wu Hao had a glance at Lin Wai, then nodded and walked into the living room. Sitting on the sofa not far from Lin Hongyan, Lin Wai, who was with Lin's mother over there, saw that she was about to come over, but was dragged by Lin. "Where do you want to go? Come in and help me." "Oh." Lin Wai looked at the helpless Wu Hao sitting in the living room, showing a look of helplessness, and then approached the kitchen with a resentful look. Seeing this scene, Lin's mother showed a bad expression. All girls are outgoing. It's only been a few days. After being co-authored for over 2 decades, the boy was cheated away by a few words. The thought of this, Lin mother took a deep look at Wu Hao sitting in the living room, and then went to the kitchen. And Wu Hao, who was sitting in the living room, was a little bit nervous. This came in to isolate him and his girlfriend, and whoever changed would have a mutter. Come, drink tea. At this time the nanny came over with a cup of tea, and handed it to him with a smile. Thank you. Wu Hao took the tea and put it on the coffee table. Lin Hongyan, who has been looking at him, laughed at this time. Xiao Wu, try. This is Huang Shan loafing from a friend. Wu Hao nodded and raised the teacup to blow the foam, then took a sip. How? Lin Hongyan asked at him. Wu Hao looked at him and shook his head. I can't drink it. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hongyan laughed. Young people, it's normal to not drink. I understand. I don't need to change your bottle of drink. Wu Hao said, shaking her head and laughing. Just this tea. I often drink it in the company before drinking old drinks. Why felt unhealthy, so she urged me to drink tea. Oh, ha. Lin Hongyan heard him a glance, then nodded, and he couldn't help eating again. Before this girl was concerned about him, this suddenly cared about others. He was somewhat unacceptable. So Lin Hongyan didn't speak, but looked at him while drinking tea. On appearance and talent, the boy barely managed to be his son-in-law. But not only why, when he thought of his daughter sharing with him, why wasn't it so delicious in his heart? And Wu Hao, sitting very awkwardly, didn't know what to say, and the scene was very awkward. Fortunately at this time, Lin Wei's brother Lin Hui ran down from the building, took a can of Coke from the refrigerator, and sat beside Wu Hao with one butt. More importantly, he turned on the TV at will, and then acquainted Wu Hao with a familiarity. Brother-in-law, how do you look at my sister? She is like a man-in-law, and my mother said she can't marry in this life. Not only Wu Hao, but even Lin Hongyan is full of black lines. He can't help but ask him, have you finished your homework and watch TV? You can have the college entrance examination next year. Relax. You finished writing a long time ago. The boy continued to stare at Wu Hao, and then showed his curious eyes on his clothes, waiting for his answer. Even Lin Hongyan looked at him, wondering how he answered. Wu Hao saw this and then smiled and said, in fact, your sister is still very gentle. Although she shows that she is looking at her with a big smile, she is still very womanly. Cut. Lin Hui showed an expression of unbelief, and then asked him, I heard on the internet that you were abducted by an alien, so suddenly you are so powerful. Huh? Wu Hao froze for a moment, then looked puzzled. Hey, that is to say, the reason you can invent so many things is the technology that was abducted by aliens and then stolen from them. Lin Hui held up his hand and explained to him. What's this all about? Wu Hao showed a speechless expression, and Lin Hongyan couldn't listen anymore, and said to his baby son, where can you hear these messy things? Study hard, don't put your mind on these messy things above. I know. After two casual sentences, the boy turned his head and stared at Wu Hao again. When Wu Hao saw this, he shook his head and said, you guys, there is so much fantasy. Brother-in-law, do you look at it? Lin Hui said with excitement as if he had discovered a new universe. Wu Hao nodded and said, look, I used to watch it in middle school and college, like Tang San, Knife, Toad, I watched it all. You all know this. Lin Hui Yang's voice became excited, as if he had found a confidant, and then he approached him and said, well, do you see these will not affect learning? I also like to see them. But my parents are not allowed. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Hongyan who was looking at him, and then said with a smile, your parents are doing this for you. Your senior year is the most crucial year before the college entrance examination. So for you, currently, the most important thing is to take time to review and prepare for the college entrance examination. You can calculate a good account. If you pass the exam once and go to college, then you have enough time to do what you like. But if you don't take the test well, you may have to repeat it for another year. High school is already very hard. I don't think you would like to come another year. It's impossible. Lin Hui shook her head like a rattle. I'm going crazy for a year, and I'm going to die for another year. What nonsense. www.mentalnovel.com. Lin Hongyan heard a reprimand and said, your sister, Xiao Wu is right. Since you don't want to go to the second high school, then you should work hard to get a good university now. In this way, you and your mother and I don't have to worry about you anymore. I see. How many times have you and my mother said this? Lin Hui said helplessly. When Lin Hongyan heard the words, he said badly, I don't have to listen to you so many times, and see if you can get a good score at the beginning of school. Lin Hui heard a little bit lost, but soon returned to normal. Looks like this kind of thing should not have experienced less. Seeing this, Wu Hao hurriedly persuaded, Uncle Lin, don't worry about getting angry. These Xiao Hui must understand in my heart. Give him some time, I believe he will definitely work hard. Sometimes boys change very quickly. I was very naughty when I was in high school, and suddenly woke up when I was in high school. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Hearing what he said, Lin Hui suddenly became interested. Brother-in-law, did you have bad academic performance in high school? Wu Hao nodded and smiled. Well, I was addicted to games at the time. I was just addicted to LOL, and I was addicted to Dota later, so my academic performance plummeted. Do you also play Dota? Lin Hui said in surprise. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. Of course, I was playing fiercely, and I almost went to trial training as a professional player. What happened then? You can see that Lin Hui is very interested in this. And Lin Hongyan also said at this time, Xiao Wu, you also talk about your experience in high school. Let this kid learn from it. Wu Haoan said with a smile and shook his head. How can there be any experience, except that the atmosphere in the third grade and even the entire grade has changed. Usually those friends who have been laughing and laughing have also changed and started to learn. And I was just bored and had nothing to do, so I followed. In fact, there are no more courses in the senior year. All of them are review. As for me, I was playing in the first year and the second year of high school. The background was a little weak, and the review effect was not very good. So I thought about not going through the textbooks for Senior 1 and Senior 2 first, and then reviewing them. I did not expect the results to be quite good. After the first examination, I took more than 500 exams. And this has built up my confidence for me. And then I really immersed myself in the review. In addition, the college entrance examination played well, so I was admitted to the University of Science and Technology. I actually regretted it when I scored. If I knew I could do it and I would review it earlier, maybe the score would be higher. But I don't think I can learn it. Lin Hui said with a sad expression. Wu Hao said with a smile, it was all like this at first. It felt so difficult. I couldn't learn it myself and couldn't sit still. But you can try to give yourself more time and calm down. You will find that what was previously difficult was actually not that difficult. In addition, when you find out that other classmates in your class, especially beautiful female classmates, will not ask you for advice, the satisfaction is really great. Wu Hao actually wanted to talk about the female classmate he liked, but considering that Lin Hongyan was there, he could only express it euphemistically. But despite this, Lin Hui's gaze flashed a little light. Boys, especially adolescent boys, have a very strong sense of self-esteem, and they are also very showy. If you can do it in front of the girl you like, you can be excited for a week. He also came over that year, and the feeling of showing off knowledge in front of his secret love for girls was really cool. Seeing Lin Hui's longing look, Lin Hongyan also laughed and said, people who are excellent in both quality and learning are welcome everywhere. If you want to be that popular person, you have to work hard. Lin Hui only reacted at this time, then grinned at the two of them. At this time, Lin Wai also came out of the kitchen, trotted to Wu Hao and sat down. What are you talking about? So happy. Nothing to talk about. Just say what Xiao Hui learned. Wu Hao smiled softly. Lin Wai heard a glance at Lin Hui. Then she looked disgusted and said, mud can't help the wall. Only one son. You can only blame if you can learn well. Lin Wai, are you my sister, burying me like this? Lin Hui revealed her white teeth fiercely. Brother, you don't care about my sister. Just like her. How do you look at it? Tell me more. Believe it or not, I tore your mouth. Lin Wai stood up and rushed to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, who had been vigilant for a long time, got up and passed, and then ran upstairs, shouting at Lin Wai while running, men's wife. The angry Lin Wai stomped her feet and ran upstairs. Wu Hao quickly grabbed Lin Wai's hand and advised with a smile, "Stop the air, stop the air." And looking at the lively Lin Hongyan at the same time, he also said, "Okay, okay, what kind of anger do you have with children? What do the girls look like, Dad? Just get used to him." Lin Wai sat on the sofa angrily, then glanced to the side. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hongyan also laughed and said to him, "Xiao Wu, don't be surprised, their sisters and brothers are usually used to it. None of them are going right." Lin Hongyan suddenly felt that marrying his baby daughter seemed to be a good choice too. Keeping the sister and brother at home must not bother them. "It's fine, it's fine." Wu Hao secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead and said. Lin Wai, already aware of this, snuggled up to him and touched him at this time, which meant that she was clearly apologizing to him. Wu Hao watched him shake his head slightly, then patted her hand on him. This scene was naturally seen by Lin Hongyan. He coughed awkwardly a bit. Cough. Why, is the meal all right? "Oh, okay." Lin Wai reacted, then stood up and said to the two, "My mother asked me to tell you, pack up and eat." "Well, okay." Lin Hongyan got up and smiled at him. "Little Wu, pack up and prepare for dinner." "Okay." Wu Hao nodded. Lin Hongyan glanced at the two of them, then walked to the bathroom. And Lin Wai took the opportunity to hold his hand and whispered, "My dad didn't embarrass you." "No, uncle is fine." Wu Hao smiled back. "Frightened me, I quickly sent Xiao Hui down to save the scene." Lin Wai exhaled with a breath. Wu Hao heard the words and understood. No wonder Lin Hui would rush down from the stairs and sit next to him. It turned out that Lin Wai was helping him secretly. Thinking of this, he held Lin Wai's hand tightly. Feeling the warmth in Wu Hao's hands, Lin Wai nestled beside him. At this time, Lin Mother, who came out carrying the vegetables, saw this scene and could not help but cough. "Two channels, I'm eating." "Oh, okay." Wu Hao quickly let go of Lin Wai, and then answered a little awkwardly. When Lin Hongyan walked out of the bathroom, he quickly entered. "In fact, I have been stunned for a long time, but I have never found a chance, and now I can finally relax and put back some water." After washing a bit, finishing his clothes, he walked out of the bathroom. It was found that the table was full of dishes, and Lin Wai and the nanny were still serving to the table. So rich. www.mentalnovel.com. Wu Hao was surprised. Lin Wai laughed. "Oh, these classes were carefully prepared for you by my mother." "Thank you, auntie." Wu Hao thanks Lin, who was walking out with vegetables. Mother Lin put the dishes on the table, then wiped her hands and laughed. "Everything is served on home-cooked dishes. Don't you disapprove? Sit down." "Where, your craftsmanship is so good, and you have appetite when you look at it." Indeed, the dishes on the table are very good, but Wu Hao also has a lot of flattering meanings. Sure enough, after hearing his praise, Mother Lin smiled. At this time, I saw Lin Hongyan coming over with 2 bottles of wine over and over again. "Little Wu, our grandpa, have a drink." Wu Hao looked at Lin Hongyan's 2 bottles of Motai and got a headache. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Although Lin Hongyan took out 2 bottles of Motai, he was about to get drunk with Wu Hao, but this was his first time at the door, so he didn't drink. Nevertheless, they also drank most of the bottles of Motai. Instead, it was a table of food, and he didn't use chopsticks much. However, Lin's mother had changed his coldness and enthusiasm before, and picked him up from time to time. Finally, in a cheerful atmosphere, everyone ended the meal. Lin Hongyan may have had a drink, so he greeted him and went upstairs to rest. Although Wu Hao is a little bit up, she is still young, so she can still sit still. And Mother Lin, who was finally busy with the task at hand, sat on the sofa in the living room, constantly looking at him and Lin Wai. "Mom, it's weird that you look at us so old." Lin Wai was dissatisfied when she saw it. Mother Lin looked at Lin Wai angrily, then said to Wu Hao, "Little Wu, you have another half-sister in your family, right?" Wu Hao nodded his head and said, "I have a younger sister, and I am in high school this year." "Oh, that's a few years younger than our family." Xiao Hui. Mother Lin nodded and continued to ask him, Then you and YY are in love, do you all know? Wu Hao nodded and smiled. I see. They also said, when will I have time to take YY home to take a look? Well, Mother Lin smiled when she heard him. I took a sip of tea, and then looked at him and said, I didn't agree with you on dating anymore. You can see that you have a great career, and YY is the same. So if you two are together, there will definitely be various problems in the future. But looking back, you are still young, and you may not know anything in the future. So my opinion is that you don't have to worry first, stay ahead, and take advantage of your career while you are young. When both of you have become accustomed to each other's existence and are able to get used to the shortcomings of both parties, thinking that it is time to get married, then it is all right. Her dad and I are very open-minded, advocating for love, so I don't interfere with the love of my children. Since this girl chose you, we are happy to see it happen. In the younger generation, your talents and achievements are far ahead. This is what we appreciate and what we worry about. We appreciate that you are good enough, and we are worried that you are good enough. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, but often many talented geniuses easily lose themselves and end up on a no-return path. So for you, we are actually contradictory. Can you understand what I mean? Mom, how do you say that? As Lin Y grabbed his hand and said, I have confidence in him anyway, I have identified him in my life. Wu Hao patted Lin Y's hand when she saw this, and then said seriously to Mother Lin, Auntie, I understand what you said, and I can also understand your and Uncle's concerns as Pico parents. I know that any promise I make here is pale and weak, and it doesn't mean anything. So I still ask you and my uncle to see my future performance. In fact, there was such a similar concern before Pico Ventures, fearing that it would affect our feelings because it took a lot of time. As for me, I comforted and supported her and made her firm determination to start a business. In fact, I hope she can have her own career. Her talent should not be annihilated by love. This is selfish. And I think women with their own careers are more confident, and such women are more attractive. I myself also like this kind of independent, confident, and attractive woman, who slightly calls me the tendency to be abused. Hee hee, Lin Mu pouted and laughed. Lin Y's face turned red, and he gave him a secret glance. You can say that you are more mature than many young people, and I appreciate that. Mother Lin smiled and looked at him. You have done a lot this year. Battery manufacturing plant, and then to the recent design of the new headquarters is determined, and online acquisitions are spreading into private rocket manufacturing enterprises. All of a sudden the stall was so large that it couldn't be taken care of. Seeing that Lin's mother finally changed the topic, Wu Hao was relieved to some extent, and then smiled calmly. In this regard, you can rest assured that although our actions are relatively large this year, each step is also carefully considered. In fact, since the success of our products last year, we have been thinking about how to expand the development path and break through the current limitations and bottlenecks. On the other hand, a lot of revenue comes in. How to digest this part of the funds is also a headache for us. To be honest, we did not expect that this product would be so popular in the market. So in the face of so much money, we are actually confused. For a while, I even thought that I would just divide the money directly. So much money is enough for myself to live comfortably for many lives. And what kind of business can I create? Hee hee. After hearing his remarks, Lin Mother and Lin Y both laughed. Wu Hao also said with a smile, but after all, we still haven't done this. Compared to money, everyone has some ideals in mind, so we decided to continue. The acquisition of a manufacturing plant may seem a bit rushed, but it is actually to help us break through the bottleneck at that time and get rid of some restrictions and risks. Since we have our own manufacturing plant, related parts and foundry processing costs have also been reduced. Immediately, our manufacturing plant in Bine will be opened. This factory is the first intelligent unmanned factory we built. The entire factory will use intelligent manufacturing equipment. www.intelnovel.com can basically completely replace manual production. Although the cost is a bit high, the production efficiency of this plant is several times higher than the original, and the related production and operating costs have been reduced by 10 times. We initially estimate that the full investment cost will be recovered in basically 2 to 3 years. So fast. Lin mother couldn't help but be surprised. She knew the condition of the factory. Although the original selling price was a little low, it was also acceptable. At least it was stronger than hitting its own hands and being in arrears. Unexpectedly, they were bought by Wu Hao, but they were not used immediately. But they said what intelligent transformation should be carried out. Today, after hearing Wu Hao's words, she realized how ambitious Wu Hao was. Wu Hao nodded from the channel. The intelligent unmanned factory will overturn the production method of the original factory, release the production capacity of the entire factory to the greatest extent, and minimize the cost. Such a large manufacturing plant, and it eventually uses less than 10 employees. In addition to the factory manager, there are technical engineers and maintenance personnel. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Immediately after, he introduced the lithium battery factory, and said that the company's new headquarters was built on this project. In fact, we were not in a hurry about the construction of the company's new headquarters, but in order to provide local peace of mind, we can only follow the trend. However, it is better to build it earlier. The whole project will last for almost 3 years, and it can be fully supported according to the current situation of our company. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Mother Lin nodded and said, "We have heard about the construction of your company's new headquarters. I heard that the determination in this city is very high. I hope that through you can develop the entire Lingwu International Business District and strive to build it into a new economic growth point and a scientific and technological innovation demonstration zone in Anxi." Wu Hao nodded. The city has this meaning, but the specific development depends on our future development. However, the corresponding infrastructure construction is already in the planning stage. At present, it has been determined that one of the top 3 hospitals has decided to relocate the new hospital, and other municipal facilities are also being improved. In addition, other basic livelihood projects are also being followed up, and many capital and investment are very interested in this place. It is said that there are already many real estate developers working on the surrounding land, including Daxiang Group of Hexiang Rong. Hexiang Rong? Lin mother wondered. What she wondered was not that Hexiang Rong was involved in the project, but that Wu Hao would know this person. Lin Wei simply explained her mother's doubts and then explained, "We met him at the New Year's charity party last winter. At that time, he also came forward to talk and gave Wu Hao a business card." Wu Hao nodded and said, "Later we haven't touched it, but after hearing the news of the tender for our new headquarters design proposal, he took the initiative to contact me and expressed his intention to cooperate. In addition to our new headquarters construction project, he is also very interested in the development of the Lingwu International Business District. It seems that he wanted to invest in a few high-end real estate here, and asked me if I was interested." Hearing Wu Hao's explanation, Lin's mother nodded, then said to him, "Hexiang Rong is a very deep and difficult city. In these years, Daedong Group has been able to outshine others in the lucrative real estate industry, singing all the way, showing its means. So when dealing with this person in the future, you still have to be careful." Wu Hao and Lin Wei nodded after hearing the words. Mother Lin looked at them and calmed her face. "Of course, don't worry too much. In addition to being too heavy, he is also good in other aspects. At least with us family relations are also good." After hearing what Mother Lin said, they both generally understood. But there are no fathers and sons in them all. Even if both fathers and sons can become stalemate, let alone other relationships. It is necessary to be careful with this person, but don't worry too much for them. There is no interest for the time being, so there is no need to worry about being calculated by the other party. "Mom, since this prospect is so good, you and my dad didn't want to invest in some projects in the past?" Lin Wei suddenly asked her mother. Mother Lin took a look at Lin Wei, then shook her head and said, "My dad and I are still hesitant about this aspect. The failure of the previous company transformation has put us under a lot of pressure on the board. If they rush to invest in some more projects, In case of failure, I am afraid these shareholders will be even more dissatisfied. Hearing what Lin said, Wu Hao thought for a moment, then smiled and said, if Auntie wants to invest, I have a good project here. Oh, let's hear it. Lin Mother suddenly became interested. Wu Hao said with a smile, at present, the number of employees in our company is rapidly increasing. It is conservatively estimated that after 3 years, we will relocate and there will be no less than 30,000 people. And how to ensure the normal life and work of these 30,000 people is also a headache for us and the entire Lingwu International Development Zone Management Committee and the city. Do you mean investing in the service industry? Lin Mother frowned. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. It's a service industry, but it's not an ordinary service industry. Besides, many people are staring at this piece of fat. If you enter, it won't do much good, and we can't give you any convenience. In our new headquarters design, this park will accommodate more than 100,000 employees and technical researchers in the future. And most of these employees are young people in their 20s and 30s. According to the current housing prices in Anxi, it is difficult to buy their own houses in a short time. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare a temporary transition place for these people. The city wants to plan to build a public rental housing area here. It is just that the cost is too high, the resistance is too great, and public rental housing also has its own policy restrictions. If there is such a high-end serviced apartment for these people to transition to live, I think it will be very popular. Apartment-style apartment? Not only Lin's mother, Lin Wai also showed a doubtful look. Yes, Wu Hao nodded and said, a fully functional hotel apartment is cheaper than a normal business hotel, and the rental price is almost the same as or slightly higher than the urban housing price. Our new headquarters park is some distance away from the urban area, so if there are suitable accommodations around the company, I think these people will not bother to squeeze the bus and subway back to the urban area. Is the risk a little big? Can there be a market? Lin Mu frowned and worried. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, no matter how you say it, it's all industrial. Take a step back and say that even if this project fails, there are so many houses that can be sold as apartments. Of course, this aspect can also cooperate with us for a long time. We will provide resettlement housing for some outstanding employees. Long-term rental hotels are not suitable, and self-built communities cannot be classified. This type of hotel apartment is more suitable. If you have concerns, www.mentalnovel.com. We can also invest part. After hearing what he said, Mother Lin thought for a while, then said with a smile, in this way, you can let me discuss with your uncle. Certainly such a large project must still be cautious. No problem. I just suggest that you and your uncle really need to think carefully. Wu Hao laughed. In fact, it was their task to provide transitional housing for the company's employees. In particular, the new headquarters was chosen in the suburbs, and the infrastructure was not perfect, and many talents were hesitant to work here. In order to attract and retain talent, there must be such a transitional residence around the company. Wu Hao originally planned to build it by himself, but he invested a lot, so he hesitated. Today, when it comes to this aspect, he took the opportunity to mention it. Although he has his own selfishness in this matter, it is generally a good project. Letting the old man and the mother accept it is also considered to be a waste of outsiders' fields. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Wu Hao stayed in Lozhang's house for one night after staying with him. Of course, because he was at home, he and Lin Wai naturally didn't live together at night. After having breakfast the next morning, Wu Hao immediately resigned, and Lin Wai was not busy at home for some time because of the busy time. Therefore, to take this opportunity to stay at home for a few more days, to accompany his parents, Wu Hao had to go home first. National Day soon after Mid-Autumn Festival, so the company is also in a relatively loose state. On the one hand, it is to allow employees to have a good rest and relax at this time, and on the other hand, it is also to prepare for the Double 11 Promotion Shopping Festival, which is coming soon after the holiday. Sure enough, as soon as Double 11 passed, The entire company entered a state of tension, except for the research department and technical staff who continue to carry out methodically. Every other department of the company basically moved. As the biggest promotion festival of the year, every company hopes to have a good performance this time, so as to draw a perfect ending for this year. Although e-commerce companies have invented what is the Double 12 Shopping Festival and the New Year Shopping Festival, the scale and quality are far less than Double 11. Although they have already experienced it on Double 11 Shopping Festival, this year's Shopping Festival is a bit special. First of all, this will be their first global shopping festival after entering the international market. In other words, he will not only face domestic consumers, but also many overseas consumers. The expansion of markets and consumer groups is definitely a good thing for them. But behind this good thing, a lot of problems have arisen, which have to be solved before the shopping festival. First of all, it is the issue of the opening time of global activities. The domestic Double 11 is sold from 0 o'clock on November 11th. Beijing time. But the time zones around the world are different, so this event is on sale at different times of the day throughout the world. This raises the question of whether it will be sold at 0 o'clock on November 11th, Beijing time, or at 0 o'clock on November 11th, local time. On this issue, everyone argues endlessly. Some people think that this is an activity we organize, and naturally we have to follow our time. We have the final say. Some people also believe that we should take care of local consumers as much as possible according to different conditions in different places, and adopting a time period suitable for the local area is more conducive to improving our sales performance. In the end, with Wuhao's final decision, it was finally determined that it will be sold at 0 o'clock on November 11th, Beijing time. When it comes to care, at this time we have not even taken care of our own domestic consumers, let alone overseas consumers who would put the sale at 10 o'clock in the morning at 0 a.m. But the discounts on the event could not be held up, so naturally there would be more buyers. By the same token, if their event discounts are strong, this will be enough to make these overseas consumers forget about jet lag and wait on time. So this is the second problem of their headache, and that is the preferential margin. Because of the comprehensive consideration of exchange rates, local market tariffs, and people's spending power, their products are also priced differently in different countries. It is certainly impossible to reduce prices uniformly, and only appropriate price reductions based on the local market. For example, the original domestic price of the H2 Intelligent Voice Assistant was 1,899 yuan, while the unified selling price of this product in Europe was 339 euros. After the discount, the domestic H2 Intelligent Voice Assistant has dropped to 1,599 yuan. In Europe, it has dropped to 299 euros, which is easy to promote and sell. It seems that the price reductions overseas are larger than domestic prices, but the overseas selling prices themselves are much higher than domestic prices. In addition, in order to encourage exports, the state will give certain export tax rebate subsidies to relevant export companies, so this makes more money. Sometimes when we go traveling, it is very strange why the price of the same product we produced overseas is much cheaper than domestic, and it even feels like a loss. Businesses will not do things at a loss. The reason why they are sold so cheaply and exported so aggressively is currently relying on earning subsidies and rebates. The biggest headache for them is the sales methods and logistics in overseas markets. Naturally, they will not encounter difficulties in this regard, because we already have a very developed express network and e-commerce platform. Basically you don't need to worry, these logistics companies will help you get it all. But overseas is different, and the situation is different in each country. If they choose a suitable relaxation to drive this activity, this is also their headache, and all of their current products are produced domestically and then shipped overseas. However, there are customs in all countries and regions. From transportation to customs clearance, this is a very complicated and long process. So before the event, they must first start shipping some products to various countries for storage, so that the event can be sold. This is finally their biggest reliance and confidence in this promotion festival. At the press conference before, Wu Hao promised to launch a smart voice assistant equipped with super battery in the second half of this year. As these lithium battery plants are put into production one after another, Wu Hao will also honor this promise and will launch new equipment equipped with super batteries from the day of the event. The new intelligent voice assistant will have a battery life of about 70% higher than the existing equipment. In addition to the innovation of battery technology, Wu Hao's efforts in system and energy consumption. This makes this intelligent voice assistant far more than all existing smart wearable devices that imitate it. In order to reflect the fairness of consumers who previously purchased this product, You reading book www.uukanzu.com. This new device equipped with a super battery will increase the original discounts. Domestic fare increases 100 yuan, while in Europe it is €20. For the users who purchased the original lithium-ion batteries within 1 month before the event, Wu Hao also compensated them and will give them 1 month of related packages for free. For example, it can be some personalized smart voice packages, or it can be a month's right to use the intelligent simultaneous interpretation application. Of course, for Wu Hao, they seem to lose a lot of money, but in fact, there is no loss for them, but a more effective promotion. When these users are used to these paid feature packages, they will be inseparable, so they will continue to buy. As for the original users who want to replace this super battery, Wu Hao also made related arrangements. The original domestic users need to pay 120 yuan to purchase super batteries for upgrading, while European users need to pay €25. The reason for this pricing is to stimulate users' consumption of new products. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Just as they were preparing for Double 11th, a sudden incident made Wu Hao have to pull away from his busy schedule and tackle it himself. Since H adopted the super battery they produced for the new generation Mate Series Pro version released at the autumn conference, it has received wide attention from all walks of life. After this product was launched for sale, it achieved very impressive results, and was rated as the most anticipated mobile phone this year by many media and evaluation agencies, as well as the title of this year's flagship Machine Emperor. But just 1 week after this product was launched, users burst out and the phone's battery spontaneously ignited. After this happened, H's public relations department immediately adopted crisis public relations, which quickly suppressed the incident. However, within 2 or 3 days, another netizen reported that the mobile phone he bought has exploded. Following this incident and another time when it suddenly disappeared before were suddenly hyped up by many people and quickly collected to the attention of some media. HY quickly responded to this, saying that the matter would be handled as soon as possible, and the relevant investigation results will be announced in a timely manner. But the popularity of this matter hasn't diminished, and then another user exposed on the internet, his newly purchased mobile phone spontaneously ignited. What happened? And a few photos were also exposed. In the photo, the phone was burnt and cracked, and the back was also blackened, and the table was burned. At this moment, this matter could not be suppressed, and it broke out directly on the internet. Many users have begun to demand returns, and some so-called professionals have spoken out, asking H to start the recall mechanism immediately, and apologize immediately. As the production provider of this battery, Wu Hao was also dug up by netizens and became the object of common crusade. For a time, the entire age and even their Hao technology were on the cusp, and the company was surrounded by a large number of journalists and some so-called users who were talking about their opinions. Tao Zhengyan fired at Wu Hao directly on the phone and asked him to give an explanation immediately. Of course, there was more to calling him. Some of their product agents, some leaders and elders, and even Lin Wei's parents also called to ask what happened, let alone their parents. Some people even ridiculed him directly, comparing him to the second Jia Zhao, and wondering whether he would fall into the same bankruptcy as that one. All this came too quickly, and in just 1 week, many people did not respond. Wu Hao also thought that it was only a small incident. I didn't expect that it would be so violently set off at once, as if there was any force behind it, and I wanted to overthrow them all. It was midnight, and Wu Hao's office was brightly lit and filled with smoke. Wu Hao, Jiang Jun, Zhu Xiadong and others were sitting on the sofa and smoking cigarettes. The ashtray on the coffee table was already full of cigarette butts. In this process, he also carefully reviewed the development process of this battery. There is no problem in technology, and there is no problem in safety. At least it is much safer than the current ternary structure lithium battery. And in order to be foolproof, he also asked the battery research project team and the entire production plant to conduct a comprehensive system inspection to ensure that there is no problem in battery safety. So where did the problem come from? Wu Hao knocked on the table, and after thinking about it, he looked up at Fang Ziyuan, the leader of some decadent battery R&D project team. Tomorrow you lead the team to the Product Safety Accident Investigation Team, and official director of HY relevant personnel of the department converged and stepped up to investigate the failures of these 3 mobile phones. No matter what the result, I ask that you must give us a preliminary result within 3 days. After hearing his words, Fang Ziyuan nodded. On the other side, Jiang Jun shook his head. Before, H was the owner of these 3 mobile phones. One was barely able to contact, and the other 2 only tweeted, and then disappeared. Wu Hao waved this up. Now Weibo is a real name authentication. Contact the relevant departments and Weibo, and let them help provide basic information of these 2 users. Now we have to figure out whether this is really a problem with our product, or if someone has chosen this time to attack. Who is behind the sniper and whether the target is us or H. We need to find out. Now this matter is not just an incident of the failure of 3 mobile phones, but the future of the 2 large enterprises, and the tens of billions of market shares. Be sure to find out these 3 people. I have to figure out who is behind this matter. What about our Double 11 activities? Can we continue? Jiang Jun nodded hesitantly. Wu Hao waved his hand. Stop first. This matter is not clear. Who would like to buy our products? There are still 10 days before Double 11. So we must rush out before this deadline. Publicly convinced reports come out. In case something really goes wrong with our product, Zhu Xiadong worried. It's impossible. This battery has passed the rigorous tests of our laboratory and the quality inspection agencies of the relevant departments, and we have obtained the relevant European safety standards. Various test results have shown that this battery is safer than normal. The ternary lithium battery is much higher. Unless it is maliciously destroyed by man, I can't think of any reason for this failure. Fang Ziyuan excitedly rushed to Zhu Xiadong. Wu Hao was annoyed at Zhu Xiadong when he heard the words, "Do you have no confidence in the products you produced yourself? You can't even believe in your own products. Why can you convince others? I don't think you are in charge now. Go home early to take care of yourself." Hey, Hosey, Dong Tsai is also worried. Although Jiang Jun heard a little bit dissatisfied, he quickly persuaded him. Worry, even our own products, we don't even believe ourselves. Then who else can you trust? Wu Hao gave Zhu Xiadong a fierce look, and then ignored him. Instead, he directed Fang Ziyuan to order. Remember, you only have 3 days. 3 days later, I will be attending the press conference with Tao Zhengyan. I hope to see these 3 faulty phones and related investigation results at the press conference. You should immediately select the personnel and set off in the earliest ordinary plane today. Yes, www.intelnovel.com. I'll go back and prepare. I will submit my phone and report on time in 3 days. Fang Ziyuan stood up and promised Wu Hao immediately. Go on, be careful on the road. I'll get the driver ready to take you to the airport. Wu Hao nodded at him. Fang Ziyuan nodded at him, then turned and walked straight out. On the other hand, Wu Hao said to Jiang Jun, now send a formal statement on the official website and official blog, and send the incident and our handling opinions and attitudes. as well as related safety monitoring reports on this super battery. Tell them that 3 days later we will hold a press conference with HWIFANG to announce the results of related events. As soon as this statement was issued, there was really no chance of dealing with it. Jiang Jun worried. Wu Hao glanced at Zixia Dong, who was silent, and nodded firmly to Jiang Jun. Force, you should face it sooner or later. Add bookmarks for easy reading. At the command of Wu Hao, Heot Technology's official website and Weibo issued an official statement as soon as possible. The statement introduced and explained the whole matter, and also explained the relevant handling opinions and attitudes. Immediately, Wu Hao also reposted this Weibo and wrote an article. We are very confident in this battery, and there is no problem with its safety performance. It has passed the tests of multiple multi-layer domestic and foreign product safety and quality inspection agencies before, and some tests are much more demanding than reality. We don't know what caused the natural and explosion of the 3 mobile phone batteries, so we have sent our best team of battery technology experts to form a joint investigation with H's technical security experts and experts from relevant authorities team, to conduct a thorough investigation of these 3 incidents, and there will be answers in the next few days. What I want to say is that we have never been a company that evaded and faced problems in the near future, so no matter what the result, we will make it public as soon as possible. If it is our responsibility, no matter what the consequences, we will never shirk. Unfortunately, at present, we can only contact 1 user in the 3 incidents. The other 2 users have not left any contact information, and have not contacted us and HY's after-sales department to provide feedback. This time this matter is not just about the interests of these 3 people, but about the vital interests of all users and consumers. I hope that the parties involved in these 3 incidents will actively cooperate with our investigation. Only by knowing the reasons can we bear the relevant losses and give the greatest compensation. Before all the results come out, we also ask everyone to be patient and rational and wait for the results to come out. On the 23rd, I will hold a joint press conference with H. Tao, General Manager of the Mobile Phone Product Division at Comma, to announce the preliminary survey results and related specific details, and live broadcast on the internet throughout the process. Welcome everyone to pay attention and supervise. Tao Zhengyan, who was at, also reposted Wu Hao's Weibo as soon as possible, and wrote, "We believe in our products and our partners." On the 23rd, we look forward to the truth. Because this matter is already full of excitement, the successive voices of Heot Technology and Wu Hao, as well as Tao Zhengyan's retweets, also made many netizens forward comments. They posted in the early morning, so the front pages of major websites and media in the morning were all about this. With so many reports, more netizens started to pay attention to the discussion. This time Wu Hao planted, deserve it. It won't swell with a little achievement. I've seen it for a long time, this is a liar, it's finished sooner or later. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. Battery technology has been stagnant for decades. Why did he develop it all at once? Really, he is Edison. Look at the results. I just bought the H2. I really like it. I hope there will be no problems. Reply upstairs. The problem is the battery this time, so there is nothing wrong with the product you purchased before. Please rest assured. Who knows? Maybe there are other issues that haven't been exposed. Each of these companies is bad. Reply upstairs. How dark is your soul, or has it been persecuted? Everyone has a bad time to make mistakes, and sincerely correct it. It is not a sin of unforgivable sin, but it is necessary to lay 18 layers of and never turn over. Besides, hasn't it yet? I found one Navy. No, it should be one of the Navy. It exploded and spontaneously ignited, and you said that it could be the result. Can these companies' cruel words be believed? That is, I just bought a mobile phone and it turned out that this kind of thing happened. How can you rest assured that it will be refunded in the afternoon? Go with me. Go with me, too. I just encountered this kind of thing when I bought it. So disgusting. I don't know if I can buy the H2 Smart Voice Assistant. If it's nothing else, I feel particularly sick. You guys are too extreme. The investigation results have not come out yet. That is, I don't know if it is true or false. Didn't Wu Hao say that these people can't be contacted? Who knows, maybe in fear of retaliation and hiding. Reply upstairs. Fear of revenge. Is this a society ruled by law? So many netizens are staring at them. They dare to retaliate. Do they have any brains? Everything waits for the result. Anyway, soon, listen to what Wu Hao said at the press conference. What can I say? Shirk responsibility. In the face of the worsening situation, Deputy Director Wang Lianggong of the Science and Technology Bureau finally couldn't sit still, and called directly to ask him about the situation. Xiao Wu, is there a result? What's the matter? Director, the specific results are still under intense investigation and are expected to have results soon. You can rest assured that we have confidence in our products, Wu Hao said from the phone. Wang Lianggong's somewhat low voice came over the phone and said, it's good to be confident, but this time it's a big deal. And the leaders above have already started asking. So I hope you can calm down the storm and eliminate this incident as soon as possible. The bad effects are also for your benefit. You can rest assured, no matter what the outcome, we must calm down the storm as soon as possible, Wu Hao assured over the phone. That's good. After Wang Lianggong heard his words, he hung up the phone with satisfaction. Wang Lianggong's attitude is very clear, that is, no matter what the reason, we must first calm down the storm as soon as possible, eliminate the impact, and talk about the others later. This attitude is also consistent with his identity. For him, the impact of eliminating the incident is the first. Then Li Weigo's phone made him much more comfortable. When he introduced the whole thing, Li Weigo said on the phone, since you have confidence in this battery and think that it can never be a problem with the battery, then please feel free to check it out. What are we supporting? Thank you, Li. www.mentalnovel.com. I feel more relieved by your words. Wu Hao warmed. Ha 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 ha. Li Weigo's hearty voice came over the phone and said, young people must not only learn to bear the pressure, but also learn to endure criticism. These are trials for you and will accelerate your growth. Throughout the history of the world, no celebrity was smooth sailing before he became famous. Come on, many of us are watching you. Don't let everyone down. You can rest assured that this wave will not beat me, Wu Hao said with a confident voice. Well, waiting for the good news of your victory. Hanging up the phone, Wu Hao shook his fist, and with the support and encouragement of Li Weigo, his originally shaken heart was firm again. He really wanted to see who was directing all this. And he really was bullying. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The 3 days seemed very short, but for Wu Hao, they were very long, especially under the tremendous pressure and criticism of the outside world, which made them all feel like they are living today. For other employees of the company, it was more or less affected by this incident, so that many employees were in a state of depression. In addition, due to the impact of this incident, the daily sales of their products also experienced a negative growth from the first sale, which undoubtedly stimulated many people. Although they have long stated that the products currently sold are not equipped with this super battery, there are no safety issues. But consumers still have widespread anxiety and decided to wait and see. Of course, these are also within Wu Hao's expectations. And this situation is much better than their expectations. At least there is no overall collapse. And all of this comes from their previous operations on user word of mouth, so that the vast majority of user groups are still relatively acceptable to them. This somewhat relieved Wu Hao. Since the rear was all right, he set out to deal with the incident with all his heart. If this incident is not resolved well and relevant adverse effects are eliminated, it will have a profound impact on their future product sales. This will undoubtedly slow down their development in an all-round way, making progress on many projects likely to be affected or even temporarily put on hold. After receiving Wu Hao's order, Fang Ziyuan was anxious for the technical backbone of several research project teams, then went home to get a few clothes, and then rushed to the airport. They have to go to Shenzhen first and meet with the technical security expert team of H as well as the experts and staff of the relevant authorities. While preparing, wait for the 3 mobile phones to arrive, and then immediately dismantle the research and analysis to get the preliminary results in the shortest time. However, things did not go as smoothly as they thought, and problems occurred in contacting the 3 users who exposed the spontaneous explosion of the mobile phone battery. After many efforts, they finally found one of them. The conversation with this user started smoothly, but the user was reluctant to hear that someone had to take the spontaneous mobile phone by hand. Although a lot of compensation was given, the user was still dissatisfied and took the opportunity to conduct extortion. Fortunately, H is a crisis public relations handler who has more experience in this. When he first contacted, he activated the recording pen and recorded the contact and conversation between the 2 parties. After showing the relevant recordings, the person became much more honest. Although compensation is no longer required, it is still relatively resistant to the issue of handing over a mobile phone. Because of the tight time, the crisis public relations staff finally surrendered the mobile phone and said that no compensation was needed under the control of Just Move and Understand. After a few inquiries, the man finally told the truth. It turned out that this person wanted to learn those online celebrities and wanted to make a famous thing. It was just this time that this Pro version phone was more famous, so he was like using this phone to make a fuss, and then took the opportunity to speculate and become famous. After thinking about it, he turned his attention to the battery in this phone. Compared to the other 2 points of mobile phones, the topic of this super battery has always been high. So he thought of the news of the explosion of the S-Star mobile phone, and wanted to make such a news. After trying a lot of methods, he put the phone directly on the induction cooker to heat it, and then the phone cracked and the battery expanded and spontaneously ignited. Immediately after, he took a picture and posted it on the internet. Before the hype, he was directly blocked by the public relations department. If it hadn't been for the time that happened later, I'm afraid it would have passed. Getting such a result not only made the crisis public relations staff laugh, but also made Wu Hao very speechless. It is ironic that such a farce that has been directed and performed by a brain disability institute can cause such a big storm. Since the desired result was obtained, this person was directly sent to the police station by the crisis public relations staff, and a confession was accepted there. As for this person, it is handed over to the public security organs. However, it is difficult to convict this kind of thing, and we can only detain for a few more days according to the relevant conditions of public security punishment. After getting the phone, recording, and a copy of the statement taken by the police station, the crisis public relations officer began to rush to other places. In fact, a total of 3 crisis public relations teams dealt with these 3 incidents at the same time, but compared to this incident, the other 2 spontaneous combustion and explosion incidents were more difficult, so they went to support. The reason why it was tricky was that neither of the members of the crisis public relations team found anyone. Although the registration information of these 2 accounts was obtained from the MEGA side, it was just a phone number. When a member of the public relations team called the phone number in the past, one shutdown failed, and the other phone hung up after the crisis public relations staff expressed their intentions, and was added to the blacklist. Seeing no contact, they had to find another way. Immediately contacted the company, but the other party said that because of the confidentiality of customer information, unless there is a document issued by the public security department, they cannot provide them with relevant user information. Nothing but help from the public security department. With the help of the public security department, they finally got the personal information of the 2 men and the IP addresses of the recent calls and the internet. But this is only an obscure address, and it is impossible to determine the true location of the personnel, so they can only continue to ask for help from the public security department. Because the issues involved are more serious, www.mentalnovel.com plus H is involved with large companies such as Heiha Technology. Therefore, the local public security department attached great importance to it and immediately dispatched relevant police officers to assist them in their search. but the results are not ideal. Both of them belong to the urban migrant population, so it is not easy to find in the vast city of millions, especially since time is limited. It is very difficult. After getting this situation, Wu Hao immediately called in person. The reward is offered to the public security organs in the two places and the local surrounding areas. As long as people are found or provided with clues, they are rewarded 100,000, not 200,000. Don't feel bad about the money. If you can't bear it, I will pay for the money and related expenses. At present, the most important thing is to find these two people in the shortest time, get a mobile phone, and figure out what is going on. Compared to our market, this money is nothing. Add bookmarks for easy reading. As the deadline is getting closer, Wu Hao will also prepare to rush to Shenzhen and attend the press conference with Tao Zhengyun. For Wu Hao to go to Shenzhen to attend this conference, Lin Wei was very worried, and even raised a strong desire to go with him. However, Wu Hao refused. This time he paid much attention. It was not a wise move to let Lin Wei follow him. Seeing Wu Hao's resolute attitude, Lin Wei played a small temper. In this regard, Wu Hao had to be patient and comforted, and for this purpose he also specially prepared a hearty dinner to coax her little girlfriend. Lin Wei, who came back from work, saw that the table was full of dinner and the roses were very moved, and held Wu Hao for a long time and refused to let go. After a long period of indifference, the two men released and sat down to enjoy this sweet time together. Lin Wei knew that Wu Hao would not let her follow for her sake, but she was worried. Especially at such times, she wants to be with her boyfriend to face such difficulties together. Even if her strength is insignificant, as long as she is with Wu Hao, she can feel at ease, no matter what difficulties she faces. But now Wu Hao's attitude was very firm. Although she felt very wronged, she had to give up the idea. Originally after work today, she went home early to make a sumptuous dinner for Wu Hao and helped him organize his luggage. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao went home first, not only made a table, but also gave her a bouquet of roses. This melted her hard body and filled her eyes with mist. Just when the two of you and me enjoyed this warm moment, the doorbell rang out of time. Lin Wei showed a very unpleasant expression, glanced at Wu Hao, and then stood up and walked open the door. Well, Yang Fan, why are you here? After opening the door, Lin Wei saw the person standing outside the door and could not help but stunned, then surprised. For these people, Lin Wei knew each other and knew their relationship with Wu Hao. She doesn't know much about Yang Fan. She only knows that she is more introverted and does not communicate well with others. She is a technical house. I did not expect that such an introverted and unsociable person was so late. Since I came to Wu Hao's house, I don't know what it was for. Sister-in-law, is brother Hao at home? Yang Fan, who was standing at the door, flushed slightly, then coughed and asked, "Here, coming." Lin Wei hesitated briefly with Yang Fan's appearance, then gave way to signal him to come in. When Yang Fan walked in, Wu Hao had stood up and saw R&D smiling. "Why did your kid come here? Didn't you have a meal? I'll get you a pair of tableware." "Boss, don't bother, I just came here after eating," Yang Fan quickly advised. When he saw this, Wu Hao stopped talking and looked at him. "Have you eaten?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "I only came here after eating in the company cafeteria." Yang Fan scratched his head, looking at the meal and roses on the dining table a little awkwardly. "Boss, or you guys eat first, I'll come back later," Wu Hao said badly. "Okay. We're almost eating. Let's go and talk." Then, Wu Hao led Yang Fan to the living room sofa to do a good job, and Lin Wei immediately gave them a cup of tea. Yang Fan took the tea and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, sister-in-law." You talk." Lin Wei smiled, then walked over and started to clean up the table. Seeing this, Wu Hao quickly said, "You don't care where you put it, I'll clean it up later." "No, I'm here. You guys talk." Then, Lin Wei put on an apron and started to pack up. Looking away from Lin Wei, Wu Hao nodded. "Your boy, I haven't come to my house for a while." "Oh, isn't this busy? I have been working overtime lately, and the jet lag is a bit confusing, so I have never had a chance to come over. Besides, we meet in the company every day." Yang Fan explained to him. Actually, not only Yang Fan, but also Jiang Jun and Zhou Xiaodong didn't come often. This was mainly because Lin Wei moved to his house, so the three of them felt less awkward, so they came less often. "It's so late, you have a special trip, what is it?" Wu Hao asked at him. He also knew that Yang Fan couldn't come to him to talk about the past. There must be something. Sure enough, Yang Fan laughed at him and said, "It's about Dong Tsai. I heard about it." He was in a hurry at the time, so he couldn't agree. After being reprimanded by you, he knew that he was wrong, and he was listless for 2 days. Always looking for opportunities to admit you wrong, but there has been no suitable opportunity. And so he asked you to help him intercede. Wu Hao raised an eyebrow and looked at Yang Fan and asked. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "It's not Dong Tsai, but Jiang Jun." He said that he would be even more angry if he pleaded. "So let me come. They are all their brothers, and there is nothing to live with, so just leave things alone." Wu Hao did not immediately respond but looked at him and said, "What do you think about this matter?" Yang Fan heard the words and shook his head with a smile. "It's really not appropriate to say such things on that occasion, but it can be regarded as accidental. Just say it. It is not necessary to care so much. Of course, I can also understand your boss' mood at that time. If it were me, I would definitely be angry when I heard it. But in the end he is our own. You just scold it. Don't waste it so much. It is easy to hurt feelings." Wu Hao sighed and said, "I'm so angry that I don't have much anger. I hate iron and not steel. You, me, fat man, all three of us have grown up, and we can all stand on their own in their own fields. But for him, this is the first time it has been so disappointing. Maybe I have too high expectations for him." www.mtlnovel.com. After this time, let him take charge of the lithium battery first. When will I be satisfied with the performance? And when will I move his position? You are right. Just let him go home to take care of the elderly, and others may not say how to say we are ungrateful. Let him do it first. Everything is good, no matter how good it is. This time no one speaks. Wu Hao also made up his mind this time, and it wasn't the same thing to stay old. The decisiveness still has to be decisive, so it is not good for anyone to take into account the emotional exhaustion. Originally, he thought about leading these brothers, and then went all the way, but now it seems unrealistic. There are so many companies, and the number of entrepreneurial team members who are really together from beginning to end is not slowly dispersed for various reasons. Since it's not a single heart, let's just leave it as soon as possible, and don't make it to the enemy who can't even make friends. When Yang Fan saw that his idea had been decided, he no longer persuaded, but nodded at him. "I will go and persuade him, and if there is any problem, then I will leave it alone." On the 22nd, one day before the conference, Wu Hao led the company's related team members to Shenzhen. The team members who traveled with him this time reached more than 30 people. In addition to the marketing department, production department, and the relevant members of the company's legal and external publicity department, Wu Hao's secretary and personal security team were also accompanying. There were others, but they were cut short. It's just a normal crisis event, so there's no need to move so much. As soon as the plane landed at Shenzhen airport, Wu Hao and they got the news. It is said that nearly 100 reporters at the airport have been waiting outside for a day now, wanting to take pictures of him leaving the airport, and take the opportunity to interview him. Wu Hao frowned and could not help but fret. He is not afraid of these people, but the results have not yet come out, and it is not easy to answer these media. Let us put them on the press conference. So he decided to switch out of the special passageway of the airport, then hurriedly boarded the waiting vehicle and left. Even so, the reporters who haven't escaped the vast majority of the magical powers. When Wu Hao was still in the car, the media released a set of pictures. Wu Hao arrives in Shenzhen city in a low key, avoids reporters, leaves in a hurry, and looks dignified. In the photo, Wu Hao was indeed surrounded by a crowd of people, bowed his head and walked out of the aisle quickly, then got into the car. Joining such titles can't help but make people wonder about the sky. For such report, Wu Hao couldn't help crying. But tomorrow will be the development of the conference. He is too lazy to respond. After arriving at the hotel, after a little dreaming, Wu Hao went directly to H for the headquarters and visited Tao Zhengyan. How to say this time is also because of the storm caused by their batteries, so there should be some attitude. Wu Hao took the lead to visit. Tao Zhengyan was very enthusiastic about Wu Hao's visit and had already waited in the lobby before he came. Seeing Wu Hao, he took the lead in reaching out and laughed. General Manager Wu, I have worked hard along the way. Wu Hao strode forward and held Tao Zhengyan's hand, showing an apologetic expression. General Tao, it's troublesome for you. Tao Zhengyan shook his head and smiled. Where? The result has not come out yet. What is the matter? Let us work out a solution together. Before the results have come out, it is indeed not a time to shirk responsibility. At present, the first thing they need to do is to calm down the incident as soon as possible and eliminate the negative effects brought about by this incident. At present, the sales volume of the H version of the Pro version has been seriously affected, and has even been hit a lot. For Wu Hao, the new products that are immediately equipped with this super battery will also be sold in the promotions section. So calming down the incident and eliminating the impact is their most important job. Others are nothing compared to these. A greeting from the guests, Wu Hao and Tao Zhengyan gathered to a medium-sized conference room on the 11th floor. After sitting, the two sides talked immediately. The first thing is to agree on some events in this matter. Only in this way will they be able to unify their caliber at the press conference tomorrow. In terms of batteries, we not only conducted another safety failure test in the laboratory, but also requalified the reserved samples of this batch of batteries supplied to you. No problem occurred. Therefore, I can confidently report to you assure us that our batteries are okay. Hearing Wu Hao's assurance of such confidence, Tao Zhengyan shook his head and said, the joint test results have not yet come out. It is too early to say these. There are too many reasons for the failure of the battery and mobile phone in reality. These are not simulated in the laboratory. So let's wait patiently for the results to come out. Whose responsibility should be whose responsibility? Wu Hao nodded and said, you are right. At this time, it is not the time to shirk responsibility. I am just showing an attitude. If there is really a problem with the safety and quality of our products, we assume all responsibility. The press conference will be held tomorrow morning. The most important thing for us at present is to wait for the report submitted by the Joint Incident Investigation Team. Tao Zhengyan nodded. I have urged them to speed up in this regard. At present, the user of the second faulty mobile phone has been found and the mobile phone has been obtained. The third mobile phone user is also actively searching for the latest news from there, and already has clues. At present our crisis public relations team and the local public security department have set off and are expected to have results soon. After getting the mobile phones, they will take the fastest flight back to Shenzhen to hand over the Joint Incident Failure Investigation Team. The members of the Failure Investigation Team worked overtime overnight, and it is expected that preliminary results will be available tomorrow morning. Will time be a little tight? Wu Hao frowned. Tao Zhengyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It mainly took too much time to find someone, but one night should be enough. So many technical experts are capable, and what exactly causes the failure can be basically understood. If this is not possible, the time for the press conference can only be postponed. Wu Hao nodded his head, then looked at Tao Zhengyan. I heard that the user of this second incident has been detained by the public security organs. Tao Zhengyan nodded and said, it was deducted. This person has a big problem. If we didn't release the reward notice in time, this person might have escaped. In the end, we found it at the high-speed rail station, and we also found the phone after a long time fishing in the river. At present, We have asked the public security organ to conduct an overnight surprise trial to obtain the relevant trial results before the press conference. What is the initial cause of the failure? Wu Hao asked. Tao Zhengyan shook his head. It's not clear yet. www.mtlnovel.com. The mobile phone has been sent to the Joint Incident Investigation Team and is currently being investigated. Wu Hao frowned when he saw it. What about this man? He didn't say anything. No, we have been silent since we found it. We can't ask the public security department before asking. Tao Zhengyan shook his head. As long as the phone is okay, everything is easy to say. Wu Hao nodded. After talking about some things at the press conference tomorrow, Wu Hao got up and left. At present they can do nothing and can only wait quietly for relevant investigation results. Through Fang Ziyuan's report, Wu Hao also got an idea. At present, the second mobile phone is under disassembly and analysis. It was just that the mobile phone was thrown into the river, and a lot of mud and sand were added. The spontaneous combustion explosion before and the blisters afterwards have messed up inside, which is more troublesome to analyze. However, they are already speeding up, and preliminary results are expected in the evening. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Doomed this evening. Wu Hao basically didn't take much rest. Every so often, he asks about progress. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the user of the third faulty mobile phone was finally found. Compared with the second person, this person seemed calmer, and handed the phone directly to the staff of the Crisis Public Relations team. When asked why he did not contact the after-sales service in time, he said that he had broken his mobile phone during a business trip. So I tweeted angrily, and then I was too busy working, so I didn't go to after-sales processing. As soon as I got home to prepare for the after-sale tomorrow, I was approached. Although I'm not convinced about this person's rhetoric, as long as I get a mobile phone, things are more than half done. At present, the most important thing is to return the mobile phone, and this person is handed over to the person in the Crisis Public Relations Processing team to deal with it slowly. After getting the phone, the Crisis Public Relations team immediately sent someone to return the phone to Shenzhen. Because it's early morning, the city has no flights of the day. They can only drive more than 200 kilometers, rush to another plane to Yangqing in another city, and then take the high-speed rail to rush back to Shenzhen. After Fang Ziyuan got their cell phone, it was already over 5 in the morning. Frustrated with the exhausted Fang Ziyuan, they quickly started the disassembly and analysis of this phone. Compared to the first two phones, this phone is more complete, so the disassembly work is relatively smooth. After getting this news, Wu Hao's heart finally fell into the middle of a stone, and he was ready to take a short time to rest for the upcoming press conference. At 10:30 in the morning, Wu Hao and Tao Zhengyan took a bus to the hotel where the press conference was held, and they were surrounded by a large group of people outside the hotel. Are these all reporters? Wu Hao asked the staff leading them. Some reporters, most of them are from the media and anchor netizens who can't get in, come here for fun. The staff around him quickly explained to him. Oh, Wu Hao glanced at the people on both sides, then walked quickly inside. Seeing this, Tao Zhengyan also accelerated his pace. When they came to the background, the two met Fang Ziyuan, who had been waiting here, and their failure investigation team merged. Tough work. Wu Hao held Fang Ziyuan's hand. Fang Ziyuan smiled and shook his head and said, "It took me a few days and nights. It's okay, just go back and make up." Wu Hao said with a smile, "Okay, after this incident, I will grant you a few more days off. You find an exclusive hotel and rest for a few days. All the expenses are reimbursed by the company." "Thank you, President Wu." Not only Fang Ziyuan, but even the team members who followed Fang Ziyuan this time were excited. Wu Hao waved his hands and said to him, "Is the result reliable?" Fang Ziyuan nodded earnestly. "You can rest assured that this is the unanimous result reached after careful analysis by our fault investigation team, which is absolutely reliable." "I can rest assured." Wu Hao nodded. At this time Tao Zhengyan came with a middle-aged man in his early 40s. "General Manager Wu, introduce to you. This is Huang Zizhong, the head of our R&D department, and the team leader of this fault investigation team. The reporters introduced the situation of these three faulty mobile phones, and Fang Ziyuan added, "No problem. I have long been famous for President Huang." Wu Hao shook hands with a smile. Huang Zishong smiled at him. "Where? Your general manager Wu's name is like Liguana." Ha 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 ha. With the reminders from the conference staff, Wu Hao and Tao Zhengyan organized their dress and walked into the conference site together. As soon as I entered the venue, I saw a flash of flashing light in front of me, very dazzling. Reluctant to endure discomfort, Wu Hao and the others calmly walked into position to do well. Immediately, the moderator announced, "Dear friends of the media, our press conference officially started. First of all, please ask Mr. Tao Zhengyan, General Manager of the Mobile Phone Product Division, to introduce the basic situation of the incident." Because it was a press conference, the scene looked serious. Seeing this, Tao Zhengyan immediately took out the prepared speech and started speaking into the microphone. And Wu Hao, who was sitting next to him, was sitting upright, watching the reporters while listening. According to his rough estimate, there were about 100 reporters of various types at the scene. There is a row of long guns and short guns, and there are some official and international media. It seems that everyone is very concerned about this conference. The specific incident is like this. Below we invite the leader of the incident investigation team and Huang Zishong, who is the head of the Mobile Phone Research and Development Department, to announce the results of our investigation of these three mobile phones. After speaking, Tao Zhengyan nodded at Huang Zishong. Huang Zishong took out a report when he saw this, then got up, came to the side of the large LCD screen and preached to the media. "Good morning, media reporter friends." After the incident, the company took it very seriously and instructed us to start the failure investigation process immediately. An incident failure investigation team was set up with Mr. Fang Ziyuan, the head of the Battery Technology R&D Laboratory of Heil Technology, and members of the random team, as well as the work and technical staff of relevant authorities. Investigations into mobile phone security incidents. During this investigation, we encountered a lot of trouble. The first is time. It's very tight. President Tao and President Wu only gave us 3 days. We have to come up with a complete and accurate fault report within 3 days. Second, I encountered trouble when contacting the 3 users and looking for the 3 faulty phones. After introducing the whole process www.intelnovel.com, Huang Zishong beckoned, and then let people come up with 3 disassembled parts of 3 faulty mobile phones placed in a glass display box. This is the 3 mobile phones that failed in the 3 incidents. The relationship between time, we did not restore them after the disassembly study, but maintained a disassembled state. Please look at the big screen. The big screen shows exactly the status when we found these 3 mobile phones. This is a screenshot of the background of the Weibo account posted by the 3 mobile phone owners, as well as related ID cards and real photos. In order to respect the relevant laws and protect privacy, we have mosaic the faces and ID numbers of these 3 people. This is the relevant certification document we asked the local public security department to issue. This is a copy of the relevant statement. After showing these to reporters, Huang Zishong said to the media reporters, "I can tell everyone here that these 3 mobile phones add bookmarks for easy reading." Huang Zishong shouted at the media reporters on the stage, "I can tell you here responsibly that these 3 mobile phones have no faults themselves." After hearing Huang Zishong's announcement, the reporters in the audience began to get restless. This result was far beyond their expectations. Although it was known that HW tried to shirk responsibility for holding this conference with Heil Technology, I did not expect that they would deny it directly. Want to be so rigid? Huang Zishong was not in a hurry, but waited patiently for the discussion of the reporters below, and then said, "Yes, through our initial inspection, these 3 mobile phones did not have any failures themselves. This is not a shirk of responsibility, but a consensus reached by the members of our fault detection expert group. Please take a look." This is the first mobile phone and the one that was first exposed on Weibo. The battery has spontaneously ignited, but this is not a problem with the phone itself. Instead, this problem occurs after being artificially heated on an induction cooker. It is obvious that the back of the mobile phone has traces of burning and melting after being heated by the induction cooker, and this situation does not occur when the battery is spontaneously ignited. Talking about Huang Zhihong playing a mosaic interrogation video directly on the big screen, I saw that the person in the handcuffs was telling the whole story. After the 5 or 6 minute video was played, Huang Zhihong took out a document saying, "This is a copy of the relevant interrogation transcripts of this person conducted by the local police station, but in order to protect privacy, we erased the victim. Important personal information such as your name, phone ID number, etc. If you don't believe it, you can find this police station for verification." After talking about these, Huang Zhihong stopped and waited for the reporters to take pictures. Then he continued, "This is the second and third incidents. I put them together because they are aimed at we and Hayo Technology had a premeditated incident of planting mischief. Please look at the big screen. These are the parties to these two events. Wang and Zhang." The two posted the Weibo on the evening of the 17th and the early morning of the 18th, respectively, and were immediately reposted by a large number of netizens as soon as they were posted, and the incident quickly expanded. It quickly spread across the entire network and topped the top search charts. To be honest, we were caught by surprise and very embarrassed. Strangely enough, both users registered new accounts. It's not a famous big V blogger. How can they quickly see this in a short period of time and spread to the entire network after this Weibo they sent? Moreover, our after-sales department did not receive any contact between the two people. When we learned about the two incidents, we immediately contacted them through Weibo private messages, but without any response. The two people were in vain. Disappeared the same. Immediately we started the emergency response mechanism and sent related personnel to look for these two people, but we never found one. In the end, we reported the case to the public security departments of the two places and found the two people through emergency reward information. Regarding specific incident details, let Tao always talk about this moment. As a technician, let me talk about the two phones that everyone cares about. So what exactly is causing the cell phone battery to spontaneously ignite and explode? Glancing at the audience, Huang Zhihong preached at the crowd, "Look at this." Compared to the first maliciously heated mobile phone, these two mobile phones have no trace of external force on the surface, as if the mobile phone battery really happened. The spontaneous combustion is the same as the explosion, but after our careful inspection, we found suspicious points on both phones. These two mobile phones have traces of being opened privately during the spontaneous explosion of money. These are all in the pictures. Although faint, it can still be seen. Why should I just open the new mobile phone so eagerly? Their purpose is here. Pointing at the motherboard on the big screen, Huang Zhihong enlarged the photo and said, "Look at this. This is the power management chip in our mobile phone. It is responsible for managing the power supply and charging of the entire battery. When our phone's battery is fully charged, it immediately disconnects, preventing continued charging of the battery and preventing the danger of overshoot. Once the chip fails, it loses related protection functions. As a result, the battery overshoots. The internal pressure of the battery increases, the temperature increases, and the internal materials dissolve to generate a large amount of gas, which subsequently causes the battery to expand rapidly. When the temperature and pressure inside the swollen battery are too large, he will explode and spontaneously ignite. According to our safety design standards, this response is very slow under normal conditions and even in more extreme cases. Even if there is overshoot, there is enough time to detect and deal with it. And on this battery, Hayo Technology has also made a lot of innovations. Basically this problem is unlikely to occur, but it still happened. The problem was that someone maliciously damaged this power management chip and rendered it useless, which caused the battery to overshoot. Under normal circumstances, even if this is not a problem, The reason why these two mobile phones exploded and spontaneously exploded is because they use a high-power charger to continuously charge the mobile phone. Look at this, here, all three were burned, which shows how powerful the charger was at the time. From this we can judge that these two incidents are a malicious slanderous attack against our mobile phones and Haoh Technology battery products. At present, these two people have been controlled by the public security organs, and the relevant interrogation work is still going on. Let President Tao give you a brief introduction in this regard. Without taking into account the messy reporters below, Tao Zhengyan heard the words and touched the microphone on the table, then said to the reporters, "The public security organs are still investigating the two incidents. www.intelnovel.com. The two have not yet completed the trial, so we have no way to disclose more information to you for the time being. From the results we have at present, it is impossible for these two men to act alone, and there must be behind-the-scenes command behind them. Exactly who is still to be investigated. But what I want to say is that no matter who we are, we will follow up and make sure that the people behind us will be severely punished. We solemnly declare that we do not accept or endorse any illegal and improper business competition, nor do we accept any malicious slander, attack and extortion." It turns out that our mobile phone and Haoh super battery are safe, and consumers can buy and use it with confidence. In the future, we will continue to adhere to the principle of integrity first, service first, and provide consumers with more and better quality products and services. We also welcome consumers, citizens and netizens to continue to monitor us. Add bookmarks for easy reading. After Tao Zhengyan's speech was over, it was his turn. As the head of Haoh Technology, he was also the victim of this incident. Although this is H's home field, Wu Hao has to say a few words to show his attitude. After speaking a few words of politeness, he immediately said, "This incident has had a huge impact on us. Everyone knows that it is easy to make a rumor difficult. Now it seems that everyone is more willing to believe in making rumors, but the contrary is not so much, and they do not know when this evil ethos has arisen. Therefore, I would like to implore media reporter friends and netizens who watch the live broadcast. I hope everyone can help explain the rumors. The research and development process of this new type of lithium-ion battery is not easy. This is our own domestic company's own technology, which is absolutely leading in the world and is proud of its superiors. I hope everyone can thank our own innovative technology products. We are no worse than those foreign products. The so-called hearing is false, seeing is true. When we released a new product before, we always said that we didn't know if it was easy to use. So we rarely do propaganda and never ask so-called celebrities as endorsements. It is to allow users to experience the feelings themselves, and then continue to spread by word of mouth. With this word of mouth publicity, our products have been recognized by the majority of users, and have achieved very good results. Because of this, we cherish every user. We strive to make each product the best, and strive to give everyone an ideal experience. For this reason, we have given up many very lucrative projects, such as advertising. So far, our products are not attached to any commercial advertising information. Although many advertisers came to us with huge contracts we all refused. There are many more, so I won't introduce them one by one here. Of course, in the face of such a large user group, we can't be completely perfect. But this has always been our lofty aspiration, and we hope to keep this kind of awe of users and word of mouth, and to do every product as always. I also hope that users will continue to support us, and we will continue to work hard. Actually, Wu Hao thought a lot of harsh words, but he changed after he came to the scene. Rather than being violent in front of these media reporters, he strongly condemned them. Might as well face it calmly. In this way, he looks more confident, and also has the demeanor of a company leader. Sure enough, his remarks caught many people's eyes. They also did not expect that Wu Hao could be so calm, unlike the performance he should have at this age. After the two have finished their speeches, The following is the entire questioning session. The reporters were very positive and raised their hands to ask questions. The moderators on one side also began to maintain order. The first ones I mentioned were journalists who had greeted them in advance, so they asked very formal questions. This is also a potential rule in the press conference, and everyone knows it. So after these questions are over, the questioning session for journalists really begins. Excuse me, Mr. Tao, Mr. Wu, who was targeted in this malicious attack. I don't know if you are guessing about the black hands behind the scenes. He. Wu Hao and Tao Zhengyan heard each other and smiled. Tao Zhengyan shook his head with a smile. We are not clear at this time, but we still have to see the investigation results of the public security organs. No matter who it is the common enemy of both of us, and the common enemy of all legitimate business enterprises. Because he disrupted the entire market order and brought huge losses to us and even the entire market. Wu Hao added, Excuse me, Mr. Tao, is this fault detection result reliable? A foreign black journalist first raised his hand to take over the microphone and asked directly. Tao Zhengyan took a look at the man, and then said seriously, This fault detection result was jointly identified by our three parties, so there is no problem in terms of reliability. Later, we will show you the relevant information, including the parts of these three mobile phones. If you are interested, you can learn about it by yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask our transfer. Of course, you can also ask other experts. In addition to the empirical evidence of these three mobile phones, the relevant information of these three people will also be disclosed to everyone, and you can always verify with the public security agencies in these three places. Excuse me, Mr. Wu, what you said just now will have a great impact on you. Does this mean that some of your ongoing projects will be affected by this time and will delay progress or be suspended? Wu Hao nodded his head and said, There are some impacts, but we can still overcome this impact. So basically it will not affect the normal development of each project. President Tao, will this incident affect your future cooperation with Heol Technology? Tao Zhengyan glanced at Wu Hao, then shook his head with a smile. No, but after this incident, both of us have a better understanding of the two sides and promoted the relationship between the two sides. So in the future, we will continue to strengthen our relationship with Heol Technology Corporation. President Tao is right. This incident has indeed made our relationship closer. In the future, we will continue to strengthen the cooperative relationship between the two parties based on the principle of mutual benefit and win-win. Wu Hao also laughed. General Manager Wu, Renmin.com. You just said that it will not affect the normal progress of your company's various projects. Does this mean that the new products you have previously proposed will be released as scheduled at the new product conference next spring? Huh? Wu Hao took a special look at the young beautiful female reporter who asked this question, and then shook her head at her. No, even without the impact of this incident, our new products will also be affected by some postponement of technical issues. Boom. The reporters on the stage were noisy again. This is big news. To know that there are many speculations about Wu Hao's new products next year, so everyone pays close attention to www.mtlnovel.com. I heard the news of the new product extension suddenly, so that everyone cannot be shocked. General Manager Wu, Wu Sheng. Everyone is quiet. Please keep the order at the venue. The host immediately uttered a voice and began to maintain order. After the reporters calmed down, they chose a young reporter who raised his hands high. General Manager Wu, Xincao.com reporter, you just said that the new product will be postponed due to technical issues. Can you tell us more specifically? Does the postponement mean that the spring conference will be cancelled? And when will the new product conference be held again after cancellation? Wu Hao glanced at the reporter, then shook his head with a smile. It is because of technical problems that we have encountered some key technical problems. These problems are far more difficult than we thought, so it takes some time to overcome them. As for the spring new product launch next year, well, it will still be held as usual. Even if this new product is not available, we have some other products to be released to everyone. And there are still several months before the launch of the new product. Maybe we have broken through the problem in these months. After answering multiple questions, the conference ended. For reporters, this press conference is considered to be excellent value for money and a worthwhile trip. At this press conference, not only did HY and the CEOs of HAO Technology clarify the previous hot events, but also involved a more powerful message that the last two mobile phone batteries spontaneously ignited and exploded. Malicious frame attack of the product. Although the black hands behind the scenes don't know yet, this makes them more topical and attractive. If the events were clear, the topic would be less attractive. And at the press conference, there was also a news second only to this event. That is, Wu Hao announced that they are working hard to develop a new product that will be absent from the Spring New Product Conference next year. The previous two Spring New Product launch conferences have achieved great success, and many people are very interested in this new product in Wuhaoku. But now suddenly announced the delay, which somewhat disappointed everyone. Of course, it also received strong attention from everyone. So as soon as the press conference was over, various media reporters began to leave in a hurry. Some reporters did not leave directly, but started writing reports and manuscripts in situ. You know, in this internet age of information explosion, every media site is grabbing traffic. Reporting earlier means getting more attention early. The more attention you receive, the greater the website traffic, and the higher the income for journalists. That's why these people started to write as if they had been beaten up. Shock. 3 Pro mobile phone explosions were actually behind-the-scenes malicious attacks. Tao Zhengying and Wu Hao at the press conference annoyed behind the scenes. The Pro mobile phone explosion is another hidden story. H holds a joint press conference for HAO Technology. Wu Hao and Tao Zhengying appear. Wu Hao confirmed at the press conference that the company's related projects will be affected by this incident, and new products will be absent from the Spring New Product Conference next year. Looking at these colorful titles, Wu Hao was a little speechless. The original serious press conference. How could this be the case after being processed by these media? In order to grab headaches and compete for attention, these media are really too unruly. Fortunately, this incident finally had a good result, which made him helplessly relieved. In fact, he didn't believe that their battery would have problems in the beginning, but he had no idea until he was confirmed. Now this result is finally achieved, and the heart that he hangs finally landed. But for them, this matter is far from understood. Who is behind the scenes is planning this thing, which is what they want to figure out at present. In Wu Hao's view, this time the opponent is nothing more than 2, or H is the opponent over there, maliciously suppressing their new product. After all, the release of this new phone will have a great impact on other mobile phone brands, or it's for their battery. So the range of black hands behind the scenes is even narrower. It's nothing more than those lithium battery manufacturers. Their new battery does have a huge impact on existing lithium battery manufacturers. Although under the mediation of the relevant departments, they reached a tacit understanding. Wu Hao did not continue to expand the production of this battery, nor did he take the opportunity to enter the traditional lithium battery industry. And other lithium battery companies also accepted Wu Hao's existence by default. It just hurts the interests of these people. I am afraid that some people will not be reconciled. Of course, these are his speculations. How the specific results have to wait for the investigation results of the public security organs. In the evening, Wu Hao went to attend the dinner that Tao Zhengying prepared for him. It was a reception feast, because yesterday was busy, and the final result was not obtained, so the reception feast was naturally postponed. On the other hand, if the final test result comes out, it is really a problem with their battery. I'm afraid it's not the party that is waiting for him, but the anger of the other party. Both sides also understood this, but everyone didn't break it, and the scene was peaceful. After seeing Wu Hao, Tao Zhengying seemed very enthusiastic. This enthusiasm is completely different from the day before the meeting. To be honest, he couldn't stand being treated so warmly by someone who was about the same age as his father. But in front of so many people, he had to deal with it bit by bit. "Come, Mr. Wu, I respect you for a drink. For this matter, I have trouble bothering you to come here personally. I'm really embarrassed." Tao Zhengyun raised his glass to pay respect to him. Wu Hao picked up the wine glass and smiled and answered, "Where, this is all I should do." "Ha ha, do it." The two had a drink, and Tao Zhengyun said to him, "Although the matter has temporarily subsided this time, the black hands behind the scenes haven't been found for a day, and we can't sleep well all day." Wu Hao nodded and said, "The hidden poisonous snake is the deadliest. Maybe one day it will come out suddenly and bite us again. So we still have to work harder. If we don't find it, the two of us don't want to settle down." Now these two people are biting very dead, saying that they did it themselves. How could they not tell the people who instructed them behind the scenes? Public security organs are still in the process of interrogation and investigation, but progress is relatively slow. I am afraid that it will have to wait for some time. Tao Zhengyun worried. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "This is not okay. Although we have clarified it temporarily, it has caused greater attention. If this matter does not end, then we will always be involved in such a storm. This is for us, will have a negative impact on brand image and marketing. I'm clear about these. You say www.mentalnovel.com, but what we can do is hope that the public security organs can solve the case as soon as possible. To be honest, if it wasn't for the clarification of the incident to give the public an account, I wouldn't want to tell this matter. This is not a glorious thing in itself. Now, the whole world knows that we have been hacked." Tao Zhengyun showed a helpless expression. Wu Hao said with a bitter smile and shook his head, "If you don't say that, how can you believe it, or get to know this as soon as possible?" Speaking of this, Wu Hao flashed in his mind, and then asked Tao Zhengyun, "Can you check from the flow of funds of these two people? The tightness of these two demographics must be what the boss behind them promised them. Look up in this regard and maybe have some useful information. This is a way. But you can only refer it to the police for investigation, and they can certainly think of it. Let's not intervene and cooperate fully. In this way, we will rush together again. It's a hot issue that concerns our two companies, and the police are definitely anxious. Add bookmarks for easy reading." At this point, Wu Hao's mission to Shenzhen has been basically completed. The incident has been clarified to the outside world, and the incident and behind-the-scenes mafia are still under investigation. However, it takes a while, and I am afraid there will be no results in a short time. As the head of the company, this is sometimes the case, and some things must be done by him. Even if it doesn't do anything, just make a face. But for Wu Hao, he can't leave now. Now that everything has come, some things have been taken advantage of. But before that, he first had to visit someone. Hongfei Ren, the founder of H. Almost 80 years old, he is still active in the business foreground. This is not just an entrepreneur, but also a business leader, but also a thinker and practitioner. The H&H models he created are unique in the business world, and have therefore created a world-renowned multinational company. Now that he is here, as a junior and collaborator, how to say he will also visit the legend. Regarding Wu Hao's visit, Ren Hongfei seemed very happy and chose the meeting place in a beautiful resort hotel. Ren Hongfei, who is almost 80 years old, is physically fit and walking like the wind. After seeing Wu Hao, he smiled at him and extended his hand. Seeing this, Wu Hao quickly hurried forward, holding his old and thin hand and excited, "Ren Lao, bother you? Ha ha, what to bother? Young and good entrepreneurs like you can come to see me as a bad old man. I am very happy." Ren Hongfei shook his head and smiled. Wu Hao said with a smile, "You are a senior in the business world. It is an honor for our juniors to come to visit you and listen to your teachings." Ha 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 ha, what teaching is not teaching? Now that society is developing very fast, it is very difficult for me at my age to keep pace. So, in this society, this industry still depends on your young people to promote and develop. Ren Hongfei, after he waved his hand, he and Wu Hao slowly walked up inside the promenade. Wu Hao said with a smile and shook his head, "Where, The valuable experience of you and the older generation of entrepreneurs is worth studying and studying for our younger generations. In such an era, you and the older generation of entrepreneurs can overcome all kinds of difficulties, developed step by step. This is really too amazing for us. I was also inspired by you to study science and engage in scientific research. Ren Hongfei smiled when he heard what he said, and then talked openly. What legends are there? They come step by step. I don't know anything about you at my age. I didn't wake up until I was in my 40s, and resigned from Xiaohai to start HY. It was very difficult at the beginning. At the most difficult time, even without paying wages, my own life was almost impossible to sustain. Finally, it is through the joint efforts of everyone that the company has gradually improved and gradually developed. So many people in the company now complain to me about the difficulties they have encountered, can't go on, and so on. I said you should not yearn for complaints. We came all the way back then. What frustration is now? Grit your teeth, work hard, and walk shortly. I have also encountered difficulties before, and I find it difficult to go fast. But when I stepped over, I found it was so easy. Ren Hongfei spoke slowly, and Wu Hao listened quietly. The meaning of the words Wu Hao can understand. It is nothing more than borrowing their events that year to say what they encountered this time. The two walked to a pavilion in Xiangyang to sit down, and then a staff member brought tea and snacks. Ren Hongfei took the water-filled teacup, took a sip, and smiled at Wu Hao. The intelligent voice assistant you have, and the intelligent home terminal are very good. I will give our technical department research. The officers saw that they all shook their heads and said they couldn't make it. Wu Hao uttered something in her heart. You are really honest. You can say such things. It's no secret that secretly researching other companies' products. But just say it in front of others. It's a bit too bright. So Wu Hao smiled and said, ha ha, if it is so easy for people to imitate, then we might not have to do it. If a company wants to survive and develop, it must have a few skills that others cannot. In this way, you can have confidence in your heart, and you can speak with confidence. Just like your 5G communication technology, other companies in this regard will not work. Ha 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 ha. Ren Hongfei watched him laugh again. You are right. A technology company must hold the whole cards in order to grow. Only in this way, you don't panic when others deal. The same is true when we set up HES. In order to increase the number of whole cards in our hands. When faced with problems in this way, we can have confidence. If it weren't for these whole cards, we would have been defeated long ago. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, no, even without these cards, with your strength, it's impossible to make H fall so easily. And what you and H say is also a banner among our domestic technology companies. How can we allow the enemy to push this banner to it? Ren Hongfei smiled and waved his hand. There are many excellent domestic enterprises and entrepreneurs, and we are just one of them. Besides, there are a large number of emerging technology companies emerging in China like you. You are younger than us, more aggressive than us, and more importantly, you have a more active brain. So sooner or later, this banner wants you to resist. We just pushed you a little behind. Don't, this flag is too heavy. www.mentalnovel.com. I can't afford this small body. Wu Hao shook his head quickly. Ha 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 ha. Ren Hongfei laughed again when he heard what he said. I heard that you have encountered difficulties in the development of new products. We have accumulated a lot of experience in technology and product development, and may help you. Hearing Ren Hongfei's words, Wu Hao glanced at him, then shook his head and thanked him. Thank you, Ren Lao, but we can still overcome these. The main reason is that the basic reserves in the early stage are insufficient and the research and development ability is still weak. In addition, the time is tight. Only then did some problems arise. In fact, you have already provided us with a lot of help in this regard. For example, in terms of chips. Let us get rid of the risk of single channels in the past. Oh, Ren Hongfei waved his hand. It's all our domestic companies. We can help as much as we can. Only in this way can we focus our efforts to cope with the increasingly fierce international environment. Not to mention the young and huge potential companies like you. I also hope to strengthen cooperation with you in more areas. Add bookmarks for easy reading. After visiting Ren Hongfei, Wu Hao went to Dejiang Company for a turn. How to say that both of them are in-depth partners? He has come to Shenzhen, how can he not visit? In fact, when he came to Shenzhen, Sun Xiaoyang called him for an invitation. But it was postponed because of the rush to deal with things. In the field of civil drones, Dejiang has the absolute right to speak, and it has been leading other civil drone companies in the world in related technologies. Of course, Wu Hao also has their own advantages, especially in the UAF cluster array control technology, as well as the UAF's high-speed obstacle avoidance and intelligent graphic image recognition technology. It has much more strength than similar technologies. Therefore, the two companies naturally reached some cooperation consensus in this regard, such as the exchange of the two parties' patented technology and so on. The reason why the two companies can achieve such in-depth cooperation in this area is mainly due to the different market positioning of the two sides. Dejiang is still more inclined to the civilian drone market, and Wu Hao is more inclined to the field of security and military drones. There is no conflict of interest, and everything else is easy to say. In addition, Wu Hao also met with the Penguins. Although the two sides have contacted before, they have not cooperated much. This time, the other party took the initiative to get in touch with them while Wu Hao was in Shenzhen. Of course, this meeting is just a tentative test of each other to see if we can get cooperation in related areas. Penguin is very interested in Wu Hao's intelligent speech system and intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology, as well as the intelligent 3D animation rendering technology they have shown. As for Wu Hao, as an internet giant, Penguin has many resources in its hands. In the future, they want to make a difference in content, and cooperation with Penguin is definitely essential. However, when the two sides tried each other, they shook their heads. It seems that there is no possibility of cooperation for the time being. For how Penguin's strength, Wu Hao didn't buy it at all. In his opinion, Penguin is an internet company, and this is its limitation. It now dominates the network, mainly thanks to its two major instant messaging software. Relying on the massive user resources accumulated by these two softwares, it is able to make a fortune on the internet. Once you lose these two major users of instant messaging software, this accumulated advantage will be gone. Therefore, another purpose of Penguin wanting to contact with Wu Hao is to realize the binding link of user accounts by introducing their account system into the user accounts of Wu Hao's intelligent voice assistant. You know that Wu Hao currently has nearly 100 million users, and many of them are overseas users. This is definitely very attractive for Penguins who have always wanted to go international. And they also heard that Wu Hao has started the construction of the content of the account system. Therefore, in order to avoid the rise of this new enemy with huge development potential, we will meet Wu Hao so actively, hoping to find a way to check and balance them, or to restrain their eyes. These were clearly seen by Wu Hao at first glance, so he directly refused without hesitation. It seems that the other party promises a lot of benefits. Once the other party's account system penetrates into their account system, the future development of them will be endless. And Wu Hao is not worried about the other party's monopoly on instant messaging software. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want to stimulate each other now and erect new enemies. Once the time is right, he can create a new instant messaging software inside their smart voice device, then rely on the hardware advantages of this intelligent voice device, and then promote and popularize it step by step. There is no way for Penguin to do this. Even to the extreme, their smart voice device can further block Penguin's software. Of course, he won't do this until the last moment after both sides stare their faces. This will win, of course, but it will have a great impact, directly affecting their user reputation and corporate brand image. At this point, his trip to Shenzhen has come to an end. He did not delay any more, and then led the team back to Anxi. As for the investigation of the behind-the-scenes mafia, Wu Hao and their stay there are useless. Return to Anxi and wait for the results. Soon, the public security organs had a breakthrough. After screening the bank account information in their name, it was soon discovered that the two accounts had recently received an unknown amount of 50,000 yuan and 60,000 yuan. Using this as a breach, the police again retaliated against the two men. This time the two men couldn't carry it anymore and directly explained the facts. According to them, shortly after the previous incident, someone found them. I hope they can give a mobile phone battery technology evaluation and are willing to pay a high price. The two men didn't believe it at first, and this person immediately sent them a 500 yuan red envelope, and then bought the latest Pro mobile phone for each of them. At first, the two didn't care. They thought it was a simple technical evaluation, so they agreed quickly. But the person was dissatisfied after doing it, and they let them do it again. I also told them that he is from a certain evaluation website, and now needs a hot evaluation to attract netizens. Their evaluation is too ordinary, let them make a little noise, and give them guidance suggestions on professional technology. www.mentalnovel.com. The two also have some concerns about the guidance of this person, and this person give them a promise of 50,000, 60,000 rewards after they have done it. The two of them thought that they could make 50,000 or 60,000 yuan by sending one of these microblogs, so they could not stop the temptation. Under the guidance of this person, they took photos of the spontaneously exploding mobile phone and posted them on Weibo. Above, the two were also scared, so they each registered a new account, thinking that they could be unaware of it. I didn't expect that the incident would be so big all of a sudden, and eventually the police found it. When asked why they didn't immediately explain when they first questioned them, the two said they received a call after the incident. They said they had committed a crime on the phone, and now the police are looking for them everywhere, asking them to hide. If you get caught, carry it on your own, and wait for them each to give another 100,000, and comfort them. This is a common incident. Detention came out a few days. I hope they must hold it, and so on. The two were very scared, so they went into hiding each other, but the police didn't expect to come to the door so quickly. Revision. According to the description of these two people, the two should meet the same person. I don't know the real name. They all called him La Zheng. Although he is called La Zheng, according to them, this person is not old, about 30 years old. The police then investigated through the person's WeChat and mobile phone number, but found that the identity card registered by the person's WeChat and mobile phone number were fake. This proves that this person has strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. As for the website that this person said, the police also took a portrait to check it, but no one was found. This time the case has stalled again, and if the identity of the person is not clear, then the case cannot be investigated. So the police began to change their minds. On the one hand, they began to collect surveillance videos of the areas where the two men met with this Sol Zheng before, hoping to obtain accurate facial information characteristics of the person from them. On the other hand, the police also coordinated the online police to look for clues in the Weibo accounts that were originally forwarded by the two people to see if they could push the real behind the scenes. The case is receiving too much attention, so for the police, the most important thing is to find out the truth as soon as possible and give the people a satisfactory answer. Therefore, the police also set up a task force to take charge of this case. And the police also began to investigate the social relationship between the two companies and Wu Hao and H for the leaders of the company over there, hoping to find some clues. However, such a huge amount of information may take quite some time. Xiao Wu, this time you made a little noise. Wang Lianggong called him again. Wu Hao said with a smile, "No way, everyone counts on us. Do you not allow us to fight back? The counterattack is okay, but it must be done in a reasonable manner, instead of being upset and disturbed in this way. I hope you can take the overall situation into consideration and try to minimize the negative impact of this matter, and let's talk about it slowly." Persuaded on the phone. In this regard, The anger in Wu Hao's heart suddenly burned. Director Wang, do you know how much we and HY would suffer if we were to succeed this time? What we are talking about are facts, and there is no slight misconduct. If this is not right and this is not maintained, then why should we maintain the situation? Sorry, my words are a bit heavy, but this is what I really think. I will not let go of this matter. I must calculate the price of the person behind the scenes. I still have something to do. I'll hang up first. Wu Hao hung up the phone, then lit a cigarette and smoked. He knew he was feeling out of control and shouldn't say that. But if you have said it all, let's talk about it. Sometimes you don't get angry. Other people really bully when you are weak and incompetent. Jiang Jun, who had been sitting in the rest area, also listened to their calls all the way. Seeing Wu Hao angry there, Jiang Jun said with a smile, "Okay, don't be depressed. It's impossible for this matter to be such a big deal. Even if we are willing, everyone cannot accept it. So wait patiently for the results of the investigation." Wu Hao didn't say anything when he heard Jiang Jun's words, but walked to him and sat down. Then he blasted the ashtray into the ashtray, and then said, "People behind the scenes must dig them up and not kill chickens and tamarins. Others really treat us as soft persimmons. The investigation results have not come out yet. It is unclear whether the other party is targeting us or H." Jiang Jun said to him. Wu Hao shook his head and said, "Whether it is a lithium battery company or a mobile phone company behind the scenes, it is obviously aimed at the two of us. You must know that we have not only rejected lithium battery companies but also other mobile phone companies. So in their eyes, we are harming their interests. However, with such a low-handed approach, the other party may not be a powerful person. Now it depends on the investigation results. If the other party is clean enough, I am afraid that they may not be investigated. Look at it. Maybe someone will soon be taken out to take the pot. Now we are all paying attention to this matter. Who dares to come out and pick up this pot?" Jiang Jun was a bit indifferent. Wu Hao smiled and said, "As long as there are enough benefits, these people dare to sell their ancestors, let alone others. What to do then? Just leave it that way." Jiang Jun was unwilling. Wu Hao shook his head. "The days are still long, and we are all young, so we have time to play with them." He. When he heard what he said, Jiang Jun smiled brightly. Wu Hao took a deep breath, then pressed his cigarette inside the ashtray and said, "How is Zhu Xiaodong now?" "Huh?" Jiang Jun glanced at him, and then pretended to be relaxed. This time it hit him a lot, so he's a little depressed now. However, the work to be done has not been pulled down. The day before yesterday, I flew to Fengxi to preside over the production work of the lithium battery factory there. Wu Hao nodded his head, then looked at him and said, "This time, he must not take it lightly. He must be aware of his mistakes and make a real change." "When did you really realize your mistake?" www.mtlnovel.com and did some good work. "And when will you start him again?" "Decline. Let him be like this. If that doesn't work, just dismiss it. When we are a company, the most taboo thing is disharmony. Keeping him like this, something will happen sooner or later." After hearing what he said, Jiang Jun also sighed. "Okay, this time I listen to you. However, let's not give up on him so easily. We should try our best to save it. After all, they interviewed a good company and were pulled by us to start a business." Wu Hao Wen shook his head and said, "We haven't treated him badly. We should give him a lot of points. His shares are enough to comfort him for a lifetime. I don't have to be worse than you to say about the relationship with him. But we are enterprises and everything has to come in accordance with the system. If we don't even follow it, how can we expect the people below to follow it? The fittest survives, and those who are able to go up and those who cannot. Only in this way can the company gradually develop and grow, and employees can unite and work together. So it's not just him, but we all have to work hard." After hearing Jun's words, Jiang Jun nodded and said, "I'm clear about what you said, but I still don't want any of us to be left behind. If you want to talk about money, you can't spend your entire life now. But life is alive. It has to be a little pursuit. I also want to see how far this company can go under our leadership." "Relax. It's much farther than you think. Now it's just the beginning. Wu Hao laughed. Zhang Jun grinned and said, "Yes, my dream is the stars and the sea." Wu Hao waved with a big hand. "Let's set out for this endless sea of stars." Goal. First stop, the moon. As Singles Day approaches, the propaganda of major brand companies and e-commerce platforms is getting more and more enthusiastic. Now it is no longer confined to virtual platforms such as the internet. It has also begun to move to traditional TV channel advertising and offline physical channels. For example, bus stations, subway stations, TVs on subways and buses, shopping mall large screens, etc., are continuously rolling in relevant promotional advertisements. After more than 10 years of operation, this festival has almost surpassed many traditional festivals and has become the favorite and most valued festival of the year. What is a festival? A festival is an important day to remember in life. It is a folk culture jointly created by the people to meet the needs of production and life, and is also an important part of the related folk culture. All nationalities and regions have their own festivals, some of which originate from traditional customs, such as our Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival and so on. Some festivals originate from religion, such as Christmas. Some festivals originate from the commemoration of someone or an event, such as the Dragon Boat Festival, National Day, and so on. There are also designated days for sports promoted by international organizations, such as Labor Day, Women's Day, and so on. With the passage of time, the connotation and celebration of the festival are also changing, and many new festivals have been born. For example, April 1st April Fool's Day, August 18th Gossip Festival, and this Double 11 Shopping Festival. Compared with the previous two festivals, which are only popular among young people, the scope of this Double 11 Shopping Festival is much larger. It now covers not only the young, middle-aged and young people, but also many countries and regions, and it has become a veritable international festival. Just like what we do and eat during traditional festivals, when it comes to Double 11, the first thing everyone thinks of is discount shopping. This is an important condition for a festival to form a consensus. With the development of our country's economy and its growing international influence, this festival created by us will certainly have an increasing scope of influence and eventually become a festival all over the world. Perhaps at some point in the future, the international influence and popularity of this festival will surpass our Spring Festival. Although they have clarified the previous incident, for Wu Hao, they have been affected a lot. It is easy to make a rumor, but it is difficult to find a rumor. No matter how they clarify and explain, some people always seem to believe what they think is the truth. This also makes these people have a doubt or lack of confidence in Wu Hao's product quality. In order to eliminate the influence of these people, they also set a fire to their Double 11 promotion this year. Wu Hao deliberately opened the Bain Intelligent Manufacturing Factory, which has been upgraded and started operation, and personally invited dozens of domestic and foreign media to visit. On Double 11 every year, these domestic and foreign media will pay great attention and will also carry out a series of reports. In addition to comprehensive reporting of accidents, many media are also keen to pick an example from various industries for detailed analysis, and to report from the side about the hot situation of this shopping festival. Therefore, for Wu Hao's invitation, many media accepted it and sent an elite soldier to Anxi. In order to receive these journalists well, Wu Hao directly sent his secretary Zhang Xiaolai to take charge. Although she is only a secretary, she is still very influential in the company. After all, the secretary of the chairman cannot be taken by anyone. After receiving this task, Zhang Xiaolai took it very seriously, and she also worked on many things herself. After all the reporters checked in at the arranged hotel, Zhang Xiaolai personally took 2 buses to the hotel the next morning. The reporters who had received the notice the previous night also got up early in the morning, and after packing up for breakfast, they had assembled in the hotel lobby. When Zhang Xiaolai appeared in the hotel lobby, the reporters surrounded them. These reporters are all human beings. Naturally, they need to have a good relationship with Zhang Xiaolai, Wu Hao's secretary, so that they can dig more valuable news. And most journalists also come with a purpose, hoping to have an exclusive interview with Wu Hao. With so many media, who to choose depends not only on Wu Hao's meaning, but also the influence of the young and beautiful secretary in front of him. Dear journalists, please take your time to get on the car in an orderly manner, Jiang Xiaolai said loudly to the media reporters in the hall. Miss Jiang, President Wu, when can we see him? Some reporters couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Xiaolai smiled and said, General Manager Wu has already set off to our Binzizi manufacturing factory, so we must hurry over. Secretary Jiang, can you tell us about this manufacturing factory, so we can prepare in advance? A reporter asked at the opportunity. Jiang Xiaolai smiled and said, everyone get in the car first, and I will give you a brief introduction to the situation there. Hearing Jiang Xiaolai's words, www.mtlnovel.com, the reporters nodded one after another, then rushed towards the first car. There were two cars this time, and Jiang Xiaolai could only be in one car. People in the second car naturally couldn't hear Jiang Xiaolai's words, so the reporters scrambled. In the end, all the reporters crowded into the first car, and the second car was loaded with the accompanying cameras and assistants who were kicked off the car. After the vehicle was started, Jiang Xiaolai also started to briefly introduce the Bin Intelligent Manufacturing Factory to be visited this time. In fact, before that, basically all reporters will know the interviewees in advance, and change the relevant interview outline or design issues in advance. With so many media reporters, there are very few opportunities to question themselves. So how to ask that most valuable question is also what journalists must think about. The reporters didn't know much about the Bin Intelligent Manufacturing Factory. The only information was also disclosed by Wu Hao. From these disclosed information, the reporters also knew a general situation. For example, this factory was acquired at a large price from another company. After the acquisition, this factory did not start production immediately, but began to upgrade after dismissing most of its workers. It is unknown how to transform it, but from the information disclosed and the intelligent unmanned storage system in cooperation with Wu Hao, who previously worked with A, it is inferred that this factory must also be an intelligent unmanned factory. And this time Wu Hao invited these reporters to visit this factory. It seems that this factory has been upgraded. Inviting so many domestic and foreign media shows that Wu Hao is very satisfied with this upgraded factory, so he opened his interview with such multimedia with confidence to show his strength. After nearly an hour of driving, the vehicle finally entered the Binzizao factory park, which made reporters curious. After getting out of the car, the reporters began to look around curiously. But after looking at it for a while, everyone couldn't help but be disappointed. It seems to be similar to other factories, and nothing special. If it is special, the green vegetation of this factory is obviously more lush than other factories. To their surprise, they were not greeted by the reception staff of the factory, but by security personnel wearing a black training suit. I saw them earnestly verify the press card of each reporter and issued a temporary certificate to each of them. After receiving a temporary document, a young female journalist reluctantly put it on her neck and said, Secretary Jiang, are your company's access controls so strict? Jiang Xiaolai, who is organizing everyone, explained with a smile. The factory area of this factory is relatively large and the staff is relatively small. So in order to prevent visitors from entering some unmanaged dangerous areas, we need to issue a temporary certificate to everyone. This certificate records the area that everyone can enter today, and also includes meal coupons for the restaurant in the factory. So everyone should keep this certificate in good condition. If you lose it, you may not only be unable to enter some areas, but you may also be hungry. Miss Jiang, where are we going now? President Wu. Some reporters couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Xiaolai smiled and beckoned, everyone come with me, Mr. Wu is already waiting inside. Talking about Jiang Xiaolai and the reporters who looked around, they walked into an office building, and soon Wu Hao appeared in front of the crowd, causing a flash of flash. Watching the reporter's eager expression, Wu Hao smiled and pressed the hand. Everyone is a little calm and restless. Today I will leave enough time for everyone. Now please come with me, let's talk while walking. As Wu Hao started to walk outside, surrounded by the crowd, while walking, he said to these reporters and the camera, "This is our first physical manufacturing plant, so we attach great importance to it and have invested a lot of money and talents. Intelligently transformed the factory. The total plant covers a total area of 1,073 acres and a construction area of 51,430 square meters. The factory has 8 workshops and 26 workshops, and today we are going to visit 2 of them. Here, you will see the entire assembly process of a product from parts to finished products." "Mr. Wu, are other factories closed today?" a reporter asked. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. "Each factory has its own secrets. If these secrets are published and learned by others, what else do we eat?" He. The reporters all laughed after hearing such a funny introduction. Wu Hao also continued with a smile. "The other thing is that our factory is still being upgraded. Some places have not been completed yet, so it will not be open to everyone." Speaking, Wu Hao continued to move forward, and the reporters could only keep up. The crowd walked for a few minutes, then came to a warehouse. The warehouse was large, and everyone sighed as they walked in. I saw the huge warehouse with bright lights, and each unmanned robot was busy carrying goods. And a few technicians sitting in the office area. When they saw Wu Hao, they could not help but got up to say hello. After nodding his greetings, Wu Hao led the crowd to walk inside, and introduced to the crowd, "This is the intelligent storage system we have developed." Of course, everyone may not be aware of this intelligent unmanned storage system. Strange. It's just that we have some innovations in this area. This is a raw material, so-called parts and consumables warehouse. So product parts and components shipped from various places will be shipped here for temporary storage. How to manage such a huge warehouse is actually very knowledgeable. In the past, these were managed and operated by people. Computers were slowly introduced later, but computers only played a supporting role, and it was people who were really responsible for management and operation. The parts in the transport vehicle are unloaded by a person, and then transported to the warehouse for record classification and storage. Then, according to the needs of the production workshop, the relevant parts are constantly transferred from the warehouse to the various workshops and stations. The missing parts in the warehouse are then contacted by the relevant manufacturers for replenishment. This forms a cycle. To put it plainly, it is a transfer and storage station for parts. With the continuous expansion of the factory scale and the continuous increase of production capacity, the demand for raw materials is increasing. The old warehousing system has been unable to meet the demand, so there will be some problems in the long run, such as management confusion, waste, and some corruption issues. www.mtnovel.com. Now, we give all these to the intelligent warehousing system. Perform unified management. Please take a look. There are no more people in our entire warehouse except for a few technical managers and maintenance staff. After the vehicle has delivered the goods to the designated area, it will be unloaded by the intelligent robot. These cargo information is identified by the QR code on the box, and then robots in the warehouse are transported to the designated shelves for storage. The intelligent storage system will take the components stored in the warehouse to supplement according to the consumption of various components, raw materials. In the production workshop, the system will also calculate the consumption of various raw materials in the warehouse in real time. After the consumables reach a certain amount, the system will automatically notify the relevant component manufacturers to ship here. The system will always control the heavy raw materials in the warehouse within a healthy range, and if there is a problem, it will promptly notify the relevant management personnel. Under normal circumstances, this warehouse does not need human intervention to manage. All are completed automatically by the system. Unless there are some special circumstances, human intervention will intervene. So as you can see, there are just a few people in front of this warehouse. In addition to monitoring the relevant data in real time, They usually perform maintenance on related equipment to ensure that no failures occur. In the future, maybe these people will not need it, and all of them will be replaced by systems and robots. Mr. Wu, is it worth the money to build such an intelligent unmanned warehouse just to eliminate human beings? Is it worth it? A foreign journalist asked in a somewhat blunt Chinese just after his words. Hearing this question, many reporters could not help looking at Wu Hao, and wanted to hear his answer. Everyone did not expect that the first reporter to ask a question would ask such a sharp question. Wu Hao glanced at this reporter, then shook his head and smiled. No, as a company and a factory, our biggest task and responsibility is to liberate productivity and increase productivity. Since the Industrial Revolution, more and more machinery and equipment have been put into production. This has not only liberated a large amount of productivity, but also replaced the work of many workers. With the advancement of technology, more and more factories are constantly updating machinery and equipment to greatly increase production capacity. At the same time, the number of workers used is also declining. Can we say that this is only to eliminate human beings? Asking a question from the reporter, Wu Hao went on to say, in fact, this fully automated production plant was not our first. Many well-known companies and factories also existed before us. The equipment in our factory is just an upgrade on this basis. For example, in the past, these manufacturing robots may have only the intelligence of elementary or junior high school students, and we make this system reach the intelligence level of college students. In other words, these devices are no longer simply repeating various production tasks, but have the ability to think and judge and solve problems. Our country is a country with a large population, but with the advent of the age of population, we have also experienced a shortage of labor shortages. If you pay attention to the large recruitment sites in recent years, you can feel that the relevant age-appropriate workers are increasing. The less many companies have a situation where people can't be recruited or even no one is available. Because of this, our domestic labor costs are also increasing. This also makes many companies have to choose to move away from home to some places with relatively low labor costs. This intelligent unmanned factory will further alleviate this situation and gradually solve this problem. In the short term, the input cost of such an intelligent production plant is high, but it is still very cost-effective in the long run. Especially like this intelligent unmanned factory, it can work 24 hours a day. One can work for more than 28 days. Except for 2 days of downtime for simple maintenance, other hours are continuously produced. This makes its production efficiency greatly improved. In the past, the production volume of a factory in the past was placed in this intelligent unmanned factory of the same size, which may only take a quarter or less. Speaking of this, Wu Hao smiled. This not only allows us to produce products with consistent quality and consistent quality control, but also enables us to provide people with cheaper and better products. And such factories are more energy saving and environmentally friendly, which is an inevitable trend for future factory development. Wu Hao's explanation did not stop these reporters, but he became more excited. Then another reporter asked, Mr. Wu, will such a factory break down other similar traditional factories? In addition, if these cheap and high-quality products enter the market, will it affect the existing market order? Wu Hao took a look at the reporter who asked the question, and then pressed his hands at the reporters who were still rioting. Everyone is not in a hurry. Let's take your time. Regarding the reporter's question, to be honest, you are not the first one to ask. After several industrial revolutions, a lot of machinery and equipment were put into production, and some people have already asked this question. Every change, every upgrade will have a shock period. This is the collision of new and old technologies and production methods. But this time will not be long. Philosophers have told us that no old thing can stop the growth and development of new things, and new things will eventually replace old things. In the future, the trend of intelligent unmanned factories is unstoppable. Until now, no head of state or region has publicly declared that they do not need such modern technology, So such a country or region will eventually have no future. Regarding whether these cheap and high-quality products will affect the existing market order, I think it will have a certain impact, but it will not have any serious impact. First of all, there are 7 billion people in our world. Most of them are not rich, and many people are even in poverty. For these people, they need this cheap and quality product more. In addition, I also believe that the products produced by this machine can never be compared to manual labor. The intelligence produced by a machine is called a product, and what we artificially produce can be called a work of art. As you can see, all the high-end luxury brands in the world today are basically handmade. So I think these products we produced are a good complement to the products in the existing market. But cheap and high-quality products like these factories will cause many workers to lose their jobs and even become homeless, said a white female reporter with a slightly critical tone. Wu Hao looked at her and shook her head lightly. No one can stop the pace of the society's development. From the first machine entering the factory after the Industrial Revolution to the current intelligent unmanned factory, the process has not been smooth, but it has developed in the end. Do you find it useful? Wu Hao's words could not help silence the reporters at the scene, and everyone's face showed anxiety and pessimism without exception. Yeah. Can this development really be blocked? What can humans do if they can't stop it? As a result, some reporters couldn't help but say a little sadly, General Manager Wu, what about the workers who have been eliminated? Will humans really be replaced by machines? Wu Hao shook his head earnestly and firmly and said, no, human beings are the masters of the earth. They will never be replaced by machines, and they are never allowed by humans. Machines were invented by humans, and the significance of their existence is to help us humans live a better life. Once that meaning is lost, it doesn't need to exist. There is an extreme point of view that has also been opposed and criticized by many saints. That is, machines are always human slaves, and humans are enslaving machines. From the perspective of the love of the universe, all beings, etc., this is wrong. But from a human perspective, I support this view. Sorry, I'm a bit too selfish. Ha 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 ha. The reporters, who were just worried, just laughed when they heard his words, and the atmosphere of the scene relaxed. Yeah. The ultimate decision is in the hands of humans, so what else do they worry about? However, this advanced intelligent unmanned production factory will eventually eliminate many workers, so what should these eliminated workers do? Which makes everyone can't help focusing their attention on him again. Wu Hao also took the opportunity to laugh about the workers replaced by machines. This is also a display problem facing countries around the world. Although there are many problems in the middle, but in general, our country's ZF is doing well. At least they have not been abandoned. So I also want to tell these people not to lose confidence in life. In fact, you still have a lot to do. There are still many things in this world that machines can never do, such as our aesthetics, our emotions, and our human thinking. Come on, if you don't want to be replaced by the machine, then you have to be better than the machine. Poppies. The reporters applauded when they heard these words. Wu Hao finally took a sigh of relief when he saw this, and it was really troublesome to deal with this group of reporters. If it were not for propaganda, he would not have faced so much trouble. Well, everyone, please. The next thing we are going to visit is the core of this factory, the production workshop. But before that, everyone needs to wear dust-proof clothing. The factory production room must be kept clean enough, so myself and everyone who enters it must be protected. In fact, this workshop is usually completely closed, and even people who enter it must perform multiple dust protection. Open to everyone today, it has been maintained at a very low standard. So after this visit, we need to further clean the open workshop. To explain, Wu Hao led everyone to the production workshop to wear dust-proof clothing. And he took the opportunity to rest for a while. He was still tired of so many reporters. After taking a few sips of water to moisten his throat, he took a short break and came to the reporters wearing a white dust-proof suit. Seeing that the reporters were wearing dust-proof clothing, Wu Hao signaled everyone to enter the dust removal room in front of the factory building. After several processes such as dust removal and sterilization, everyone finally entered the workshop. As soon as they entered the workshop, the reporters exclaimed. The camera photographers who followed them picked up the equipment on their hands and took a shot. The whole workshop looks very sci-fi. The interior of the workshop is white in color, and the eyed lamp group at the top illuminates the entire workshop. The spotless ground reflects the reflections, and the various light screens and logos that are not flashing on the device make everyone feel as if they have come to the future world. Please everyone, here is an intelligent unmanned assembly line in our factory. Our products are digested and sterilized through a dedicated cargo entrance, and then enter the workshop. And then these components are transported to each assembly by an automated transport robot district to supply and maintain the operation of this production line. This production line realizes unmanned production from assembly of parts, to testing, and finally packaging and packing. Its daily production efficiency can reach the production efficiency of traditional factories of the same scale for more than 1 week, because all procedures are standardized. The quality of the products we produce is sufficient. In the past, it was people who were the last to monitor quality. It was all based on human observation and judgment, which depended on the quality of people. Even with the same standards, there will be slight differences in the judgment of different people. Now all of these are taken care of by our intelligent monitoring equipment. Its standards are uniform and will never lie. Therefore, the quality of the products tested by it will inevitably pass. And in order to ensure foolproofness, we also added a spot check process at the end. Technical staff will carry out spot checks on these products on time to ensure that the products produced will not have quality defects. Mr. Wu, have we developed this intelligent unmanned production line ourselves? A reporter asked immediately. Wu Hao knows this person. This is a CCTV reporter who was introduced to him before. So when hearing such a question, Wu Hao was not surprised. Thinking of this, Wu Hao nodded with a smile. This intelligent unmanned flexible production line belongs to our world's first. Even if we want to learn from it, there are no other relevant cases and experiences in the world. In order to build this intelligent and unmanned flexible production line, we have combined dozens of domestic equipment manufacturers to carry out overall R&D, overcome hundreds of technical difficulties, and finally built this intelligent unmanned, which we have completely independent intellectual property rights flexible production line. In the future, together with these equipment manufacturers, we will continue to deepen research in this area and gradually promote this intelligent unmanned flexible production line to other enterprises. The intelligent unmanned flexible production line like this has a very broad development prospect. Being able to use many manufacturing industries will further alleviate the industry problem of insufficient labor in our country. Mr. Wu, I wonder if your company has plans to share this advanced production line with other international companies to help other countries develop manufacturing. At this time, foreign media reporters intervened and asked. Wu Hao said with a smile, "Of course we are very willing to cooperate with many international companies, but it seems that many companies, including many, have biases and colored glasses against our domestic companies. So I hope that these countries and these companies can take off their colored glasses, eliminate prejudice, and treat us objectively and rationally. We are the same as other companies in the world. We hope that these countries and companies can give us a chance for fair competition. We do no worse than other companies." Mr. Wu, do you mean some countries and some enterprises? A reporter immediately seized the key words in his words and asked. Wu Hao glanced at the reporter and then laughed. It refers to the narrow Z offers in narrow countries and the narrow entrepreneurs. Although everyone knows that he is referring to those rogue countries www.mentalnovel.com rogue enterprises, he still wants to get out of him. Wu Hao is not stupid, so he played Tai Chi, so that these people did not succeed. Seeing that he didn't say the answer he wanted, a foreign media reporter couldn't help rushing. "Mr. Wu, your product has not yet entered the country. Is it because you have been sanctioned by the country? That is, what you say fair treatment?" "Oh, Wu Hao smiled and said, "It is a bit sad that those who advocate free competition in the market economy have finally abandoned free competition in the market economy on the grounds of so-called national security and for the sake of the people. As the most powerful country in the world, it is called protection of trade on the basis of national security all day long. This is ridiculous and somewhat shameless. Economic globalization is the general trend, and no one or any country can stop it." Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. After leading reporters to visit several open production workshops, the entire interview came to an end. Although journalists are still interested, not only do they want to explore more secrets of this factory, they also have many questions to ask Wu Hao. And Wu Hao did not give these reporters a chance, but left behind in the crowd. Of course, things are not over for him, and he will later attend a joint interview with several heavyweight media. No way. Since he got rid of other people's help and propaganda, he also has to pay some price, provided that he hopes that he can accept their interview. So even if he doesn't like it anymore, he has to bite the bullet and deal with these media reporters. Fortunately, there were not many people, which made him a little relieved. Surrounded by so many reporters before, and raised some messy questions, it really made his brain sweat. The joint interview did not choose the Binzishang factory, but returned to the company's headquarters after returning there. A total of 5 media interviewed him this time. 3 of them were from CCTV and Renming.com, and 1 from Xiangjiang Media. The other 2 are from BC and Laos. The reason why I chose to accept a joint interview with these media is mainly because these media are more representative or influential. The interview area was selected at the corner of the staff rest area on the first floor, where the equipment was set up relatively empty. Through the huge glass curtain wall, you can also see the red leaves falling from the big trees outside, which is very beautiful. After setting up the equipment and adjusting the lights, immediately after being persuaded by the reporters, he also cleaned up a little with the help of the staff. But I did not intentionally pack the dress, just make a hairstyle. He just wore a navy shirt and rolled up his sleeves arbitrarily, looking very refreshing and capable. When Wu Hao was in his seat, the whole interview started immediately. To put it simply, a few reporters took the opportunity to sit opposite Wu Hao to ask questions, and after the interview was over, they took some empty mirrors and the like. General Manager Wu, the interview is now officially started. The first question. Today we visited your company's intelligent unmanned factory and also heard your views and understanding on some issues. My question is, these are you. Do you think about it yourself? Sorry, I mean you are still young. Why are there so many ideal views beyond the majority of this age group, or even many middle-aged and elderly people? Are you an absolutely rational person? How do you see yourself? The first reporter to ask him was naturally a reporter from CCTV. As the most important of these 5 media, the CCTV reporter took the lead in asking him questions. You have several questions. Wu Hao heard a joke with a smile, and then thought, I can't live without such thoughts from my parents, my teacher, school, and some elders who taught us carefully. Of course, also from I don't know the influence of people around me and my personal subjective value of the world. So after synthesizing various factors, I also formed a set of values of our own cognitive system. Actually, I'm not an absolutely rational person, and I often do something extraordinary because of impulse, and I also make mistakes. It's just that as the company grows bigger and bigger, I can more and more feel the responsibility and pressure on myself. Your slight actions may have a great impact, so you have to be cautious in your behavior. In addition, after the establishment of the company, all kinds of things that we couldn't imagine have swept through, and the trouble and quantity of these things have far exceeded our previous cognition and ability. So in order to deal with these things, We must grow as quickly as possible. It is also under this constant encouragement that we can grow and mature rapidly. In fact, I don't understand what it means to be mature. I think it should be a matter of thinking and thinking about things. So in the face of so many things and increasing pressure and responsibility, do you regret it? If you are given another chance to choose, will you continue to choose to start a business? The CCTV reporter asked him. I regret it. Then I regretted it. I knew I was so tired. Maybe I sold the relevant technology directly, and took the money to comfortably travel around the world and enjoy life. Wu Hao smiled and said, but there is no if and no return in life. Now that you have chosen, go ahead firmly. In fact, the money we make now, even if we spend extravagantly every day in the future, is enough for us to spend many lives. If it was only for such a shallow dream of getting rich, we have already realized it. Why bother to continue to work hard? I think it's because of ideals. What is more important to us than money is ideals. Ideal? What kind of ideal? The reporter could not help but interest. Wu Hao shook his head with a smile and said, people are affected by various things at different stages, and they also have different ideals. For me, the biggest ideal now is to be able to run this company well and do more things that can benefit the country, society and the world. I hope that with my little effort, I can promote this social progress and make this world a little bit better. Very great ideal, the reporter praised. The BC reporter who was waiting while waiting could not help asking, Mr. Wu, you have just put the country in front of the society, and the world is at the bottom. What's the point of this order? Wu Hao glanced at the reporter, then smiled slightly. The world is too big. Even if I have the idea to change it, there is not enough power to achieve it. And some people are very repulsive to our goodwill, misinterpretation and abusive attacks. So for us, we can only do our best to help those who are willing to accept our help, and we can help. In fact, no matter which country we are in, the first lesson we received from childhood is to love the country and serve the society. For citizens of each of our countries, these 2 points must be observed. If a person does not even love his motherland, www.mentalnovel.com, then what do we expect him to love, and how can such a person be accepted and trusted? So on this basis, if we still have the ability, we are also very happy to love this world and everybody in this world. I also sincerely hope that this world can become a better place. Only the world is better, every country can be better, and our human life can be better. Mr. Wu, who are you talking about? Who do you mean? Are you very resentful of these people? The BC reporter grabbed the words in Wu Hao's words and asked him. Hearing this problem, several other domestic media reporters and the staff present were looking at Wu Hao, and could not help but be nervous. This is obviously a trap. If Wu Hao's answer is not good, it is easy to be defeated by this malicious BC reporter. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Wu Hao took a look at the reporter, then wrote with a smile and said lightly, naturally those who are victims of delusional paranoia, these people are thinking wildly all day, as if everyone who comes into contact with him wants to harm him, living in one don't come out of the dangerous world you envisioned. I want to tell these people that the world is still very beautiful. Don't treat everyone as bad people. And there are not so many bad people. Broaden your mind. Only you treat others with sincerity. Others may treat you with sincerity. When it comes to hate, Wu Hao shook his head and said, I only feel sad for these people and never hate it. There are 7 billion people in the entire world. For us, fewer users is not a big deal. Instead, we feel sorry for this group of people, because they missed a lot of things that could help them. As of the end of October, the total overseas sales of our intelligent voice assistants and other devices have reached 40 million units, which is almost equal to the domestic sales. This is definitely a very amazing number, And this number is growing rapidly every day. This means that 40 million users around the world are already enjoying the convenience brought by our products. And many users who are linguistically scattered around the world have established contacts through our intelligent simultaneous interpretation technology, and some have become good friends. In the future, we will add more languages, and strive to let more people around the world contact and understand and communicate through the bridge established by this technology. And in this environment of international communication and integration, don't you think that those who insist on opposing are sad? But Mr. Wu, according to an investigation document by the Security Intelligence Department of the United States, the smart voice products sold by your company have malicious eavesdropping and related background Trojan horse programs. These malicious programs will automatically collect the user's personal private information, such as call recording, environmental monitoring, email theft, information communication interception, and so on. If consumers use these products, it will not only cause the leakage of personal private information, but may also affect national security. Based on this, RICE has not yet agreed with your company's products to enter the country, and has plans to investigate your company's products further. What do you think about this? Is your product really safe? This BC reporter was a little unwilling, and immediately straightforwardly asked, vowing to get the answer he wanted from Wu Hao. Wu Hao heard saying that this man showed a hint of irony. As the world's most powerful country, it's ridiculous to worry about being persecuted by others all day. In view of this situation, I think there are nothing more than 3 possibilities. First, it is too insecure, like a weak girl. Second, it may be a victim of paranoia, so go to a psychiatrist early. The third thing is that too much has been done. Speaking of this, Wu Hao said, I can responsibly say that our products are absolutely safe. We have the most secure system in the world, and this system has not been conquered to this day. We have also worked hard to protect user privacy information, so we have multiple combinations and technologies to protect it. Even ourselves, it's difficult to get the privacy information on a user's device without the user's consent. Our product has been released for almost 2 years, and so far we have not heard of a case where user information was leaked because of a problem with our product. I wonder if you have heard it before? Asked by Wu Hao, the reporter couldn't answer, and his face was awkward. However, he recovered quickly, and yelled at him with a loud voice, but your company has close relations with the military in your country. Don't you serve them and collect useful data for them? Boeing, Airbus and some other international giants also have close relations with the military of the relevant countries and provide services to the military of the relevant countries. Do we have to suspect that there will be problems with the civilian products supplied by these companies to other countries? Will they eavesdrop on the secrets of others and transmit them to the military of the countries concerned? Wu Hao watched him ask a question and then said, WeHao Technology is a cutting-edge technology research and development technology company. We have a very wide field of involvement and a large number of customers. Is it because of their special status that we refuse to cooperate with them? Where is the rule? Are we breaking the law? Military technology has also been the focus of our company's research, and a preliminary result has been achieved in this regard. Here I want to share with you a message. At present, we have confirmed that we will participate in next year's Zhuhai Air Show as a private enterprise. At that time, we will exhibit a series of related military and security equipment, so stay tuned. Seeing this reporter still wanted to entangle, Wu Hao did not give him a chance, but looked at several other media reporters. The female reporter who was waiting for the opportunity to read the Mai news, and then asked, Wang Sang, your company's intelligent voice assistant and smart home steward are very popular with young people in Laos. These models' products are very popular in Laos. However, there seems to be some controversy in the interpretation of some traditional slang. Many scholars hope that your company can correctly interpret these slang to respect our cultural traditions and eliminate disputes. In addition, Otgo Limited, the largest inflatable WW manufacturer in Laos, is very optimistic about the smart home housekeeping system launched by your company, and they have always hoped to establish cooperation with your company in this regard. And many Lao people are very excited about this strong cooperation, and expressed willingness to support consumption. I don't know what your company's attitude is about this. The reporters in this country are really enough. Wu Hao heard that he was full of black lines, and some people beside him laughed at the question, wondering how Wu Hao answered this question. Wu Hao thought about it and then said with a smile, "First of all, the first question about vocabulary annotations in traditional culture is not our random comment, but the most official and universal interpretation of the comments made by relevant language experts." Of course, in a language system, people living in different regions have different understandings of individual words. So this will also create a kind of disagreement and controversy, which is inevitable. We have noticed this issue www.mtlnovel.com and will fix it in a new update soon. After the system is updated, users can modify the annotations of related words in their own devices, which has reached their own requirements. Of course, the modified vocabulary annotations are only for use on my own device, and cannot be uploaded or shared. Regarding the second question, we have learned about some users' requests and suggestions in this regard, and we have also received cooperation invitations from Mott Corporation. But you should understand that different countries have different customs. The content of this cooperation can easily cause some controversy, so we are still deliberately discussing. As a multinational company involving multiple countries and regions, every decision we make must be careful to avoid stimulating people in some countries and regions. So this cooperation is very controversial even within us. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Unmodified version. The entire interview lasted for nearly 2 hours, and although some tricky issues were encountered, the overall process went very smoothly. This series of interviews was subsequently reported by various media from different angles in the following days. Although there are a lot of news on the occasion of Double 11 in these days, many people have paid attention to this intelligent unmanned factory and related interviews with Wu Hao. In particular, some of his views have aroused widespread discussions, such as whether uncompressed workers' living space will be compressed in unmanned chemical plants and a large number of workers will lose their jobs. Will machines replace human beings? In terms of human beings, can countries be ranked ahead of the world and so on? In these reports, domestic and foreign media present a completely different reporting style. The domestic media is mainly focused on the achievements created by Wu Hao and Hao technology, while the foreign media is focused on some issues of Wu Hao. For example, the media BC that had been working before sent an article Wu and his business empire, which introduced Wu Hao's personal entrepreneurial history in detail, as well as his words in many previous interviews to explain some of his ideals. And another foreign media was doing something. It was equipped with a synthetic breakthrough directly on the cover. I didn't know when to take a picture of Wu Hao looking ahead with firm and sharp eyes, and the background was replaced with the photos of the robot army in Terminator. The title of this report is Be Alert. The age of robots is coming. Are humans ready? What makes Wu Hao speechless is that some people really listened to these media reports, and even held a parade. The signs they held not only painted evil robots with a fork, but also pictures of Wu Hao who was turned into a robot by PS. Meme even intercepted a photo of an angry worker holding up the photo of Wu Hao who was turned into a robot by PS. Below is a line of bold characters. We have to work. Such an impactful photo really made Wu Hao fire internationally, and even made it to the front pages of some important media. This naturally returned to China, and became the object of many people to tease him. Herko, congratulations, now you are a celebrity in the world. Jiang Jun joked at him. Get out of here. Wu Hao glanced at him before continuing to eat. Hee hee, Jiang Jun smiled. and then sat down opposite him with the meal. The company now has two restaurants, their original restaurant in the Four Parks here, and the new restaurant in the high-rise office building. The meals at the restaurants on both sides are very good, and each has its own characteristics. But many employees who have moved to the office building there still like to take a few steps to eat in the restaurants in the Four Parks here. Although the new restaurant there is also good in terms of food, it's similar compared to this. When this restaurant was set up, Wu Hao took a lot of effort and invited a few masters, so a few special dishes became the favorite of the staff. For example, Master Liao's specialty is braised pork, Master Go's pickled fish, Master He's sauce beef, and so on. Many employees not only ate by themselves, but many are willing to buy and go home. Sometimes, employees bring their families to try something new. The company has very good benefits in terms of employee meals. Basically, it subsidizes half how much subsidy it takes, and at the end of the month, it uses the information collected by the system to make a unified settlement. Not only that, the cafeteria also subsidizes purchases every month, so the meals are very cheap. For example, a large amount of Master Liao's specialty is braised pork, which contains 6 pieces of meat, all of which are subsidized for only $6. The other meals are the same. Generally, they can be eaten very well for 20 yuan. Such a good meal also caused many employees' weight to rise linearly, which also made the gym in the company basically help. Many employees are complaining that the company's meals are too good, hoping to set up some low-fat, low-calorie meals. In response to this situation, the canteen also quickly accepted these opinions and set up a special low-fat, low-calorie window to provide such healthy weight loss meals. I did not expect to be very welcomed by the female employees in the company. Every time at noon, I shot a long line. Such a good meal naturally attracted the envy of many white-collar workers nearby, and many people tried to come in to eat. It's just that the company's park has a strict access control system. To enter the park, you must swipe your card or facial recognition. The family members and friends of employees must also be led by the employees and registered. So far, only a small number of people come in through friends to taste the food here. Looking at the healthy weight loss meal in Zhang Jun's plate, Wu Hao couldn't help joking, "Why? Do you want to start losing weight again?" Although this guy Zhang Jun is fat, he still doesn't want to eat it. As mentioned earlier, Master Liao's specialty is braised pork, and Master He's sauce beef is his favorite, which is basically eaten every day. This suddenly changed to a healthy weight loss meal that didn't use a little oil and water, so he was not a bit surprised. Zhang Jun looked at the plum meat on Wu Hao's dinner plate, and swallowed the saliva. Then he resisted the saliva secreted from his mouth, and then lowered his head and silently clamped a broccoli to chew. The boiled broccoli had no smell. It was like chewing grass in his mouth, which pulled his face down. "What's the trouble?" Wu Hao picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to eat. Then his face was so satisfied and affectionate. When Zhang Jun saw this, he threw chopsticks on the dinner plate, and said, "Your uncle, this meal cannot be eaten." Wu Hao gave him a glance, and then laughed. "Whoever stops you, eat as much as you want." After hearing what he said, Zhang Jun glared at him, then picked up the chopsticks and ate silently. "I will not believe it. www.mentalnovel.com I can't reduce my body weight." Wu Hao smiled, took a sip of juice and continued to eat. "I prepared for a month just for this day." How about everyone's situation now? After seeing him asking the business, Zhang Jun nodded seriously. Everyone's mood is very high. After eating, except for some employees who work at night, we have arranged for most of the employees who work at night to arrange for them to go to nearby business hotels rest. Arrived at 8 o'clock on time, preparation started at 9 o'clock, and our online promotional activities at 0 o'clock officially started. This group of people will work until 10 a.m. tomorrow, when other employees will take over to continue. At present, all aspects of work are ready, waiting for the arrival of 0 minutes. Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, date and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Unmodified version. At 11:30, Wu Hao and Jiang Jun and others appeared in the company's multifunctional hall. It is worth mentioning that Lin Wei is also here, because he had to oversee the Double 11th tonight. He told Lin Wei that he would not go home at night. But I did not expect that Lin Wei was very interested in their Double 11, and proposed to come over and take a look. Wu Hao also readily agreed to this. Anyway, it is not a big deal. Of course, Lin Wei cannot come empty-handed, so before she came, she also bought a lot of consolation items, such as snacks, fruits, and drinks, and the people who followed him with several large bags. Since the marketing department moved to high-rise office buildings, the office space has also been much wider. In order to facilitate the comprehensive management of the entire online market as well as the international market, the marketing department has deliberately established an integrated market operations center here. Compared with the temporary activity command center originally built in the 4 parks by borrowing multi-purpose halls, the facilities in this section are much better. In addition to the large screens spread on 3 walls, the entire hall is divided into 5 functional areas, each of which is filled with employees, and is now working hard. Poppy. After seeing them come in, the staff in the multifunctional hall rose up and applauded. Before this time, he would say a few words to encourage everyone's morale, and this year is no exception. I saw that he walked in front of the crowd and pressed his hands to signal everyone to calm down and laughed. Everyone has worked hard. We have prepared for a month just for this day. So everyone will work harder and strive for another success this time. I won't say anything else. My girlfriend bought some snacks for everyone and gave them 1 point. Thank you, lady. Long live the lady. Pap. Everyone cheered and cheered. Even Lin Wei, who was careless, faced with such a situation. Her face turned red. Wu Hao pressed his hand to signal the crowd to continue working, while he and Jiang Jun and they came to the middle podium to take their seats. At this moment, everyone in the multifunction hall is busy working, and the front of the large screen is constantly scrolling various data. Similarly, the corner of the big screen on the wall is also live broadcasting the situation of this 11th party. The party was very exciting. In order to publicize it, it can be said that it cost a lot of money to invite many international leaders. However, employees do not have this time and are fully engaged in intense work. Lin Wei is very interested in the entire operation center and looks around from time to time, looking very excited. Jiang Jun smiled, then took the bag from the assistant's side, took out a few cans of beer, and opened a can and handed it to Wu Hao. Drink. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Wei, then nodded and took over the beer. After getting a few cans of beer, he raised the beer and laughed. Come, let's do one first, and wish the results of this activity. Dry. Everyone touched it, and then they drank. 10 minutes left. Huang Ziwa looked at the time on the electronic screen, then picked up the microphone and shouted at the crowd. Hearing Huang Ziwa's voice, the busy people could not help but look up at the time, and then kept busy. At the moment, in the entire command hall, in addition to the noisy keyboard sounds, there were various kinds of answering phone calls. Ziwa is still a little nervous. Wu Hao glanced at Huang Ziwa, who was walking around there, and said to the crowd. Jiang Jun nodded when he saw this. After all, this is the first time he has independently directed such a large marketing campaign, and it is inevitable that he will be nervous. Although he also participated in previous years, there was an old Dong in charge at the time. He was only responsible for assisting without much pressure. This year is different. He is responsible for it independently. We just supervise the battle and do not participate. In addition to the adverse effects of the previous incident, he feels that the pressure is understandable. Well, there is always a first time, and the past is just fine. Wu Hao smiled. Lin Wei, who was sitting, heard Wu Hao's conversation, and looked at Huang Ziwa, who was watching the screen closely, saying, "You are so young, you can rest assured that he is responsible for such an important promotion item." "Oh," Wu Hao said with a smile, "we are not very young. In our company, regardless of age, only on strength." Although Huang Ziwa looks young, his ability is worthy of our recognition. After hearing what he said, Zhang Jun nodded with a smile, and Lin Wei thought about it. While chatting, I heard Huang Ziwa excitedly say, "Last minute." At this time, I saw old horses and many guests on the TV, and a countdown screen also appeared on the big screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then the numbers on the big screen began to scroll quickly, and I saw that the numbers above were already skyrocketing. 100 million. Zhang Jun said excitedly. "How long?" 6.7 seconds. Zhang Junena couldn't help feeling excited, her voice trembling a little. Wu Hao looked at the numbers that were still skyrocketing, and his lips twitched. "Weibo, this is also a new record for us." This year, the company's official blog will also broadcast live pictures and graphics for the Double 11 sales, so after this data appeared, the official blog immediately reported. And Lin Wei took a photo of the record shown on the big screen, and then took a few photos of Wu Hao and the scene. Then Xizi also posted a Weibo and wrote, "Double 11, come on." After cheerfully posting Weibo, Lin Wei held her mobile phone and looked at Wu Hao. "It doesn't seem very exciting." Wu Hao smiled, then picked up a knife and fork and inserted a piece of fruit in it. "I'm used to it." In this regard, Lin Wei could not help but rolled her eyes. Cut. Zhang Jun next laughed and said, "He's like this. If I hadn't pulled him to watch the war, I would have gone back to sleep. I really don't understand." It seems that money is as enmity as years, and he can remain so calm at this time. Giggle. Lin Wei pouted and laughed. Wu Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, then continued to fix his eyes on the big screen. "A billion. How long?" "A 47 second. This is another new record, 36 seconds ahead of the 500 million last year." www.mtlnovel.com. Huang Ziwa was excited at everyone. Pap. Everyone applauded, and then returned to their busy work. Zhang Jun's big, fat face had already blossomed at the moment. He picked up the beer and went straight to the crowd. "Come, touch one. Congratulations on our success again." Wu Hao picked up the beer and touched with a smile. "This is just the beginning. The final result is not yet known. Don't be too happy." With such a start, the final results are certainly not bad. Speaking of Zhang Jun, he started to drink and looked up. He could not remember that beer is also a high-calorie drink. It seems that the weight loss meal at noon today was eaten for nothing. Whereas Lin Wei gave Wu Hao a white look and drank it, but she didn't know when Wu Hao's hand was held. Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Wu Hao didn't stay in the operation center for long. By 2 a.m., the growth rate had gradually slowed down. When he saw this, he lost his interest, and then took Lin Wei, who was still excited, to everyone and told everyone, then went home to rest. It's the same with Zhang Jun. There is nothing to see here, and he is too lazy. After all, he has the experience of the past years, and this year he also seems a little calm. However, even if he went back, Zhang Jun was closely watching the company's related sales situation. In their WeChat group, several of them posted related news from time to time. After dawn, there were two small peaks. One was around 10 a.m. to 1 a.m., and the growth rate obviously reached a peak. The other peak was around 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. In fact, by 2 p.m., the sales volume of Double 11 had exceeded the sales volume of the whole day last year. So for Wu Hao, their record breaking is positive, but what they want to know now is the final sales. In addition to online promotions this time, there are also promotions for offline physical stores, but the intensity of offline is slightly smaller than online. In addition, from the geographical division, It is also divided into domestic market and international market. From the statistical data, the domestic market is still more active than the international market, and online promotions are significantly higher than offline physical store promotions. Although Wuhao is very concerned about the sales of the Double 11, they are far less concerned by the major media. Starting at 4 p.m., various media reporters have been calling to ask for relevant sales data, including heavyweight official media such as Name, Xinhua, CCTV and so on. In the harassment, the Double 11 promotion festival finally came to a successful end. Wu Hao got the relevant data until 1 a.m. At this point he had fallen asleep early. But Lin Wei was always curious, so he just waited. Not only did she wait, she also dragged Wu Hao to wait with her. Several times he fell asleep and was woken up by Lin Wei. 15.3 billion, this is the total sales on this Double 11 full antenna, including the domestic and international markets. This figure is naturally much higher than the 12 billion yuan last year, and also met Wu Hao's expectations. In addition, the full-day sales of Double 11 in domestic offline physical stores have also come out, and it is estimated that it can reach about 3 billion. Although it is far worse than the online market, this is also a very good data. You should know that these products are mainly for young people, and young people now generally like online shopping and rarely go to physical stores to buy. In this case, sales of about 3 billion can still be achieved, indicating that the performance of offline field stores is still very good this time. As for the relevant data of the international market, Wu Hao received it the next morning. The international market has also performed very well in the Double 11 promotion. Although it is still a certain distance compared to the domestic market sales data, the sales of US $1.03 billion have also made them report in many media a stroke of light. The combined sales of more than 20 billion yuan have also made them the representatives of many brands and enterprises in Double 11, and have been frequently mentioned by major media. Even in some municipalities and provinces, as well as departments of commerce and information industry, they sent congratulatory letters to congratulate them on their remarkable achievements in this Double 11 promotion. Faced with such excellent results, every employee in the company has a smiling smile on his face. The company's good performance means that their bonuses and benefits will also be generous. Although this year's end of the year award has not yet arrived, many people are thinking about how much bonus will be paid by the end of the year. For Wu Hao and Jiang Jun, this result finally relieved them. This year they accelerated the company's expansion, entered multiple industries, and established many new projects. All this requires money, even if the company's usual benefits are good, plus the money it has accumulated before, it can't afford to spend it. Therefore, not only Jiang Jun, but even the financial director Qing also expressed his concerns to him more than once. In the face of this situation, Wu Hao knew in his heart that he was in a hurry. But in order to maintain the normal progress of various projects, he still clenched his teeth. The results of the Double 11 were good, and they could bring a considerable revenue for the company, which was somewhat relieved of their pressure. Of course, this does not mean that the entire promotion is over. In fact, this is just the first step. The next focus of their work is to get more than 2 billion products into the hands of every user. Except for offline channels, online channels are all dependent on various express companies. This time, Wu Hao and the two express delivery giants of Shunfeng and Post cooperated strongly and will be responsible for the entire domestic and international market express delivery business. Although it is said that the two courier giants have not really expanded to the international market, the Post has worked closely with postal agencies in other countries, which is unmatched by other commercial courier companies. Seeing this, Wu Hao chose to cooperate with the Post. Although the postal service was inferior to the emerging express delivery company before, but after seeing the huge market potential of the express delivery industry, the postal service also started to develop its strength. The combination of its developed branch lines and capillary outlets has also made it the most extensive express delivery network in China. Coupled with continuous improvement and optimization of services, the postal express industry has also risen rapidly, becoming a new leader in the entire express industry. Even with the high winds and downwinds of previous years, down the huge postal mountain, it had to be softened and ranked second. But even with the participation of these two courier giants, the pressure of the entire express delivery and transportation work is very high. How to get these products into the hands of users in the shortest time is an urgent problem they are facing. Even if the two companies are running at full load www.untilnovel.com, it will take nearly 2 or 3 weeks to send all the goods. As to when it will be completed, it depends on the congestion of each logistics transfer node. We must know that the total sales of major online shopping platforms for Double 11 this year, 2021, exceeded 400 billion yuan, and WuHao, and they only accounted for a small part. There is still a huge part of the goods that need to be sent by various logistics companies. It is estimated that the major courier companies will handle more than 3 billion postal, fast, shipments this year. Note 1. With such a huge number, it is conceivable that after the Double 11, the busy situation of the major logistics transfer nodes. Note 1. During the business peak period of November the 11th to the 16th, 2018, domestic postal and courier companies handled a total of 1.882 billion pieces of postal, fast, mail, a year-on-year increase of 25.8%. It is expected to reach 2.25 billion pieces in 2019. This growth rate is not accurate and is only for reference. Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address. Data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Unmodified version. As Singles Day slowly goes away, the topic of WuHao's talk about Haoe technology gradually disappears. But for WuHao, things are far from over. And trouble is not over. Since the remarkable results of Double 11 were reported by the news, many people are worth their money, so all sorts of cattle, horses and snakes are here again. Of course, for WuHao, they are not afraid of these people, but they are too troublesome, and they are facing some difficult masters. Fortunately, in the past, these people did not continue to go too far after inquiring about WuHao and their details. Although WuHao and their founders have a modest family background, their relationship with the military is very close. It can be said that the development of the company is now inseparable from the military support. So these people want to think of their ideas, they have to think about whether they have that energy. And there is still a part that cannot be avoided. Like some projects involve related people and units, then you have to express it. Of course, this expression is not a bribe or something, but a donation to these units. For example, WuHao donated more than 20 million to the Central Primary School, Junior Middle School, High School, etc. Of course, these are not donations in vain. The reason to donate so much money is mainly to solve the problem of the school children's children. Now they recruit some talents, especially experts and technical talents who have made achievements in scientific research. Young people are okay, slightly bigger ones are dragging their mouths. If you want to attract them, you must promise some generous conditions in all aspects in order to impress these people. And our country always pays attention to children's education, so many people are more concerned about this. Therefore, if the education of children of these people is solved, it will definitely be more than half successful. This is also a sharp tool for the Human Resources Department to dig around. However, these schools in the development zone have limited resources, and they are also famous schools in Anxi. The quality of teaching is very high, so educational resources are scarce. If the children of these talents are stuffed in, this is what WuHao has to consider. After a series of communication and negotiation, they finally reached an agreement with these schools, that is, donating in exchange for places. The donated money is used to build new teaching buildings and other facilities. In fact, In addition to the financial allocation of these schools, a large part of the funds are self-funded by the school. So how did self-raising come about? In this way, it is simply a resource swap. Of course, this is good for them, and it's still about education. Wu Hao is also willing. The following thing left him a little speechless. As their land requisition process in the Lingwu International Business District ended, the land leveling and overall exploration work began immediately. However, at this time, an unexpected incident was encountered. During the reorganization process, an ancient building site was discovered during construction, and then reported to the relevant departments. After the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute inspected this, it was found that this is a building site in the Tang dynasty, and further excavation research is needed. Anxi has a long history and culture, so it is not uncommon for relics and ancient tombs to appear on construction sites. Although Wu Hao had some thought preparations in this regard, they did not expect that the ruins could be found so close to the wetland, and it seemed that the scale was not small. There is a joke on the side of Anxi, which is about the progress of a construction project, which depends on the archaeological speed. Because of this, it puts a lot of pressure on archaeologists in provinces and cities. It's basically a project after a project, and there are even many sites with ruins and tombs lined up behind. If Wu Hao and they're lined up so honestly, it is estimated that they have to line up for a year or two. So they must find a way. In general, in order to ensure the smooth progress of relevant important projects, the provincial and municipal cultural relic departments will organize special forces to ensure it. This is in accordance with the procedures and regulations, but this is also operated by humans. If there are several important projects at the same time, then where should the Cultural Relics and Archaeology Department invest its power? This is inseparable from operation. Wu Hao and their fame are relatively recent. Everyone knows they are getting rich, so if you want people to take care of you, you have to show it. After the design of the project at the new headquarters was finalized, Wu Hao directly gave it to Dong Yiming. He is the vice president of the company. He is relatively mature and smooth in life. It is suitable to deal with some troubles in this regard. Of course, he will come to Wu Hao for his opinions on some important matters. What do you mean and want us to donate again? Wu Hao was watching the busy construction site these days, and asked Dong Yiming, who had a tanned skin. Dong Yiming nodded with a smile and said, "No way. Who makes us a big rich man and a big dog now? Seize the opportunity. Can others miss it so easily?" This time it was really in their hands. They would not be able to start work without clearing the ruins one day. Once these people are anxious and go online, our troubles will be big. www.mentalnovel.com. I mean, everything is the most important thing. Wu Hao nodded and said, "How much do they want?" At first, it cost 50 million, but I refused it. And finally they reported another 20 million. It is said that the treasury of the Archaeological Research Institute is small. There is no place for the cultural relics unearthed in recent years. I want to build a bigger one. Dong Yiming answered at him. Oh, Wu Hao smiled. This requirement is also reasonable. There are indeed a lot of cultural relics unearthed in Anxi every year. It is understandable to build a new warehouse for them. Thinking of this, Wu Hao waved with a big hand. 20 million, give it. Let them speed up, and complete the cleanup of the ruins before the spring of next year. Don't delay our normal start. Also, keep your eyes on it, and don't make a major discovery. Don't say that the construction period has been delayed by then. It is estimated that this land will not be able to keep it. Hearing this, Dong Yiming suddenly became bitter. Seeing his expression, Wu Hao couldn't help but be shocked. It won't really make me right. Dong Yiming nodded with a bitter smile. No excavations have been made yet, and the specific situation is unknown. However, experts have speculated that this may be a royal court in the Tang dynasty through exploration and inspection of local county records. If that's the case, then I'm afraid I will actually meet you like that. Wu Hao was a little dumbfounded, which really made him right. After thinking for a while, he also had no good way, and he had to say, reduce the impact first, let the archaeological team be as low-key as possible, and don't announce any major discoveries. As long as you don't engage in storms, other things are fine processing. It takes a lot of effort to carry out the overall migration. Afraid to be afraid of getting on the internet, making it difficult to ride a tiger, when it is too late to think of remedial measures. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. As Double 11 went away, the previous incident finally came to fruition. In order to control this incident within a limited scope, the task force closed the case quickly, and the black hands behind the scenes were locked in. Zheng Mo, the editor-in-chief of a technology website. In order to attract attention and traffic, Zheng deliberately caused the duo to concoct this fake news event. At present, the public security organs have formally arrested the 3 persons and are conducting further interrogation work. The related websites have also been ordered to close and rectify. This result can be regarded as an explanation to the outside world and let the case come to an end. Of course, for Wu Hao, including many in the industry, this matter is far from simple. In the end, Wang Lianggong's words played a role, focusing on the overall stability of development. To be honest, Wu Hao is a little unwilling. Wang Lianggong also knew that he could not persuade Wu Hao, so he sought Li Weigo. After a careful discussion with Li Weigo, Wu Hao agreed. In Li Weigo's words, it is the first thing to have a result in this matter to calm down the suspicions of the outside world. As for the others, speak slowly. The so-called revenge of gentlemen is not too late. For 10 years, they are still young and have opportunities in the future. Wu Hao naturally knew who was behind the scenes. In fact, in addition to the task force, they are also investigating in private, and they know nothing less than the police. There are more than one party behind the scenes. To be precise, it involves 3 companies, both the lithium battery and the mobile phone industry. As for the purpose, Wu Hao and H touched the interests of others for them. The so-called shopping malls are like battlefields, and killing is the norm. There are too many things like this. However, this time they have suffered from this loss and will definitely double it back in the future. The Double 11 promotion and the follow-up are over, which also means that the company's work this year has basically come to an end. During the period before the Lunar New Year, the company will not make any major moves. In addition to a series of summary calculations at the end of the year, it is to discuss the development plan for the new year and start relevant preparations. Regarding the new year's development plan, there is not much disagreement. The main thing is to continue the market expansion and expand the market share of their products. Because the release of the new product has caused delays in the release, the overall pace of development may slow down next year. This slowdown is their initiative to slow down their pace. The purpose is to further consolidate their current results and continue to accumulate power. This is like punching out a fist that needs to be retracted to recharge in order to make another strenuous punch. After donating 20 million funds, the Archaeological Research Institute immediately organized a team of related archaeological experts to conduct an overall excavation of this ancient building relic in the new headquarters park. This place is close to Lingwu Wetland Park. Generally speaking, there will not be any big buildings in ancient times. The ancient water conservancy facilities are relatively backward, so they will not choose to be built in such a place that may be flooded at any time. However, some experts have inferred from the relevant county records and ancient books that this may be a relic of a royal court in the Tang dynasty. With the change of history, the hydrological situation in Lingwu area is still very different from that in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, experts believe that the place where the royal members took refuge from the summer was in this place. Of course, this is only inference. Everything has to wait for the real archaeological results to come out. With the advancement of archaeological excavations, the entire ancient building site is gradually exposed. This is a large group of ancient buildings. The wooden buildings above have been burned down, leaving only stone foundations. On the foundation, traces of the burning of the fire of the year can be seen faintly, and some residual woody black column angles can also confirm this inference. Later, The unearthed related tiles and the text on the foundation stone strips can also confirm that this is the site of the royal court in the Tang dynasty. After getting this news, Wu Hao really had a headache. The more you don't want anything, the more it goes in this direction. But now that things have happened, he must find a way to solve them. And this matter must be resolved as soon as possible, or it will be prolonged for a long time, or the land will really be gone. I haven't been to Lingwu for a while. When he came here again, he found that the land had been basically leveled by Dong Yiming's efforts. All the houses above have been demolished, and some sundries have been removed. At present, the entire site has been fenced. When the archaeological work is finished here, the foundation of the central building complex and the artificial lake will be excavated. The site of the royal palace is located near the lake peninsula on the inside, and the overall scale is about 1 or 2,000 square meters. Several mobile board houses have been built near the site, with the name of the Provincial Archaeological Institute printed on it. When he arrived at the scene, the crowd was already standing and waiting. Seeing Wu Hao, a few people headed by it should have ushered in. You were reading www.uukanzu.com and he quickly walked over when he saw the situation. General Manager Wu, introduced to you. This is Dan Linton, the deputy leader of the archaeological team. He is in charge of our archaeological excavation work. Dong Yiming introduced Wu Hao. Hello, Captain Dan. Hard work. Wu Hao shook hands. Haha, it should. This is our responsibility. Dan Yulin held Wu Hao's hand with a cocoon in his hand and laughed. Dong Yiming pointed to a thin, grey-haired old man next to him. This is Professor Sun Kaimin of the archaeological team, which he had previously inferred is the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy. Hello, Professor Sun. I have long praised your name and finally met today. Wu Hao held the old man's hand and smiled. Oh, your little Wu's big name has cocooned in my ears these days. Sun Kaimin smiled slightly at him. I know that you are definitely not happy to find such important relics on the construction sites of such enterprises, especially such important construction projects. But for us archaeologists, it is a great event. This royal palace is not only recorded in the local county records, but also mentioned in old Tang books and some historical books. However, the location has always been ambiguous. We originally thought that it should be located in the current urban area of Lingwu district. I didn't expect to be here. It was a solution to our historical problem. Wu Hao listened to Professor Sun Kaimin, smiled, and then came out with his own question. I am also very happy to be able to witness the discovery of this site here. But I believe you also know that our schedule here is very tight. I don't know when it can be cleaned up here. Also, does this affect our subsequent construction? Hearing his question, Sun Kaimin and Dan Yulin looked at each other, then shook his head while watching him. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Unmodified version. Okay. Seeing both men shaking their heads, Wu Hao looked at them with a look of doubt. Tan Yulin laughed at Wu Hao. General Manager Wu, please, let me introduce you to our excavation and cleaning work here. Wu Hao glanced at Sun Kaimin, then nodded, and followed several people into the site of the test library. Entering the site, there are 3 large square pits serialized together, and some scattered square pits. And in these pits, some of the site foundations that have been cleared out, messy stones, etc. Sun Kaimin took out a drawn drawing and pointed at Wu Hao. This is the overall excavation site of our site. The foundation site is present in an oblique line. Because it is a different hospital, it does not follow normal regulations, but built according to the terrain. This is the pavilion. Here are the courtyard, the corridor, and the stone bridge over here. Judging from the foundation, stones, tiles, and some remaining text that we have cleaned up so far, no matter from the scale, regulation, or some direct textual evidence, here are the royal lakes of the Tang dynasty. Hospital. Hearing Sun Kaimin's introduction, Wu Hao nodded, and said to them, this royal court can appear in our new headquarters park, which is a bit of blessing to us. When can we excavate and clean up? our progress cannot be united. Tan Yulin and Sun Kaimin heard the opponent's glances and laughed bitterly. Sun Kaimin was still anxious, and then said to Wu Hao, the excavation and cleanup can be completed years ago. However, President Wu, this site is very important, and it is a pity to destroy it in this way. Wu Hao raised her eyebrows, then watched the two wave their hands and said, it's simple. At that time, people will pull these things away and store them in the warehouse. Just keep the stones. It's not easy to bury them now. Save. Although Wu Hao said relatively easily, the two could also hear a hint of irony from his words. It means that there is nothing like this pile of stones. General Manager Wu, for our archaeologists, these relics are really valuable only if they are preserved in their original location. This royal palace site is relatively well preserved. It would be a pity if it was destroyed in this way. If it can be preserved, this has a profound meaning for us to study the royal forest garden of the Tang dynasty. It can be said that it fills a gap in our scholarship. So we hope. Sun Kaimin said stubbornly to Wu Hao. Wu Hao frowned, then waved at the two of them to interrupt Sun Kaimin's words. I don't want to listen to this now. I just want to know if this place can move. You know the importance of this project. Now the replanning of the entire Lingwu International Business District has started, and all work is proceeding in an orderly manner. If our project stagnates, the replanning of the entire Lingwu Business District will be significantly affected. At present, we have lost so much money. If we cannot start construction on time, it will affect our subsequent series of plans. Mr. Wu, first you have to dissipate your anger. Tan Yulin quickly rounded the field and said, of course we know the importance of your project. So why not pick the best soldiers in the courtyard to hurry up to excavate and clean up? But this site is special and has high scientific research value. So I hope you can understand and support our work. Wu Hao shook his head and looked at his eyes sharply. I asked you to come to support our work, and you have to make it clear. And when it comes to supporting your work, we don't seem to be behind. That's how you give back. Why don't you, the young man, understand this? This is an important relic, which you can never find. Sun Kaimin was anxious. Grandma, don't worry. Tan Yulin quickly grabbed Sun Kaimin, and then smiled at Wu Hao. General Manager Wu, of course we know your support for our work. We are very grateful. However, this ruin is really important, and it is definitely not appropriate to just destroy it. If it spreads, I am afraid it will have a great impact on your reputation and that of your company. Look at it this way, let's not hurry. Let's think of a best of both worlds to solve this problem. Hearing Tan Yulin's words, Wu Hao glanced at Sun Kaimin, who was bearding and staring, and then nodded. Then I turned around and looked at the ruins and said, can you use the overall translation technology to move this ruin to another place? I know that there have been such migration cases in some important projects in the past. Tan Yulin stopped Sun Kaimin, then nodded at Wu Hao. There are such successful cases, but this is also a last resort. For us, these relics are best left alone. Once they are relocated. www.mtlnovel.com lost a lot of important information and lost a lot of meaning. Mr. Wu, we also understand the importance of your project. It is definitely impossible for you to let the place and relocate. So see if we can make a concession to each other. We will only leave the core area of this site, and we will relocate and shrink the other areas, so that we can take into account your construction needs and protect this precious site. And there is this relic in your company park, which can not only add a little humanity to you, but also a good spot. You also said just now that the appearance of this royal court in your park is indeed a rare fate. It can add a blessing to you, but it is impossible for ordinary companies to ask for it. Besides, even if this thing spreads out in the future, everyone will come to praise your heart, your company's atmosphere. Tan Yulin's remarks also let Wu Hao's anger dissipate slightly. In fact, he also knows that this kind of thing is not spread. Once it is spread, even if the project is even more important, they may be overwhelmed by the tide of public opinion. Moreover, in this matter, they really did not make sense. It is blamed that there are too many underground things in Anxi. If the ruins were discovered before them, I am afraid that a ruin park will really be built here, and they will not be able to get the site. Thinking of this, Wu Hao couldn't help picking up the plan of the park and started to look at it. After carefully comparing the location and size of the site on the plan, he was relieved. As long as it does not affect the construction of the core building area in the middle of the park, other adjustments are also possible. As Dan Yulan said, although it takes up a place, it also is a cultural spot, which is not a loss. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Although there is such a compromise plan, the so-called one touches the whole body. The previous related design scheme may need to be modified accordingly. Don't look at only 1 or 2,000 levels. In fact, the impact is relatively large. Because the site is to be protected, no construction can be started in the area occupied by the site, and no other buildings can be built. Moreover, some cables cannot be buried through the site and must be bypassed. This makes many of the plans that have been completed and frozen need to be thought again for modification, and once they are modified, they must be submitted for approval again, which is equivalent to going through the original procedure again. In fact, after the overall design plan was determined, the detailed work on some design plans has been ongoing, and some of the design plans have also been modified according to the suggestions of Wu Hao and some experts. Like the original design, the main building in the center of the park is 36 floors, a total of 110 meters. After the modification, the overall height was increased to 128 meters, and the floors were increased to 39 floors. There is also an irregularly shaped glass greenhouse on the shore of the middle artificial lake and on the edge of the main building of the center for planting some flowers and plants. It will also be a place for employees to relax, offering not only desserts but also coffee. Even the private visitors of some employees can do face-to-face meetings and so on. There are still many changes like this, but the overall layout remains unchanged. This remains is a break from the previous overall layout, so a new round of revisions is needed. No, consider that this site is located on a planned trunk road in the park. So after repeated consultations, the design project planning team finally decided to use a glass bridge to cross the ruins. While the ruins are not damaged, the roads in the park can be kept smooth and have certain ornamental value. Of course, like these messy and trivial matters, Wu Hao can't be responsible for everything. So in addition to some more important things that need him to clap, everything else is left to Dong Yiming and the design team to decide for themselves. Although near the end of the year, there are no major moves in the company, but for Wu Hao himself, his affairs are far from over. For example, since the design plan of their new headquarters was established, many construction companies have frequently found him through various relationships, including public, private, and foreign. 10. Their project is expected to invest nearly 10 billion yuan, so many construction companies are trying to swallow this piece of fat. However, Wu Hao has never disclosed the choice of the enterprise or the public bidding. According to him, it is to wait until all design schemes are frozen and approved, and then select the relevant building contractor. But these people can't wait. Even some people use their brains to pay attention to his relatives and friends. For example, Wu Hao's stepmother Jiang Xiaoman responded to him. Recently, people always gave gifts to their homes under various names. Lin Wei also said that more and more people visited her parents recently. This includes He Xiangrong, the chairman of Dadong Group, who had previously contacted Wu Hao. Some others are easy to talk about, but some trustees intercede. No matter what the outcome is, you should see each other, and the etiquette must be in place. For example, He Xiangrong invited his old husband Lin Hongyan. In Lin Hongyan's words, since this person found him, and his personal relationship was not bad, he was not good enough to let Wu Hao meet this person. As for what to talk about and how to talk about it, it was entirely Wu Hao's decision. He never interfered. In this regard, Wu Hao can only agree. After all, this old man's face is still to be given, and that is just to meet up. However, after knowing this, Lin Wei was unwilling to train her dad directly, so that he wouldn't bother Wu Hao. This made Lin Hongyan have a lot of taste, and lamented the girl's extroversion, and helped his man to count his dad before he was too much. Meeting with Hixiang Rong, Lin Wei originally wanted to follow, but was rejected by Wu Hao. Lin Wei thought that he understood that he was afraid that Hixiang Rong would make some excessive demands that he would not be able to refuse because of his face, so he followed and stood in front of him. The reason Wu Hao refused was that he did not want her to participate in this kind of thing. After all, the two of them had a good personal relationship, and with her being so intertwined, the relationship could be broken. On the other hand, they were talking about business, and it was not appropriate for Lin Wei to follow along. Hixiang Rong attached great importance to this meeting with Wu Hao, not only brought a large casual team, but also placed their meeting place in Anxi's largest and most luxurious Anxi Hotel. The history of this hotel is very early and can be traced back to the Republic of China. Some important VIPs who come to Anxi usually stay at Anxi Hotel www.mentalnovel.com, so it has a special meaning here. Like some important meetings, they will be arranged here, making the resources here tight. Being able to choose the place where they meet here, and getting the right to use the small living room, shows that the other party took some effort. When Wu Hao walked into the lobby of the Anxi Hotel, Hixiang Rong was already waiting with someone in the middle of the lobby. After seeing him in, Hixiang Rong immediately took the lead with a smile and enthusiastically said, "Xiao Wu, welcome, welcome." He, President He, it's too expensive. Wu Hao looked around and laughed. "Where, entertain you, President Wu? What are the expenses?" Hixiang Rong said with a smile, and then reached out to him and said, "Let's go upstairs." "Okay." Wu Hao nodded, and together with Hixiang Rong came down to a small living room on the second floor. Said to be a small living room, in fact, it is not small at all. The interior is luxuriously decorated, with handmade carpets, famous calligraphy and paintings, solid wooden tables and chairs, and gold-plated decorations. This is not a formal meeting and negotiation, but a private informal meeting between Wu Hao and Hixiang Rong. So the atmosphere seemed more relaxed and the two were more casual. After serving relevant tea and snacks, Hixiang Rong laughed at Wu Hao. "Xiao Wu, it's really hard to meet you. To be honest, even the provincial leaders are not as strenuous as you." Wu Hao of course knows that Hixiang Rong's words are joking with him, or a kind of ridicule, which can also be regarded as a kind of irony. But he didn't care, but laughed. "No way, there have been too many people who have been looking for us recently, and some can't handle it. Just say today, after meeting you, I have to rush to meet another group." What about people? Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Oh, then Mr. Wu, you have to think carefully. Not many people are reliable these days. Hixiang Rong laughed at him. "Ha ha, yeah, my old husband and mother said the same thing." Wu Hao said with a smile. Although there are only a few simple sentences, this is a bit of wrestling and mutual temptation. "Oh," Hixiang Rong did a laugh, and then said to Wu Hao, "I have heard that you are so well known as President Wu. It's really better to meet. I asked your brother to come here today, mainly to communicate with you. How can I say that YY's parents have a good relationship, and I also watched her grow up a little bit. So I'm glad to see that YY can find you. In addition, we are all local companies in Anxi and we are not outsiders. We should help each other and support each other, let alone our special relationship." Ha ha, Wu Hao smiled and said, "Before coming, YY also told me, saying that you are a particularly good and amiable elder. Let me talk to you well, and you will definitely not embarrass me." "Of course, then of course," Hixiang Rong replied, holding a teacup and wondering what he was thinking. Hixiang Rong's intention this time was very clear to Wu Hao. In fact, both sides are very clear, but Wu Hao has not given the old fox a chance to speak. Sure enough, after taking a sip of tea, He Xiangrong smiled at him. Xiao Wu, I heard that antiques have been dug out of the land in the Lingwu International Business District. Wu Hao nodded and smiled. You are well informed. This matter has not been officially announced yet. Haha, on this 3-acre land in Anxi, what can I hide from He Xiangrong? Let alone everyone is staring at the Lingwu International Business District project. He Xiangrong laughed at him. Well, what baby is dug up? Tell your uncle soon. Well, how did this become uncle again? Wu Hao said something in his heart, then shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. It's a ruin of a Tang Dynasty building. According to experts, this site is likely to be the location of the royal palace of Lingwu in the Tang Dynasty. It is a blessed land. There is nothing to keep secret about this kind of thing, and a little inquiries made it clear. So Wu Hao also spoke straight away. Really? Then you guys are really lucky. He Xiangrong sighed at him. If only we had got the land earlier, with the golden signboard of this royal court. It would definitely appreciate a lot if it was developed into real estate. But it's not bad now, since you announced that you will build your new headquarters here. The land prices in this area have also risen sharply. I heard that the city will focus on developing this place in the future and wants to make it an international business center. So now many people are pushing forward and want to take a piece of it. Oh, Wu Hao looked at He Xiangrong and smiled. Well, how about you? How can we not be attentive? We are also trying to find a way. You know that the city is very tight about this card. So you have to take care of Xiao Wu. He Xiangrong looked at the difficult fox in front of him and said. Wu Hao waved his hands again and again. Where is your influence in Anxi and even our province? Your Daedong group has more than us. You take care of us, and it's our turn to greet you. Ha ha. Joking. Your Heo technology is world-renowned. Double 11 has created more than 20 billion sales. This is not comparable to one of our local companies. So, you still have to take care of our local enterprises. Get rich first and then get rich. Let Anxi and the people in our province get real benefits. He Xiangrong hinted at him again. Wu Hao nodded with a smile. You are right, we will continue to strengthen our investment in charity in the future, and strive to give back to the broad masses of Anxi, the province and even the country. Amount. He Xiangrong was a little speechless about what he said. What is this and why? He jumped into charity. No, I can't go on like this. He Xiangrong shook his head and said directly to him, Xiao Wu, I heard that your new headquarters design has been completed. I don't know when it will start. Did the contractor choose? Our Daedong Group has been committed to the construction of important construction projects and has achieved very brilliant results so far. It has successively constructed a number of important landmark buildings, and has won a series of domestic and international related architectural awards. After listening to He Xiangrong's pile of introductions, Wu Hao shook his head with a smile. Because of the remains found in the park, in order to protect this precious historical site, we need to modify the original design plan. Therefore, the overall design plan has not been completed. If you want to start work, I am afraid that it will be summer next year. As for the project contractor, which has not yet been determined, we will conduct a public bidding after the design plan comes out. Not only do you find us now, but many companies have also found us through various relationships. Like what? China Construction, China Communications, China Railway, etc. www.mentalnovel.com. Even this time there are some internationally renowned construction companies have also expressed to us a strong willingness to cooperate. Each one is not small, and each one has various relationships. What do you want me to do? Taking a look at the muted He Xiangrong, Wu Hao continued, supposedly you are the elder of me and YY, and I should also take care of you. But there are too many people following this project. Foreign companies are involved. With a little movement on my side, they may be magnified infinitely by being taken overseas and become a weight for them to attack us. So if you really want to participate in this project, you can only participate in open tendering. He Xiangrong shook his head when he heard what Wu Hao said. Wu Hao said that so many companies are involved, He is not unaware. It is because of this that he wants to see if he can work a little bit through the back door through this private relationship. But from the present point of view, it simply does not work. This kid does not buy at all. Let him participate in the public bidding and speak nicely. If he had that strength, would he still use it to find this yellow-haired boy? Although their company has an influence in Anxi and even the province, even in the surrounding area. But companies that face these national prefixes, as well as those international giants, simply enter lanterns into the toilets and seek death. Thinking of this, He Xiangrong couldn't help sighing. It seemed that he could only look at the saliva. Although he had prepared for this matter, he was still unwilling to try it. But from now on, there should be no chance. However, he quickly put away his discouragement, and changed his face into a smile again. Hey, Xiao Wu, I just asked about this project. Today I mainly want to talk to you about other projects. I don't know if you are interested. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Other projects. Wu Hao looked at He Xiangrong and wondered. It seems that the other party did not come for the construction project of their new headquarters this time, but for another purpose. As for why, I'm trying to test him and see if there is any opportunity for him. Now that there is no chance to see that project, he changed the topic immediately, or put out his true purpose of finding him this time. Really just an old fox? Wu Hao looked at the middle-aged greasy man who was licking his big belly in front of him and scolded him. Yes, other projects. It seems that we have no chance for the construction project of this new headquarters, so we can only find another way out. He Xiangrong said, beckoning a young and beautiful, and hot woman secretary. The two took a huge map and spread it on the table. How about Wu Hao, holding a teacup and drinking water, watching silently as these people were busy living there? After the arrangement of several people was completed, He Xiangrong stood up and reached out to Wu Hao. Brother, look, this is the plan of the entire Lingwu International Business District. Well, this is back to my brother. Wu Hao stood up speechlessly, and then looked at the huge map in front of him. After watching it for a while, he gave a thumbs up to He Xiangrong and praised, General Manager, she really has great power. I saw this new plan in the office of Secretary Du. Oh, the project of Lingwu attracts people's attention. It is not difficult to get this new plan. He Xiangrong said to him, here is your company park, this is the business district. Management committee. This is the main road of the business district. This large area is the core area of the entire Lingwu Ecological Wetland Reserve. No construction work is allowed in this area. Your company park is adjacent to the buffer zone of the Lingwu Ecological Reserve and is closest to the core area. It is also the most beautiful surrounding area. In the past, it was too far away from the urban area, and it was not in the Lingwu urban area. So naturally nobody asked for it. It's different now. My brother's location here is tantamount to promoting the development here. As for your land, it was appreciated several times now. If it can be opened into real estate, it will be a rush. Then, General Manager, shouldn't you just pay attention to hitting this land? Wu Hao couldn't help but interrupt. This guy really dares to think. Well, if you give me this courage, I dare not ask you for this plot of land. And your project is the core of promoting the development of the business district. No one who pays attention can come to you. If your project fails, then the entire Lingwu business district may collapse, let alone us. He Xiangrong shook his head again and again. So for us, no one wants your project to be more successful than we do. Believe it or not, if you have difficulty with the funding of this project, as long as you have a mouthful, there are a lot of guarantees people take the initiative to send you money. Nothing else, just to get your project completed as soon as possible. Oh, Wu Hao showed an interested expression. He could guess one or two for any reason, but he still wanted to hear He Xiangrong's explanation. Interest. He Xiangrong spit out these two words, and then smiled at him. In the past, everyone was not interested here because it was too far away from the main urban area, located on the edge of the city. and the development value was relatively low. Now that you have selected your headquarters here, this has prompted the city to resolve to restart the development normative project here, and strive to make it a city emerging economic center comparable to high-tech development zones. This undoubtedly made many people see the huge potential here, not to mention the others. Let's talk about the nearby land prices, which have now more than tripled. If it weren't for the city's tightness for the card here, I'm afraid someone would have started hoarding the land. So the purpose of Mr. He is to find me. Wu Hao was no longer in circles, but asked directly, I like someone so refreshing. He Xiangrong looked at him with a kind face and said, Xiao Wu, I heard Lao Lin said that you suggested that he invest in a hotel apartment in the business district. Oh, they told you all about this? Wu Hao was surprised. Originally, he only mentioned to Lin Mu, but he did not expect to turn to this to Xiangrong. It seems that the two are very close. Lao Lin is not at the bottom of his heart, so he asked me to ask, is it reliable? Xiangrong said with a smile. I told Lao Lin that if it is a general hotel-style apartment, it will be compensated. Such a hotel-style apartment, regardless of whether it is sold or rented, the price is relatively high, so the occupancy rate is definitely not too optimistic. Previously, a friend of mine invested in several apartments in Anxi, and ended up seldom. The loss was lost. And this kind of hotel-style apartment has only 40 years to 50 years of property rights, and it is still difficult to change the nature of use. So it is a big pit. www.mtlnovel.com. But Xiangrong stared at him and said with a smile, this project was mentioned by you, so there is a business opportunity to earn money. I guess you want to build such a hotel apartment to solve the short-term placement problem of your company's employees. But you don't want to get involved in this area, so use this method to pull your mother-in-law and mother-in-law into the water. So I told them, if this is what you mentioned, then do it boldly and definitely make no money. Because you make up the biggest shortcoming of a hotel apartment, that is the source of customers. There are mainly sufficient customers, so this service department cannot lose money. After listening to Xiangrong's remarks, Wu Hao didn't use it to deny it immediately. Of course, he did not admit it, but chuckled to this project. But I just said it casually. You should know that the city is also vigorously building public rental housing to attract talents to stay in Anxi. The management committee of the business district is also fighting for relevant public rental housing quotas. Once the public rental housing construction project is settled in the business district, this type of service department will not be very competitive. Xiangrong heard his words and shook his head. I don't believe this is an accident. The city is vigorously building public rental housing to attract talents to stay, but the current construction cost of public rental housing is huge. Compared with public rental housing, other important infrastructure construction, the project is much more important. The Lingwu International Business District is too far away from the urban area. Even if it is to promote development here, it is not possible to place public rental housing here. After all, this is for the public, not for individual companies. People's livelihood projects, such as public rental housing, have to be careful at every step. Even if the management committee's application is approved, I'm afraid it will take years to queue up. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. And you can't wait. Xiangrong looked at him and said, this place is far away from the urban area. Even with subways and expressways, public transportation remains the same. You worry that once your company officially enters here, the transportation and accommodation of employees will become a big problem. That's why we have to find a way to invest in a number of employee housing, or employee apartments, near your company's headquarters. But you don't want to get involved in this one, and it's a big investment. Therefore, you will find a way to negotiate with the management committee and the city, but now it seems that the effect is not too ideal. you will think of pulling in social capital. It's just the first one to pull his future husband and mother into the pit. Isn't that a bit too? Your imagination is so rich that you can write. Wu Hao glanced at him and smiled. Oh, He Xiangrong didn't care about his sarcasm, but continued to say, continuing to return to the hotel apartment, even if the management committee applies for the public rental housing project, there is no big marketing for the hotel apartment, because this is simply targeted with two crowds. First of all, the main groups targeted by public rental housing are fresh graduates who have just graduated from university and stay in Anxi, or talents who have come to Anxi from other places, and some low-income people. The purpose is to give these people a place to temporarily resettle and make them fit into Anxi's life as soon as possible. And your company recruits a number of high-quality technical personnel. The salary level is relatively high, do not meet the relevant conditions of public rental housing. Moreover, the conditions of public rental housing are average, except for fresh graduates who have no economic foundation just after leaving school. Other people with slightly higher incomes are not willing to live here. Even if you are willing to live, you can only live for 2 years, and rents return to normal after 2 years. He Xiangrong looked at him with a smile, and then continued, the service apartments are different. Its service facilities are more complete and the living environment is more comfortable. There is also a dedicated service staff to provide a series of related services. There is not much difference between the hotels, and the prices are much better than the hotels. Although the price of this type of hotel apartment is relatively expensive for ordinary white-collar workers, it is nothing at all for the high-quality talents in your company. White-collar workers earning more than 20,000 a month and spending 4 to 5,000 on renting houses have no pressure at all. Not to mention those middle and senior white-collar workers and technical talents with an annual salary of 300,000 to 400,000. And I think your company also has certain support subsidies for this. This guy, Wu Hao, was of course shocked by the other party's words, but he did not expect that the other party could analyze it so thoroughly. But he still said quietly, so, you want to participate in this project? He Xiangrong nodded and shook his head again. This is your filial piety. How can I get involved? But the old couple are not at the bottom of their hearts, so they want to take me to work together. A lot of people share the risk. Compared to these, I actually value more of the large and middle-income people in your company, including President Wu. Oh, you are brazenly hitting your mind on me. Wu Hao watched him jokingly. Hee, as long as it's good for both parties, it doesn't matter who's playing the game. He Xiangrong said with a smile on his face. With the relocation of your company, the life circle of your employees will also move. We have estimated that according to your company's new headquarters design plan, it can roughly accommodate 100,000 to 150,000 employees and what kind of technical research and development personnel. Without saying anything else, just say that these people and the benefits they bring are a huge number. What's more, these people are basically young people. For us, these middle and high-income young people are a huge potential group of buyers. As far as 100,000 people are concerned, even if only half of them need to buy a house, that is 50,000 units. According to an ordinary high-rise residential area of 5,000 households, these 50,000 people will need 10 such residential areas. Based on the basic price of 1 million yuan for each house, 50,000 people is 50 billion yuan. This figure absolutely makes 99% of the companies in the world crazy. Too ideal. Wu Hao shook his head. The other party's number is bluffing, but it is actually a simple assumption and has no practical value. Of course. He Xiangrong nodded with a smile. This is only a rough estimate. No matter who it is impossible to swallow the entire share unless President Wu intervenes. But I don't think you will agree. So we are not new, as long as we get 20 to 30% of them. Moreover, a house can't be worth only 1 million. There are still many things that can be operated here. www.mtlnovel.com General Manager Wu, we plan to build a high-end residential area here. We have already started talking about this land. and it is not difficult to take it down. Once it is taken down, we will immediately start construction and strive to complete the construction project of 3,000 houses before you settle in. The distance from here to your new headquarters is 400 meters or 500 meters. You can walk there, which is very convenient. Oh, that's fine. I think there will be many employees interested in this place. Mr. He, you can leave me more sets at that time, and let me set up a home here, Wu Hao said with a smile. He is very happy with the high-end community in Hexiangrong's mouth. After all, he is also helping them to improve the infrastructure construction, which is a problem for him. Of course, this is a mutually beneficial cooperation, and both parties are profitable. That's why he was so happy, and finally teased. Haha, I'm afraid it doesn't fit your identity. You look here again. Hexiangrong pointed at him on the plan. Here, it is about 5 kilometers away from your headquarters, which is exactly at the edge of the entire business district. We plan to develop a high-end villain area here. The goal is to target high-end business people like President Wu. This project is currently under preparation and will be launched soon. How about, Mr. Wu? I need to leave you a building. I happen to be an elder, and I don't have anything for you. I just send you a wedding room with YY. Oh, this location circled by Wu Hao on the simple map couldn't help but smile. I'm interested, but just send it. A villa is quite expensive. And if I want it, it's really not just an ordinary villa. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Hexiangrong was looking for a very clear purpose. In fact, he was trying to test his tone, establish contacts, and explore the possibility of further cooperation. Even if he didn't find him, these real estate projects mentioned by Hexiangrong can be carried out on their own. Anyway, their relationship with Wu Hao is not very big. But the other party still looked for him. This is like the ancient dog worship. Everyone knows that Wu Hao in the Lingwu International Business District will be the main force to promote the development here. If these people want to come in for food, they must say hello. In fact, in today's society, it's okay to say hello, but it's better to say hello than never. Moreover, the two parties are not without cooperation. For example, Wu Hao is more interested in the 2 real estate projects mentioned by Hexiangrong. For the high-rise community project first proposed, although Wu Hao didn't like it, he could buy a dozen sets. This can be used to reward employees who have made outstanding achievements in various projects of the company. As for the high-end villain area mentioned later, he is also very interested. I will move there in the future. If I still live in the city, it is definitely not convenient to go to and from work. It is also very good to set up a home near this company, and the surrounding environment is good. Very suitable for living. More importantly, this high-end villain area project has not yet started, which means that there is still a lot of room for operation. For example, Wu Hao can design a private residence by himself, which is much better than buying an existing one. Of course, in addition to Hexiangrong, there are many real estate agents visiting him. Except for some that he needed to personally cope with, others were pushed to Dong Yiming. He is the head of the new headquarters project, and it is most appropriate for him to meet these people. But these people also know that Hao Technology is really headed by Wu Hao. Dong Yiming doesn't have much real power, so even if he meets, there is not much value. Because the company's staff has skyrocketed this year, it is no longer possible to bring everyone together for the annual meeting. Therefore, it can only be left to each department to organize itself, and the company's leadership sends representatives to participate. And this gives the following departments ample space to play, so everyone is very positive about how to hold their own annual meeting. For example, the marketing department wants to organize its annual meeting into the form of a cold dinner party, and invites some business partners who have a closer relationship with them to participate. The administrative department wanted to relax a bit, and put the location of the annual meeting in a hot spring resort. The finance department was relatively normal and chose a 5-star hotel. And one of the big wonders in the company is the technology department, because they are also the largest number of individual departments in Anxi company, and there are only more employees scattered in various factories under the production departments in all regions. Because of the large number of people, the Technology Research and Development Department is also divided into 2 groups to hold their own annual meetings. This is naturally the 2 departments of hardware and software. Although the 2 departments are usually in deep communication, at this time, they are divided into 2 distinct groups. Although the relationship between the 2 sides is good, the feeling of superiority and estrangement in the heart has not been eliminated. Simply put, one side doesn't like the other side, and they all feel that they are more important. Hardware doesn't look at software, software doesn't look at hardware. Similarly, the 2 sides can't live without each other. This is not only a problem within their company's technology R&D department, but also a problem within the entire industry. As heads of the technology R&D department, Wu Hao and Yang Fan respectively attended the annual meetings of the 2 groups. Although both are technical R&D departments, the 2 groups have shown 2 distinct states. In short, the impact of the long-term working environment on both parties. The software community is more sensitive to the number of information. Many people can't help but peek at the screen of the mobile phone at the party. There is an obsessive-compulsive disorder that depends on information. The hardware group has a lot of words here, and they are just words. Some of them talk to you, and tirelessly. Even a group of people gathered around and directly talked about the Iron Man suit. Until the end of the party, they were not happy. The last clapper directly pulled the WeChat group and said that they would continue the discussion. For these 2 types of Wu Hao and Yang Fan, they are still acceptable, because they are also technical staffs, so they feel nothing. But Zhang Jun couldn't bear it, so after speaking, he toasted with a few glasses of alcohol, and then rushed to other venues before leaving. In addition to these, the annual meeting of the Ministry of Security is also somewhat different. The venue of their annual meeting is chosen in a restaurant owned by a veteran. In fact, the scale is not large, but it is an important stronghold for them, the veterans, in Anxi. This will help some veterans who retire from Anxi or come to make a living in Anxi www.mentalnovel.com, and will also help some veterans and their families who have difficulty living. All this was initiated privately by the veterans, and the cost also mainly depended on the profit of the restaurant and the donations from the veterans. Usually, these people will often come together to get together. This year's annual meeting simply moved directly here. In their words, the place is more relaxed, and the food and drinks are affordable to the stomach. Second, it can be considered a kind of care. The business of this restaurant is actually not good. Usually, it also helps some veterans, so they make little money. It is precisely because of this that veterans in Anxi often go to dinner. Even if it is far away, the feelings between veterans are very special, even for different units, scattered across the earth. As long as they are veterans, after meeting a few words, after 3 glasses of wine, they are all good brothers. In their words, this is consistent with temper, aura. Perhaps this is the charm of the army. It can screw so many people from different places together and become brothers who can trust their lives back to back. Wu Hao was also infected by this kind of air, and directly merged with them to get drunk. Before attending the annual conferences of various departments, he also just clicked to the end, just meaning it. And here, he also let go of all the burdens and really played with everyone. At the beginning, everyone had some concerns about his identity, so he couldn't let go. But after a few glasses of wine, these are no longer the case. Wu Hao also tried to drink with the crowd and sing those familiar military songs. In the end, some people cried. It was like a fuse, which suddenly detonated everyone's emotions, all crying with headache. Although Wu Hao couldn't understand the emotion that erupted, he was also moved by the sincerity and tenderness between the men. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https //fastest update. No ads. When he woke up, it was bright. Wu Hao, who had a headache, patted his head, then slowly got up from the bed. I don't know how much I drank last night and how I came back finally. Smell that there was still a strong smell of wine on him, then undressed and went into the bathroom, taking a hot bath in comfort. He walked out a lot when he was sober, and found that Lin Wai was changing the quilt sheets. She came out so smooth when she saw him, she couldn't help but yelled, "Hurry up and put on your clothes. What it looks like. You are not ashamed of not seeing it." When Wu Hao saw Lin Wai with a smile and joked, she immediately put on her clothes. Pooh! Lin Wai blushed and murmured at him, "In the future, you will get drunk and go to bed. The smell of wine, the bedding you just changed, you have to wash it again, and you're in trouble." "Sorry, I woke up last night and drank too much." Wu Hao apologized. Lin Wai gave him a white look, and then rushed at him. "I cooked porridge for you in the pot. Go drink something, it's good for the stomach." "Thank you." Putting on her clothes, Wu Hao walked to Lin Wai and embraced her, then took a hard sip at her, and then walked out contentedly. Lin Wai's face was flushed, and she staggered a few times. Then Xinyan glared at Wu Hao, and then a sweet smile appeared again and she packed up again. Filled with a bowl of white porridge, pick up the 2 small vegetable oil cakes prepared by Lin Wai. Wu Hao sat at the table and began to eat with nourishment. "I drank last night and basically didn't eat much. In addition, I vomited later and my stomach was already hungry. So this white porridge oil cake is just his appetite, which also makes him sigh that this woman is not looking for nothing, and really understands how to hurt people. Didn't you go to work today?" Wu Hao looked at Lin Wai as she walked out and asked, "Can you tell the time this weekend?" Lin Wai could not help but rolled her eyes. "Oh sorry, I forgot." Wu Hao thought about it. Fortunately, it was really a weekend, and this drunken man really couldn't remember anything. Thinking of this, Wu Hao laughed. "That's right, I won't go to the company today. I will take a good rest at home with you for a day." "Che, who wants you to accompany?" Although she said so, Lin Wai's face still smiled. Since she started the business, the two have become more and more busy, so there is less free time like this. Although she also has her own career ambition, as a woman, why doesn't she want her own man to accompany her? After eating, Wu Hao cleaned up the kitchen and then walked out, watching Lin Wai lazily leaning on the sofa and watching TV. He moved in his heart and walked over to embrace him. And Lin Wai was getting closer to him, and the two were nestling together, enjoying a pleasant leisure time. "Coco, good noon, sir. Help me push all the schedules for today and tell Jiang Xiaolai that I will take a rest today and let her send important things to my mailbox, which I will deal with later." "Good sir. Have a nice weekend." "Notify Wang Yi that she will not use it today, and we will cook for ourselves." "Okay." After arranging these, Wu Hao whispered to Lin Wai in his arms, "Today belongs to the two of us at this time, so don't disturb others. After a while, we will go to the supermarket and I will cook in the afternoon. You see, you're thin these days, and you're a little embarrassing." "Okay." Lin Wai grunted, and then Wu Hao suddenly felt a cold in his waist, and then tightened up suddenly. "Tear. It hurts." "Wrong, wrong, wrong, let go first. Why do you women have a routine?" "Distressed elsewhere," said Lin Wai, hugged tighter, and then hummed, "Let me sleep, I took care of you last night. Go to bed." Wu Hao nodded slightly. It seemed that he was really drunk last night. Thinking of this, he patted Lin Wai's back gently, then slowly closed his eyes. And Lin Wai in her arms, feeling all this, smiled, then arched her head again, and found a comfortable place to continue to sleep. However, this time did not last for me because Wu Hao's arm was numb. Seeing that it was almost time, the two began to pack up and go out. Wu Hao is okay. There is nothing to wear in a casual outfit. But Lin Wai is different. She wants to dress up because she wants to go to the supermarket with Wu Hao. This time, Wu Hao did not notify the driver, but drove Lin Wai to a nearby large supermarket by himself. Because he was so famous during this time, in order to avoid being recognized, he and Lin Wai both proudly put on hats and masks. However, despite this, the two still caused many people to return frequently. Although the hats and masks can block the looks of the two, they still can't stop their gas field and figure. The two were like stars, which caused a lot of men and women to look around, and even some people picked up their mobile phones. In this regard, although Wu Hao and Lin Wai are helpless, they can only let it go. As long as these people don't bother them. www.mtlnovel.com. It doesn't matter. Entering the supermarket, Lin Wai seemed to be liberating her nature and dragged Wu Hao to start buying wildly. Basically, what to buy, from household items, to snacks, to non-staple fruits and vegetables, seafood and meat, and drinks, stuffed a shopping cart. In this way, Lin Wai is not satisfied and wants to buy some more. In the end, Wu Hao was persuaded to buy too much waste, and came back next time. After these gains, Lin Wai also seemed very happy. She was still intent on pulling her around and pulled him around the shopping mall nearby and bought a few more clothes. This was dragged by Wu Hao, reluctantly out of the mall, and then drove home. Back home, the two started packing dinner. While packing, because it is two people doing it, it doesn't feel troublesome to do it, but it has a warm feeling. New Year is coming. When is your company's holiday? Wu Hao asked Lin Wai. On the 27th, how about you? Lin Wai asked at him. Wu Hao returned with a smile. Beginning on the 25th, except for employees in the marketing department and some other departments, everyone can go. So early? Lin Wai was a little surprised. Haha, in the past few days of the Chinese New Year, everyone does not work very hard. Rather than staying so, it is better to take a vacation early. Anyway, let them go home for a year. Wu Hao explained with a smile. Lin Wai nodded, then looked at him and said, what about you? When are you going home? Wu Hao said with a smile and looked at her and said, I'll wait for you, but my family said, let me take you back to see them. Shay, who wants to go back with you? Lin Wai's face suddenly turned red. Wu Hao laughed and quipped, after all, the stupid daughter-in-law wants to see her in-laws. This is a matter of time. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. As the Lunar New Year draws nearer, most things in the company also start to stop, and only some important departments are still running. This includes the marketing department, the security department, the production department, and some important technology research and development project teams. For example, their new product research and development project is being carried out intensively. The research and development technicians in the project team have not been affected by the outside world and are devoting themselves to research and development. For them, nothing is important outside now. The most important thing is to quickly overcome the technical problems stuck in front of them. When you first came into contact with this project, it felt very simple. The successful R&D of several products in the past has made everyone feel confident and think there is nothing wrong. But when they really took over, they found it difficult. If they just make products that are similar to the current market, or that they are a bit ahead of the market, then no problem, they can. However, Wu Hao's request is to either not do it, to make an epoch-making product that will make the people amazing. This is the case with their smart voice assistants, as well as with smart home terminals, and this new product deserves it. As a result, this has placed a lot of pressure on the entire R&D team. VR. These two technologies are actually not new, and now there are a large number of such VR products on the market. It can be said that the rising bubble period of VR has already passed, and it has reached a relatively stagnant quiet period. Although there are companies that launch their own VR products from time to time, there are no bright spots. It can be said that the entire industry has stagnated, and even some giants have cut off their related VR R&D projects. Now everyone is waiting to see who can take the lead in bringing out an epoch-making VR product and really lead the development of this industry. Reality, augmented reality, which adds or removes real-time interactive virtual objects or information generated by a computer in a real environment. VR, virtual reality, allows users to immerse themselves in a computer-generated three-dimensional virtual environment and is isolated from the real environment. Compared to AR, VR is simpler. In simple terms, it is to isolate human eyes from the outside world, and then see some digital virtual pictures. Through special optical technology, it gives users a feeling of being immersive. At present, most VR glasses on the market actually use red and blue 3D stereo technology, and then the red and blue are dislocated to achieve 3D stereo effect. In short, it is red and blue lenses or pictures. Generally, the left eye area is red and the right eye area is blue. The picture is also red and blue. In this way, what the left eye sees is to filter out the blue content of the screen. The right eye filters out the red content, and the left and right eyes see different images to create a three-dimensional effect. So it is precisely because of this principle that many early so-called VR glasses were included in the early days. In fact, it is an optical lens box, and then simply and rudely squeeze the phone in, play a special red and blue picture movie, and then achieve a relatively low-level 3D stereo effect. Sometimes the screen quality of a mobile phone is not good, so all you see through the lens is a big fruit mosaic, and the gimmick is bigger than practical. For a while, the name VR was really popular, so many bad businessmen made a lot of so-called VR glasses with this gimmick, and there were some famous technology companies, such as 20, 30, 20, and so on. Because of this, VR has quickly cooled down, and no one cares about it later. At this time, a group of merchants also came up with some sincere VR glasses products, which was part of the market, but nothing more. No company has ever been able to come up with a real VR glasses product, a product that can really surprise the public. Because the principle of this technology is very simple, members of the R&D team were very confident after they knew the R&D project. They felt that they could definitely develop a new product ahead of the market. However, after really starting research and development, especially after learning about Wuhao's relevant parameter requirements, everyone could not help but have a headache. This thing seems simple, but it's really difficult. Even for a time it can't be started. VR glasses correspond to virtual reality technology, which is considered to be the highest level of multimedia applications. It is computer technology, computer graphics, computer vision, visual physiology, visual psychology, simulation technology, microelectronics technology, three-dimensional display technology, sensing and measurement technology, speech recognition and synthesis technology, human-machine interface technology, network technology and artificial intelligence. The crystallization of a variety of high-tech integration such as intelligent technology, its fidelity and real-time interaction provide strong support for system simulation technology. To achieve these 2 points, the research and development team must solve a series of technical problems. First of all, a problem that the R&D team has to face is to enhance the picture quality so that the whole picture quality becomes delicate and real. Our human eyes are actually very picky, and it is not easy to deceive it. Slightly flawed, anyone with sharp eyes can find it. The VR glasses are so large and close to the eyes. It is not easy to deceive the eyes for close observation. www.mentalnovel.com. So I want to make the eyes believe. Want to make people believe. What the eyes see, the pictures must be meticulous and similar to the real environment, so as to achieve the purpose of false realism. This not only requires that its display projection technology meets the requirements, but also that its displayed content be as realistic as possible. There are only 2 ways to make content realistic. One is to use a panoramic camera to shoot real scenes, so that what you see through VR glasses is also real scenes, so there is no problem with authenticity. In fact, this technology is not difficult to implement. Existing technologies can be implemented. In addition, High-speed and low-latency 5G technology can completely make a difference in the field of live broadcasting. The other is to use computer 3D rendering technology to create some simulation real environment. Computer 3D rendering technology is familiar to everyone. Some of the movies and TV shows we see often use this technology to achieve some of the special effects we see. The special effects in some good movies are very real, and can basically reach the point of being real. But these pictures are synthesized after a lot of rendering, and the cost is very high. Generally, there are only big investments in movies, TV series, and games. And most of what we see are some crudely crafted special effects shots, which are our long ridiculed 5-hair special effects. So when you see this kind of picture, everyone naturally feels fake and not real enough. Of course, there is another situation, that is, some false things, but what we see is very real. For example, some cartoon character pictures, we see it but think it really exists. This is also a deception for the human eye by using computer vision, visual physiology, visual psychology and other related technologies. Makes you think that this thing is real, even if it is something that you think is fake. Looking at it is true. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Of course, this alone is not enough. Interactivity and immersion must also be considered. The so-called interactivity can be divided into 2 parts. The first thing we want to say is the visual interactivity. For example, if you turn your head, lower your head, and raise your head, the picture you see will follow. This is an interaction. What it simulates is that people are watching the visual motion pictures in the real environment. How to be as realistic as possible requires that the motion of these pictures must be as smooth as possible without delay. If there is a delay and the picture is not smooth enough, the authenticity will be greatly reduced. There may even be some negative physiological conditions such as dizziness and even vomiting. In some VR glasses and games experience exhibitions, there are not a few who spit people directly playing. This is not because the business claims that this part of the person is dizzy 3D, but because of their own equipment. Compared with other people, this part of the motor visual nerve is more developed. So in the face of this incoherent and smooth cartoon pictures will appear dizzy. Of course, there are still some people who are really vertigo prone. They may not be able to stun a few laps or make a car. The second type of interactivity is the operability of objects in the virtual world. For example, the user can directly grab a virtual object in the mobile simulation environment with his hand, and the object being grasped in the field of vision can also immediately move with the movement of the hand. This requires additional sensors, which can be wearable gloves or some operating handles, belonging to auxiliary equipment. I won't go into details here. Immersiveness, also known as telepresence, refers to the user's sense of reality in the virtual world. A good simulation environment should make it difficult for users to distinguish between true and false, and let users devote themselves to the 3-dimensional virtual environment created by the computer. Let users feel that everything in this environment looks real, it sounds real, and it is real. It even smelled, tasted, and so on, all feeling real, just like it feels in the real world. This includes sight, hearing, touch, smell, and even taste. The visual aspect is a realistic 3D picture. The auditory aspect is surround sound, and the tactile aspect is the interactive sensor mentioned earlier. As for smell and taste, these two are currently under theoretical study. According to the idea proposed by some scientists, an odor synthesis device has been developed, which can release different flavors according to the electrical signals transmitted in real time. The same principle is used for taste synthesis devices. They will be used with virtual reality products to help users achieve an immersive feeling. It's just that this involves a lot of chemical and health issues, so this aspect is still under study. As for WuHao, they have just started the project pre-research work in this area, and it is unlikely to have results in a short time. In particular, this product that directly affects the respiratory system and the oral cavity is of paramount importance in terms of safety. Therefore, it takes a long period of R&D and experimental testing before it can be put on the market for users. In addition to these points, there is also the conception. It can also be called autonomy, which means that in the multidimensional information space of the virtual world, users can obtain knowledge in all directions by relying on the perception and cognitive ability of the white body, exert their subjective initiative, and seek the perfect solution to problems. In fact, it is a kind of subjective initiative given to people. It allows users to learn and discover some information in the virtual reality world or to do things they are interested in, just like building a world of their own. So this technology is not only difficult in hardware, but also in software. First of all, in the hardware field, that is how to improve the picture quality to the point where it can deceive people's eyes. The second is how to install a large number of components and electronic components on a limited volume and weight, so that this device has super high performance. This is the foundation of the entire VR glasses, and it is also the top priority. This is like the main frame of a building. Only this main frame is completed and strong enough to support the layout and decoration in the frame to achieve a comfortable living environment. The second part is the software part, a powerful VR processing system. The system's processing power is directly related to the user's experience. A good system must not only have a smooth operation experience, but also have powerful data computing capabilities. Really shocking virtual reality pictures will inevitably bring huge amounts of data information. How to analyze and process these data in a timely manner must not only test the performance of the hardware processor, but also have extremely high requirements for the system. Then there is the information content. The real picture can be shot and transmitted using a panoramic camera. Then how about the virtual picture? How can the most real virtual picture be displayed in front of the user's eyes? This is also the problem they need to solve. To this end, they have opened up a set of their own AI 3D rendering technology. This technology has also been used for the generation and real-time rendering of home steward virtual images in their smart home terminals. They have also found a good result. www.mtlnovel.com. It is just that there are certain difficulties in moving this technology to our system for application. This is not only a technical issue, but also a design and even an overall structural problem. Of course, it is impossible to be close to them in terms of content. That's why he supports Lin Weichuang's Building Micromedia. In addition to helping to open their related account resources, one of the important tasks is to acquire a large number of film and television copyrights and related network resources for future enrichment of VR products. Content. The film and television copyright is mainly aimed at the 3D copyright of a large number of movies. At present, after these 3D movies are released, they are basically sold to internet playback platforms and then played in 2D. This makes the original 3D effects in these videos greatly reduced, or even disappeared, and the experience is reduced. If the 3D effects of these films can be retained and put into the eyes of VR, it can even bring a cinematic experience comparable to or even beyond that of theaters. Then it will certainly have a very promising market. You need to know that in the theater, your viewing experience is different due to the influence of location, light, and environment. If you can use VR glasses in your own home, you can experience the same feeling as in the theater, but also the best viewing position, environment, and light. In other words, according to your preferences, you can create your own unique location, light, and viewing environment. Either go to a live game or watch a live concert through VR glasses at home. Through the panoramic lens set on the stands, you can watch the game or concert in real time with the fans or fans next to you. You can even pull in 3 or 5 friends to create a VIP room exclusive to you, and then communicate while watching. It is definitely a great feeling. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. In fact, our technology is more difficult than VR technology, but we often encounter it in life. The so-called AR reality, augmented reality, is a new technology that seamlessly integrates real-world information and virtual world information. It is the physical information that is difficult to experience in a certain time and space in the real world, such as visual information, sound, taste, touch, etc., and is superimposed after simulation through related technologies. The virtual information is applied to the real world, perceived by human senses to achieve a sensory experience beyond reality. In simple terms, it means that the real environment and virtual objects are superimposed on the same picture or space in real time. This may be a bit more abstract. Just give a few simple examples. For example, the accessories in the beauty camera that many people like to use, recognize the face of the person through the camera, and then put a cartoon blush on your face, or bring you a scarf, hat, glasses and the like. Real-time display in the camera screen, this is a simple AR technology. Another example is often seen now, pointing the camera at a building, or a specific pattern, and then flashing out a performance video in the picture. This is also an AR technology. Or, in many airplanes and fighter cockpits, there will be a green or purple screen in the front. This screen is called HUD, head-up display. To put it simply, the CRT, picture tube, is composed of a virtual image at infinity through the lens, and the composite glass, transflective glass, turns the virtual image and the front real scene superimposed, so that the pilot can see the situation in front without delay. See the flight and tactical character information displayed by the CRT below. Therefore, this technology can also be regarded as an AR technology, including the helmet display, helmet-assisted aiming system, in the helmet worn by the fighter pilot, but it is also an AR technology. In terms of real consumer-grade AR glasses, the overall market is still developing slowly. In addition to the earliest G-Song glasses launched by G-Song, several companies have successively introduced several so-called AR glasses, but the gimmicks are far greater than practical significance. Although many companies have announced that they have developed new VR glasses products, there is no one that can really be put on the market and used by the public. Many are playing concepts, or playing capital digital games through this gimmick. So like VR, there has been a very serious industry bubble. It seems that with the word AR, you can fly. Many things are labeled with this label. Later, as the market and capital gradually calmed down, the industry gradually quieted down. Until recently, with the development of technology, it has slowly begun to make new improvements. Although the technology in this field has made great progress in recent years, it is still difficult to solve the problems of our technology and put it on the market for large-scale commercial use. First of all, the first problem shows technology, which is the top priority in the entire AR technology, and it can be said to be the basis of the entire technology. If you want to achieve real wearable AR glasses, you must solve this display technology problem. Unlike VR's immersive isolation of external information, AR has this very close connection with the outside world. In simple terms, that is, its screen must be transparent, so that people can see things outside, and at the same time can see the virtual picture information displayed on the screen. In order to achieve this effect, there are 3 methods in total, and currently only 2 are commonly used. First of all, it is similar to the way of mobile phone camera. The screen is the kind of ordinary screen we use. It is just connected to the camera, and the camera takes real-time pictures of the outside world, so that people can indirectly see things outside. Then add some virtual picture information on the screen, which also achieves the effect of superimposing the real environment and the virtual picture. The second is the ideal way that everyone imagines. That is to use transparent display screen technology, so that people can directly see the real environment outside, but also see the virtual picture in the transparent display screen, thus superimposed together to achieve a virtual reality effect. To put it simply, some virtual pictures can be displayed in a piece of transparent glass, and the two pictures are fused through the tracking system and mobile computing technology to achieve an augmented reality effect. As for the third one, it is only in a state of theoretical assumption. In simple terms, through brain-computer technology, the virtual picture is directly applied to the human optic nerve or the eye through electrical signals, so that what you see naturally has an augmented reality effect. However, this technology is only at the theoretical stage, and it is difficult to implement at present, and this technology is a very real and troublesome problem. If this technology is implemented, then people may not be able to distinguish which ones are real www.mentalnovel.com which are illusory things, thus causing a series of serious problems. Although there is still a long way to go to implement this technology, experts and some people have already proposed to ban the development of this technology. So there are far more people arguing about this technology than people who develop it. Without mentioning the third technique, let's talk about the first two. Each of these two methods has its own advantages and disadvantages, but it is difficult to achieve either. The first method may seem simple, but it actually depends on super high picture processing performance. And the picture taken by the lens is always different from what our eyes see, so the wearer may feel uncomfortable or even dizzy. In addition, this picture has a delay with the real environment. Although this delay can be minimized, it still cannot solve the problem that the real environment and the display picture cannot be optimally matched, especially in a high-speed mobile environment. The biggest problem with the second method is that in the transparent display screen technology, the screen must first be sufficiently transparent, that is, it cannot affect the normal field of view of the person. Secondly, in terms of virtual screen display, it is not only required that the picture quality of the screen is clear and delicate, and the resolution is high. Because it is a transparent display, it should be displayed normally in high brightness and low brightness environments. The so-called high brightness environment means that in a strong light environment, the wearer can clearly see the display screen on the transparent screen. This may sound easy, but it is actually very difficult. You need to know that some screens often cannot see the picture in a bright light environment. The so-called low brightness means that the display content of the transparent screen can be seen even in the absence of light. Because it is transparent, there is no way to fill the light, which all depends on the self-emission of pixels in the transparent screen, a bit like the LCD display without a backlight. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. And whether it is in strong light or dark environment, it cannot affect the transparency of the screen, thereby affecting the wearer's field of vision. This requires that the transparent screen must adjust its display intensity according to the environment. Enhancing the display will inevitably affect the transparency of the screen, and thus affect the wearer's field of vision. Decreasing the display picture intensity will affect the picture quality and thus the viewing experience. This is a contradictory problem that must be adapted to local conditions if it is to be resolved. When should the display screen be enhanced in that use scenario, and when should the display screen intensity be reduced? This requires not only manual control, but also intelligent automatic adjustment by the system according to the relevant wearing environment. In addition to display technical problems, there is information and data processing capabilities, which are also divided into hardware and software. First of all, in terms of hardware, AR glasses can be different from VR glasses. Because the use environment and scene are different, AR glasses need to be worn for a long time, and adapt to a variety of environments, so the volume and weight of our glasses must be as light as possible. The most ideal state is a pair of glasses, which is not much larger than the glasses, and not too heavy. Too big or too heavy will affect the wearing experience. It is also paradoxical how to place a large number of hardware devices under the circumstances of being as light and small as possible, which has extremely high requirements for the integration capabilities of the entire hardware. At present, what is generally done is to integrate and install these hardware devices on the frame legs of the glasses at both ends, But even so, it is very cumbersome and very inconvenient to wear. Because of the limitation of volume and weight, the power of the hardware equipment is destined to be too strong, which also greatly limits the computing processing capacity of the system. How to improve the information and data processing capabilities of the system is also a problem that the R&D team must solve. Although with the popularization of 5G technology, the high-speed dissemination of information data is no longer a problem. But how to receive and process these massive information in a timely manner is also a very difficult problem. It is okay in a single environment. If it is in a complex environment, assume a scene, when you walk on a busy cross street, all buildings, billboards, and even some facilities have our interpretation functions. This also means that your AR glasses must accept a large amount of our data information at once and display it on your screen at the same time, which can have great requirements on the processor and system. The last problem is in the area of interactive systems. VR can be controlled using a wearable glove sensor or a handheld joystick. AR doesn't work, because AR has to adapt to a variety of environments and scenarios, so it must have a simpler and more direct way. There are 3 ways to think of this at present. The first is the first eye tracking control technology. Through the eyeball capture sensor, real-time capture of eyeball rotation, blinking, and eyeball focus center for interactive control. This technology is currently implemented and has a good application performance on many devices. In general, this technology is also used in conjunction with head motion sensors. For example, when you look up, the screen display content slides upward. When you look down, the screen display content slides downward. When you look left and right, the screen content will also slide left and right accordingly. When you blink, you can perform operations such as selecting and selecting. For example, blinking once is okay, twice is undoing, etc. This is equivalent to the left and right mouse buttons, and the focus of the eye focus corresponds to the mouse cursor. Wherever you look, the focus is just as flexible as a mouse cursor. The second way is to use gesture control technology to use sensors to capture movement changes of previous gestures for interactive control. For example, if you slide your hand up and down, the screen display content will also slide up and down, as well as left and right. A finger pull can also move the screen position, or zoom in and out of the screen. Finger click OK. Wave to undo and more. Gesture recognition and control technology is currently developing rapidly, but there are still some difficulties in identifying gesture changes at high speed. This requires the sensor to have accurate recognition and capture capabilities for gestures, and the processor can quickly and accurately convert these gestures into related operation instructions. Another point is that everyone's gesture operation gestures are different, or each person's operation gestures are different. Even if it is a gesture, there will be some changes in different time and environment scenarios. This brings certain difficulties to the system's capture and identification, and therefore requires the system to have good fault tolerance. The third mode of interaction seems more sci-fi, which is the brain-computer control technology of the recent fire. In simple terms, it is to control the operation through thinking and imagination. The brain waves released by us when we imagine something or a picture and an object. www.mentalnovel.com are different. The brain-computer control technology is to use these different brain waves of us to control and interact with the device. For example, after your brain imagines an idea of moving forward, the brain will release such a brain wave, and the brain-computer system will recognize this brain wave and then convert it into corresponding electrical signal instructions to control the device to move forward. At present, this technology has been used in some fields, including the brain-computer controlled wheelchair for patients with high paraplegia. Patients can use their brains to control a wheelchair to stop movement and so on. There is also the use of this brain-computer control technology for related text input. It is said that the input speed can reach 70 words per minute, which can be said to be very fast. Although this technology is developing rapidly, It is also a hot area for science and technology giants in various countries to compete for research. But the controversy over this technology has not stagnated, and it has even become more intense. And one of the important core issues that everyone discussed is this technology safe? First of all, is it safe to use it? If you wear this sensor for a long time to capture brain waves, will it damage the brain, affect intelligence, the nervous system, and have no effect on health? Second, since brain-computer devices can read brain waves, this means that brain waves can also be input. Now that the security of the internet is getting more and more severe, if hackers master the relevant technology and then use brain-computer control technology to invade the human brain, wouldn't it be possible to steal data and secrets in the human brain? Or even worse, what if a hacker uses this method to transmit a transplant virus to the human brain? Is it really necessary to restart the human brain, or directly format it, or install an antivirus software in the brain and set up a firewall? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. In fact, to put it plainly, whether it is AR or VR restricts its development, and truly universal use is nothing more than 3 aspects: hardware, system, and content. Hardware is the foundation and the first obstacle that must be overcome. Only by overcoming the restrictions on hardware can it be possible to develop and produce software and content. System. This is also the most important part of a technology product. Whether a product is good or bad depends on how good the system is. In addition to good systems, they must have super high computing speed, super intelligent thinking, and simple and comfortable interactive systems. In addition to the UI interface, this interaction system also includes human-computer interaction and so on. And content is a product that can pay attractive top priority. The previous hardware and system just serve as a bridge for communication and interaction between people and content. Good content can often bring a product to life, which is like when MP3 and MP4 format music and movies became popular more than a decade ago. It quickly brought the MP3 player and MP4 player that had just entered the market. The same example is actually after the game of eating chicken was hot because of the high demand for computer hardware, especially memory. Therefore, the development of the entire computer hardware market, especially the memory module market, was driven overnight, and the price of the memory module doubled in a short period of time. For example, after the release of some popular games, it drives the sales performance of related Xbox or PS game consoles. These are classic cases that use content to drive product development. Therefore, Wuhao attaches great importance to the content. Before that, a project team was set up to take charge of this aspect. After Lin Y's Micromedia was established, he handed over this matter to Lin Y to take over responsibility. In addition to arbitrarily buying some film and television rights, Wuhao also let Lin Y enter the sports broadcast, and actively communicate with several major football and basketball events, and strive to obtain live broadcast rights in this area. At the same time, they are also using their intelligent 3D rendering technology to develop and produce related games, film and television animation works. Strive to release some outstanding boutique games and film and animation works at the same time when related products are released. However, for Wuhao, the first task is to complete the research and development of related project products. That's right. This time they put R and VR together in the R&D plan and carry out R&D simultaneously. Although there are some differences between these two products, they still have a lot in common in some aspects. So at the same time, research and development seem to disperse power, in fact, can be regarded as promoting each other and complement each other. At present, the two R&D teams are facing the difficulty of display technology. The popular point is that the display screen technology has not been overcome. Whether it is R or VR, there is one important component that cannot be bypassed, which is the screen. Although the requirements are different, There are many common areas. For example, for the selection of display screen technology direction, the two teams reached a very good agreement. First of all, the two teams still hope to make a breakthrough with the TFT LCD panel production factory research institute over Suzhou. Since Wuhao acquired the TFT LCD panel production plant in Suzhou, after some renovation and transformation, the relevant workers have been organized to start running slowly, and always maintain a low production speed. The products produced are also supplied to related mobile phone and TV brand manufacturers at low prices. Wuhao and they did not intend to make this factory profitable immediately, but hoped that it would maintain a lower level of operation so that the production line would not stop being abandoned. At the same time, they also started recruiting on a large scale and set up a new generation display panel research institute in this factory. The main task of this display panel research institute is to research and develop a new generation of display panels through Wuhao's special technical information. This includes a new generation of 8K 240Hz LCD high-definition display panels, as well as independently developed LCD transparent display panels. Although I have obtained some technical information provided by Wuhao, the development progress of the hardware is much slower than that of the software. So far, these two projects are still being developed. Although there have been some research results, it is still a long way from practical requirements. Therefore, AR and VR are currently paying close attention to the research and development progress of the Suzhou Facial Research Institute. It can be said that it is a stage of waiting for rice. Of course, the two teams can't just die and wait. They are also researching and developing Solution B while waiting. Setting up Scheme B is a backup scheme prepared to prevent the failure of the R&D project of the Suzhou Panel Research Institute, and it is also an attempt by the research and development team to develop a new display technology. This solution is also the inspiration that the R&D team suddenly inspired when watching 3D movies, that is, can the micro-projection technology be used to project the picture through the optical lens onto the corresponding curtain? www.metalnovel.com to achieve the content display. In this way, there is no need to wait for the screen research and development results over there. Compared with the screen, this projection method is more energy-saving, and has less damage to the eyes, and is theoretically less technically difficult. However, it is difficult to integrate the projection technology into a pair of glasses-sized devices, which is a technical difficulty that members of the R&D team never expected. The projection technology is ready-made, so they don't need to carry out research and development, and various projection technologies on the market are very abundant, and they have a lot of choices. But no matter what kind of technology, if you want to integrate them to such a small size and put them in the area of the size of the eyeglass lens, but also maintain the sharpness of the picture, this is difficult to imagine. And there is another disadvantage of projection technology, that is, it is light and shadow technology, so it is very sensitive to light. The closed environment where VR is isolated from the outside world is good, which can eliminate the influence of this external light. However, R does not work, and it is necessary to interact with the outside environment. Not only is it easily affected by the intensity of light, but it is also difficult to match and track the surrounding environment. Another problem is also the most deadly, that is, the angle between the lens group used for projection and the curtain must be sufficiently accurate. Therefore, this requires that the entire equipment must be maintained in a sufficiently stable environment, and as far as possible from the external environment. But Wuhao made AR and VR glasses. Whether it is daily wear or some sports bumps, it may affect the accuracy of its lens group and light and shadow projection. Although these can be solved by adjusting and correcting, it will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of use, which is not conducive to the promotion and use of this product. So after a turn, the two R&D project teams still pin their hopes on the Display Panel Research Institute of Suzhou. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https fastest update. No ads. In fact, research and development projects on R&VR started very early. Basically, while they were developing the second-generation intelligent voice assistant, related pre-research work on this aspect had already begun. Therefore, in the past 2 years or so, the two project R&D teams are not ineffective. On the contrary, they have achieved very good results in many aspects. And R&VR engineering prototypes have also been developed, several models, updated several generations, from the initial prototype, has gradually matured, and increasingly closer to consumer products molding. According to the general standards and requirements, these two R&VR products can already be released to this level. But Wu Hao didn't feel enough, because these two products are not perfect yet, not amazing. At the beginning, he said that he would launch an epoch-making product. This cow has already been blown down, so we must realize it. So he wanted two products that would shake the market and make everyone amazing. If these two products are not available, they will certainly cause a new wave of technology era. The outside world has been very interested in their new product research and development projects, and they have speculated and reported a lot. Although this project is a key scientific research project even within the company, and few people know and have direct contact with this project, it is still disclosed by so-called sources. In this regard, in fact, the outside world is not very optimistic about their research and development of R&VR products, but I still look forward to their products. However, Wu Hao announced that the release of new products would be delayed, which undoubtedly made the outside world speculate that Wu Hao's R&D project encountered difficulties and progress was not smooth. Under this kind of storm, a group that fascinated them quietly emerged, active in the internet. Some people like it and somebody hate it. This is a matter of personal preference. Wu Hao wouldn't care. But this kind of being helped behind the scenes, organized singing and sloppy water made him a little annoyed. Although the company's external advocacy department and legal department have rectified this, the effect is not satisfactory. The cost of applying for a public account and Weibo account is too low, and it can never be eliminated. Moreover, on the internet, obtaining evidence is actually more troublesome. In this regard, the law is relatively vague and the sentencing is relatively light. There is not much deterrent significance. For a long time it has become a cat-and-mouse game. The harder you are, the more these people jump, and even proud of them. It's like a group of flies around you. Although it won't cause any substantial harm to you, the buzzing makes you very annoying and it is more troublesome to clean up. Therefore, in addition to some more noisy and more severe ones, they will be handed over to the legal department for evidence collection and prosecution and severe punishment, and others will open their eyes and close their eyes. It is also in this context that members of the R&VR R&D project teams are under great pressure. Even near the new year, the project team is very calm, as if these have nothing to do with everyone. Compared to the new year, everyone now hopes to overcome these difficulties as soon as possible and truly develop these two products successfully. Because of this, Wu Hao spends most of his time in the project team working with everyone, except for some company chores. Due to the relatively relaxed office conditions, the entire project team actually occupied an entire floor. The entire floor belongs to the R&D laboratory of the project team, which is divided into 3 parts. 1 large, 2 small. The first 2 are the R&VR project R&D teams, while the larger one is the intersecting part of the 2 R&D teams, or the public part. The entire R&VR research and development project team has a total of more than 100 people who are responsible for various aspects of research and development, including hardware, software, integration, and docking with content. The members of the entire project team are generally younger, and are basically around 27. More than 80% of them are highly educated researchers with a master's degree or higher, and the remaining 20% are also selected from the best in various places. The leader or head of the R project research and development team is a PhD student from the School of Messe University, named Sun Qihang, 35 years old this year. I have been working in Silicon Valley before, but it was Lin Jianliang, director of the Human Resources Department, who took a lot of effort to find it. The true annual salary is plus million talents. And the person in charge of VR is our native Dr. King, named Huang Wentao, only 29 years old this year. Huang Wentao previously had a technology R&D and entrepreneurship team in VR, but the lack of management and funding led to the project's eventual abortion. It was also at this time that Lin Jianliang found them. Under the promised generous conditions, Huang Wentao took a few people in his team back with Lin Jianliang. The personality of the two people is completely different. Sun Qihang belongs to the kind of open-minded talents who are particularly confident and publicized. This may be due to his high education and famous schools www.mentalnovel.com, so there is a built-in pride in his behavior. Of course, his education did give him pride. However, after several rounds of contact and confrontation with Wu Hao, especially under Wu Hao's rich knowledge, his trace of pride was also blown away without trace, and he began to convince Wu Hao to take it. Huang Wentao, on the other hand, is relatively restrained, has few words, speaks implicitly, and shows the personality of a science man. But the ability is very strong, and it is precisely because of this ability that he was able to form an entrepreneurial team before. Even after a lack of formal management and financial abortion, several people were willing to follow him, which shows his ability and talent. Unlike Sun Qihang, Huang Wentao is sincere to Wu Hao. What convinced him not only was Wu Hao's rich knowledge and technology, but also the experience that Wu Hao was able to lead a few partners to start a business in a poor society and eventually grow stronger. In Huang Wentao's words, he came to learn Wu Hao's profound knowledge, and to learn his ability to start a business. When the time comes, he will leave his own business. In this regard, Wu Hao didn't care. There are not a few people with this idea in the company, not more than one. And some things are learned, some things are not learned. Wu Hao is confident that with his ability and charm, Huang Wentao will eventually follow him down, coupled with share and option incentive plans, and such an excellent and stable research environment. After a few years, I am afraid that few of these people have such a thought. In case he really left to start a business in the end, it was nothing. Even if they were to help these people, could they surpass him? What he has in his hands. But these people will never want. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. Wu Hao's work here these days is to unite two R&D project teams to solve some problems encountered in their R&D process. These problems are not only technical, but also in resource scheduling and other areas, which also need him to come forward to solve. Still not. Wu Hao looked at the test report on the screen and shook his head. Although more than a month of hard work, the key data is still not ideal. This is already our best solution. It may be the case for the time being, unless we are given enough time for us to continue our in-depth study. Sun Qihang, anxious, hurried to him. Good is good, bad is bad. This is not the case for me for the time being. Wu Hao said solemnly, look, there are so many questions. Is it okay? Such products enter the market will only smash our signboard. Boss, dissipate the fire. Yang Fan smiled and passed water to him. Wu Hao glanced at Yang Fan and took the teacup. On the other hand, Yang Fan smiled at everyone and said, don't worry, everyone knows that everyone has put in a lot of hard work on this project in the future, but we all insist on it till now. Don't let it go. Yes, from an outsider's point of view, this product is already very good. But do you want to say that it is perfect? I'm afraid this won't work because it has many problems. Whether it is the screen, the processor, or the system, there are still many problems waiting for us to solve. But don't be discouraged. From the initial conception of the design drawings to the current engineering samples, we have created a number of world firsts. Not to mention, I can guarantee that this product is absolutely world-leading, So what am I afraid of? Hee ha hee. Everyone laughed in a low voice when they heard Yang Fan's words. Yeah, what are they afraid of? And who can compare with them? On the side, Wu Hao nodded slightly and nodded slightly. Just now he was too anxious to get angry. It took so long, so much money was invested, and now the research and development of this product is stagnant. It really made him feel a little too impatient. It may be that the previous projects were too smooth. After sorting out his mood, Wu Hao urged everyone, there is no way to get stuck on the hardware side. We can only wait for the research results from the Shudu Display Panel Institute. But we can't just wait so passively. There are still many problems waiting for us to solve. First of all, the system still needs to be optimized. The performance must be improved, and the fluency must be improved. The interactive system continues to be optimized. There is also the overall UI interface design. The overall style is more technical, but it cannot be sacrificed for practicality and recognition. Of course, you can contact the art department to design a few more style themes, so as to meet the needs of different groups of people. Hearing what he said, Sun Qihang said to Wu Hao, the system is based on the kernel given by Mr. Wu. We have developed and expanded on this basis. As far as this data is concerned, this is our best system after optimization. Version. Wu Hao shook his head, then opened the data list and said, no, you haven't completely developed this kernel. Currently, it has only achieved less than 70% of its performance. Continue to deepen optimization, not to mention 100%, but at least 85%. General Manager Wu, I think this version is enough. R is different from VR. It mainly focuses on the interactive use of information and data in daily life, so the performance requirements of the system are not so high. Sun Qihang expressed his different opinions on this. In his opinion, this product is enough to come out. But Wu Hao was still not satisfied and let them continue to optimize and improve. He didn't quite understand it. Wu Hao heard what he said, and shook his head with a smile. No, your thoughts have not been completely liberated, or you still don't fully understand the development prospects of our glasses. R and VR have different positioning. VR is oriented towards the leisure video entertainment in the virtual world, while our focus is on real-time information interaction and functions in the field of augmented reality. Real-time information interaction means that a large amount of information enters and leaves the device terminal at all times. This requires the entire equipment, especially the system, to have excellent performance capable of quickly processing massive data. Secondly, it is the function of augmented reality. At present, we have a very shallow understanding and openness of R, which is to enhance the display. If one day, as our products are released, the opening up in this area will become more and more diverse, then can our products cope? Then, Wu Hao sat up beside him and picked up a black cylindrical device with blue lights flashing on it. This is an R virtual content player developed by us. With this content player, we can play related virtual content. Through the R glasses we developed, we can see the virtual content played by these content playback rights. The picture is www.mentalnovel.com. This content player is equivalent to adding the original passive target content search method of our glasses to active reception. Therefore, this also gives the vast people a great content creation space. Everyone can use this content player. Plays the picture you want other people to see wearing our glasses. With these rich virtual content pictures, we can further promote this product. So everyone thought about it, in case one day the streets are full of this content player, playing all kinds of noisy information, such as advertisements, promotional videos, film and television dramas and so on. So whether our glasses can cope with such scenarios is directly related to the user experience. This scenario you are talking about is too advanced. I am afraid that it will take a decade or so to reach this level. By then, our products will have been upgraded. A technician in the team interjected. Wu Hao said with a smile and nodded, yes, you were right. At that time, our product was indeed upgraded for several generations. But this time you said is too slow. The technology is changing with each passing day, and the speed of changing from one generation to another is also constant. Accelerate. It only took a few years for smartphones to come out and become popular, and it took another few years for 5G to emerge from the emergence of fire to popularization. Moreover, this product I do not intend to make money by changing generations. Compared with hardware products, content services are the focus of our future profits. So keep improving and come up with a product that is amazing to the world. This is our main task now. This is such a product that is amazing enough and shocking, which is conducive to market promotion. You know, this is a big cake, and everyone is staring at it. Once we can't quickly occupy the entire market, it may become the target of others. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second, https:// fastest update. No ads. As the new year approaches, even the laboratory is filled with an eager homesickness. Seeing this situation, Wu Hao knew that it would not make much sense to stick to it. He immediately waved his hand. Let's go back to the new year. It's not bad these days. When the year comes back, we will continue to work hard. In fact, he also understands that the R&D work of the entire project has fallen behind, and even if he tries hard, he can't catch up with the spring new product launch conference, so there is no problem in delaying these days. Wu Hao's words seemed to unlock the shackles on everyone, and everyone started cheering and jumping for joy. Watching the crowd leave, Wu Hao turned to look at the two project leaders and said, "You should go home early and say hello to your family for me. Thank you for going to work at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 10th day. Don't be late." "Thank you, Mr. Wu, and you also have a happy new year." Sun Qihang and Huang Wentao heard Yan Yan quickly thanked him. Wu Hao waved his hands, and then looked at the two of them and said, "Let's go. Be careful on the road. Next year, you two will still have heavy burdens. Eat more at home and fill up energy." Ha 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 ha. The two people, including everyone around them, laughed and then said goodbye to him again before leaving. Looking at the empty company park, Wu Hao turned to Wei Bing and said, "Put a seal. The company's safety during the new year will be hard for you." "General Manager Wu, this is what we should do." Wei Bing nodded at him, and then signaled the security personnel next to him to start investigating each office one by one, and solemnly put on the seal. These seals will not be reopened until the official work in the coming year, in the presence of security personnel and the heads of various departments. Of course, in addition to storage, the entire company's security system is still open normally. Even the security department temporarily arranged some sensors and probes in some areas in order to ensure the absolute security of the company's internal property. Seeing that these security personnel were already alive, Wu Hao rushed to Zhang Jun and Yang Fan, who were standing, and said, "Let's go." Zhang Jun nodded, and then said to him, "That's okay. I'll just leave in a while. We will see you next year. Slow down the road and be safe all the way." Wu Hao patted his stomach and laughed. "Ha ha, it's the same for you." Zhang Jun rubbed his belly, photographed by Wu Hao, and joked at him. "Yes, I heard that Lin Wai will go to your house this year. This is the first time my wife come on. How are you? Nervous?" "Oh." Yang Fan and others around him laughed when they heard what Zhang Jun said. Wu Hao heard a bad gas towards him. "Cut. What's so nervous about me? It's Lin Wai who's nervous. It's been insomnia for several days." Ha 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 ha. After saying goodbye to everyone at the door, Wu Hao drove to Lin Wai's Micromedia Co. Limited. For Wu Hao, a chairman who doesn't show up, everyone in Weibo is very familiar. So when he appeared in the company, a group of employees greeted him enthusiastically, picked up the phone and started shooting. Even Lin Wai in the office came out to hear the news and saw Wu Hao's popular look, especially with young female employees crowded around her. Lin Wai's face sank and she looked at everyone with a bad look. After feeling the murderousness of their boss, a group of employees lowered their heads and quickly dissipated. Wu Hao, who was out of trouble, saw Lin Wai in a professional uniform in front of the general manager's office door, smiled, and walked towards her. Seeing him come over, Lin Wai gave him a white look and walked in first, and Wu Hao also followed him. Immediately, the shutters on the glass partition fell, causing a group of employees to look up and gossip. In the office, Lin Wai, who lowered the shutters, saw Wu Hao, who was in a lot of surroundings of the thief's head and thief's brain, and said, "What are you looking at? It's like being a thief." "Oh, this is the office of a domineering female president. I must be curious to see." Wu Hao went to the sofa in the rest area with a smile and sat down. Lin Wai glared at him angrily, then took a glass of water and put it in front of him and said, "Are you all arranged over there?" After the arrangements are made, the last batch of employees have left at noon, and we are the last ones to go. Wu Hao leaned a little on the sofa and said, exhausted. "Tired?" Lin Wai asked at the sight. Wu Hao shook his head, then stretched out a lazy waist. "It's okay, just a little hungry. The company restaurant didn't open today, so we ordered a takeout at noon." After a few sips, "I was busy again, until now. I'll ask you to order something for you." Lin Wai picked up the phone and heard it. Wu Hao then waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's wait for your busy time and let's go out to eat together. As for the last place we ate last time, their steak is good." "Okay." Lin Wai nodded, and then said to him, "I have a lounge inside, or else I can go in and rest for a while. I'll get in and call you." "Forget it, I'll just stay here for a while. You're busy, don't worry about me." Wu Hao smiled at her. "That way, I'll give you that blanket." As Lin Wai got up and walked to the lounge www.mplnovel.com, Wu Hao picked up his mobile phone and put it on the table. "Coco, help me book a restaurant." "Okay sir, I'm helping you make a reservation for 30 restaurant." "How about 7 o'clock in the evening?" Wu Hao looked up at his watch, and then looked at Lin Wai, who came out holding the blanket, and asked, "What can you do?" "It's about an hour, about 5. Lin Wai threw the blanket to him. Wu Hao nodded, and then said, "Let's make an appointment until 6 o'clock." "Okay, I've made an appointment for you." After busy doing this, Wu Hao looked at Lin Wai and laughed. "You are busy with you, don't worry about me." "Okay." Lin Wai nodded, then returned to her desk and sat down. After dinner, "Let's go shopping." "Well, I've been shopping for several days." "Are you still shopping?" Wu Hao was a little speechless when he suddenly heard Lin Wai's words. "Not the same. I heard that there are many local souvenirs in this shopping mall today. Let's go check it out and buy more to bring it back to your family." Lin Wai gave him a white look and introduced it to him. Wu Hao glanced at Lin Wai, who was sitting at his desk looking down at the documents, and shook his head with a smile. "No, my family said, taking you back is the best New Year's product. Go, you have a New Year's Eve." Lin Wai glanced up at him, and then smiled again, then lowered her head and continued processing the documents. When Wu Hao saw this, he no longer continued to bother, but put the blanket on his body and picked up a magazine and turned it up leisurely. After turning a few pages, there was a drowsiness, and he immediately snored against the sofa. Lin Wai smiled when she saw this, then lowered her head and kept busy. Note: sealing is the old custom of Peking opera and other opera classes. Refers to the year-end break of the opera class. Book guest reading URL. Genius. Remember the address of this site in 1 second. https://fastest update. No ads. On the 29th day of the first month, Wu Hao and Lin Wai set off on their way home in the early morning. Unlike last year, Lin Wai was next to him and he was no longer alone. Of course, the driver of the car also changed and became a younger Cao Wai. Li Wenming hasn't been home for 2 years to celebrate the Chinese New Year, so Wu Hao gave him a long vacation this year, allowing him to spend a good year at home and spend more time with his parents. Moreover, this guy is also a big brother, and the family has found an object for him, and has long urged him to go back for a blind date. In this regard, this guy is somewhat shy and shuddered, making everyone laugh and joke. Wu Hao didn't treat him badly either. He directly gave him a 200,000 bank card and explained that he was going to buy a better dress. The class was more spirited and tried to win the other party in one fell swoop. Because he has been following Wu Hao for a long time, Li Wenming naturally learned a lot while Lin Y's Professor Wu Hao was dressed. Although he usually has a lot of salary plus various welfare bonuses, this guy is more economical. Although usually reluctant to spend money, the overall dressing has improved a lot. This can also be regarded as Wu Hao's people who can truly trust his life. Wu Hao wanted to give more, but turning around and thinking, if you give too much, it is not appropriate. It is better to be appropriate. Anyway, the days are still long. Cao Wai is still young and just joined his personal security team, so it should be hard work. Just like last year, the New Year's Day is nearing the peak of the Spring Festival. Passenger flow, coupled with severe haze along the way and poor visibility, a long convoy lined up at high speed. It took more than 400 kilometers to stop, and it took almost a day. Although I was tired along the way, anyway, Lin Y was around, so I didn't feel too bored. For Wu Hao, he was somewhat excited about going home. For Lin Y next to her, she was equally excited, and even a little nervous along the way, pulling Wu Hao from time to time to ask him something. For example, what if the family doesn't like her, what to pay attention to, what they like, etc. Although Wu Hao comforted many times, but approached home, Lin Y's heart that had calmed down was a little nervous again. Relax. My family doesn't eat people and won't treat you like that. Wu Hao held Lin Y's hand that had nowhere to laugh and comforted. Lin Y heard his words and held his hand tightly, then stared at the vehicle and entered the community. Under Wu Hao's guidance, the vehicle stopped directly on the side of the road in front of their house. Just as they got out of the car, they saw stepmother Jiang Xiamen and sister Wu Tong walking out of the house, and sister Wu Tong wearing a red down jacket rushed over. Brother Wu Tong gave Wu Hao a bear hug directly. When Wu Hao patted her back, she felt helpless and said, "How old are you? So crazy." Hey! Wu Tong then let go of Wu Hao with a smile, and then looked at Lin Y standing aside. Well, bitch. Lin Y and Wu Tong have met several times in the video before, so they are not strange. It was only the first time I saw a real person and she was called Xunzi. She was a little hesitant. Lin Y was also called a sister-in-law by such a big girl. Her face flushed. I haven't figured out how to deal with it. I saw stepmother Jiang Xiamen has come out. Come back. Why? Right? The road is hard. Jiang Xiamen looked at Lin Y with a smile on his face, and then said kindly, Auntie is good. Lin Y shyly, okay, let's go. Hurry into the house, it's cold outside. Jiang Xiamen then dragged Lin Y's sleeves and walked inside. Lin Y hurriedly gave Wu Hao an uneasy look, but Wu Hao greeted with a smile and encouragement. When Lin Y saw this, she had to walk hard and followed Jiang Xiamen toward the courtyard. Wu Tong, on the other hand, looked at his mother and Lin Y, and then whispered to Wu Hao, brother, sister-in-law seems shy. Wu Hao heard a glance at the back of Lin Y and Jiang Xiamen, and then said to Wu Tong, your sister-in-law is inevitably a little nervous, so you need to take care and don't bother. Yeah, who makes trouble? Wu Tong retorted, then turned his eyes and said to him, let me help. You must promise me a request. Well, I really pick a time. What requirements? Wu Hao was not angry. I haven't figured it out anyway. You promised me. Wu Tong thought about it and shook his head. Wu Hao said a little helplessly, yes, but the requirements must be within a reasonable range. Relax. It's definitely a legitimate request. Wu Tong responded happily, then raised a bag and said, I'll get it for you. Wu Hao shook her head with a smile, then raised 2 bags and walked into the yard. He found that his father Wu Jianhua had already spoken to Lin Y and Jiang Xiamen at the door, and looked good. Dad. Wu Hao walked over and said hello. Well, Wu Jianhua glanced at him, then nodded and smiled at Lin Y. Go www.mentalnovel.com. Let's go in and say. When Wu Jianhua and Lin Y walked in, Jiang Xiamen noticed Cao Wai, who was carrying a big bag behind Wu Hao, and then quickly stepped forward to help mention things. Quick, give me a few. This child is too real. No, Auntie, I can do it myself. Cao Wai quickly urged when he saw this. It's all right, Alright, go, hurry up. Jiang Xiamen hit one from Cao Wai and greeted Cao Wai. Waiting for everyone to enter the house and put things down, Wu Hao rushed to Cao Wai. Park the car in the yard, don't be a road. Okay. Cao Wai nodded and walked out. On the other hand, Jiang Xiamen, who was already busy pouring water, couldn't help but blame him. This child, let the family sit down and rest for a while. It's tiring to drive a car all the way. It's okay, aunt, it will be fine soon. Cao Wai walked out quickly. Wu Jianhua, who was already sitting on the sofa, praised the situation and said, "This young man is very sharp, and he was born as a soldier." What's his name? Well, Cao Wai, likely Wen Ming, is a veteran. Wu Hao nodded in response. Where's Xiao Li? Didn't I come back with you this year? Jiang Xiamen asked. Wu Hao sat down and laughed. He hasn't returned home for 2 years of Chinese New Year, and this year won't let him go back for Chinese New Year. Wu Jianhua and Jiang Xiamen nodded, and then set their sights on Lin Wai, who was somewhat restrained on the sofa. Jiang Xiamen smiled and greeted, Why, don't be restrained, just like this is your own home. My dad and I have been looking forward to you coming back long ago. Today we are waiting long ago and go out soon. A glance, see if you come back. Well, okay. Lin Wai's red face smiled, then nodded. Book guest reading URL. Wu Hao said with a smile and introduced. At the end of the year, there are more vehicles on the road. The haze along the way, the visibility is relatively low, and the vehicles cannot pick up speed. In addition, there were 2 car accidents on the road, so it took some time. Wu Jianhua nodded when he heard the words, and Jiang Xiamen got up quickly and said, after a day in the car, I must be hungry. I went to stir fry, the rice was already cooked, and it was ready. Auntie, I'll help, Lin Wai said as she followed. No, you sit and rest. You must be tired along the way. Jiang Xiamen waved to the kitchen while walking. Lin Wai did not sit down, but followed Jiang Xiamen into the kitchen. Wu Jianhua looked at the disappearing back of them, then nodded slightly at Wu Hao. This girl is pretty good. Have you seen this for a while? And have you judged it? Wu Hao joked with a smile. Wu Jianhua held up the teacup and blew the foam, and then took a sip slowly, and then said, I have lived for most of my life. I can see who I am at a glance. This girl behaves calmly, with a good atmosphere and good temperament, which is more like your mother in this respect. The mother mentioned by Wu Jianhua was not Jiang Xiamen, but his biological mother. The thought of this, he could not help silent. Seeing Wu Hao's thoughtful expression, Wu Jianhua rushed at him. Go to the grave tomorrow, and put this too, and show it to your mother to make her happy too. Well, Wu Hao nodded. At this time, the car was parked and Cao Wai carrying the rest came in. Seeing this, Wu Jianhua hurriedly greeted him. Xiao Cao, come and sit down and have a tea break. Thank you, uncle. Cao Wai put down her things, then walked up to the sofa and sat upright. Holding up Wu Jianhua's teacup, his face showed a thick expression. Xiao Cao, how old is this year? Seeing his father talking with Cao Wai, Wu Hao immediately got up and walked to the kitchen. Although he wasn't worried whether Lin Wai and Jiang Xiamen could get along well, he still wanted to walk around and take a look to be assured. Before I got to the kitchen, I heard a crisp laughter inside. Stop to listen carefully. It turned out that Jiang Xiamen was talking to Lin Wai about some of Wu Hao's funeral. When he saw this, it was not easy for him to bother, and of course he did not want to continue to sit down in the living room, but immediately went upstairs. Since returning home, Wu Tong has made an appearance, then disappeared and completely forgot his request. So Wu Hao wanted to go up and see what this girl was doing. As soon as I walked to her room, I heard Wu Tong's voice and intense game sounds coming from inside. Wu Hao knocked on the door and found nothing moving. Then he opened the door and found that Wu Tong was sitting in front of the computer, wearing headphones and playing the game intently. Well, if I don't see it this year, why have I become a game girl? Wu Hao walked behind Wu Tong speechlessly, then stared at the game screen on the computer screen. Hey, the wood on the left. Quickly, give skills, popular, How do you fight? Dodge, save it. Hey. Wu-Tong patted the keyboard heavily and leaned against the computer chair. As she held up the water glass to drink, she suddenly felt someone behind her, and then turned her head immediately. Brother, you scared me to death. Wu-Tong patted his and then got lucky. When Wu Hao saw this, he was not very angry. Don't do bad things, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. I said why I didn't see you. I turned out to hide and play the game. When did I learn it? It's always going to be okay. Wu-Tong hung the headset around his neck, and then started watching the screen while playing. It's a big holiday. I'll play a game for a while. You can't let me be. I don't care about you. Let your mother take care of it for a while, Wu Hao said to her. When Wu-Tong heard the words, he panicked. The movements on his hands were deformed, and the character under his control suddenly died. Then he dropped the mouse, and then turned his head at Wu Hao angrily and said, look at you, and fight me as soon as you come back. And you want me to help you, the beauty you want. I asked you to help. That's how you help. Wu Hao was kind of angry. Didn't I see that you guys had a good chat? You asked me to finish this, and then I went down. Wu-Tong started to play again. Wu Hao was speechless, picked up a book from the bookshelf, and sat on the bed and turned it up. Has high school habits. It's okay, that is, the lesson is more important than junior high school. Wu-Tong responded, and then concentrated on playing. Fashionable. What about your bail? How are you doing? Push the tower, push it fast, live in the void for 60 seconds. Wu-Tong shouted at Mike, and then answered, okay, middle class. High school competition is fierce, you can't be too addicted to games and delay your studies. Although our family is in good condition, we still hope that you can enter a good university. A good university can not only teach you a lot of rich knowledge, but also open up your vision. Compared to rich knowledge, I hope you have a broader horizon. I don't want my younger sister to become a wealthy Miss Ojiao, and then be fooled by a bunch of playboys. Nice. Break all the way again. They lost. Beautiful. Push the base directly, regardless of it, focus on the fire to hit the base. Okay, win, yeah? Wu-Tong cheered, then put the headset on the table. Then turned around and looked at Wu Hao a little impatient. I know, how can you be as annoying as my mother? I just have a holiday and I don't have time at all. My mother is so strict, let alone play games. Even the drama has to be limited. Don't worry, you won't delay your studies. You are great, but I am not bad either. Oh, watching Wu-Tong raise her fist, Wu Hao smiled, then got up and patted her head with a book. Then went outside. Don't play, hurry up. Your sister-in-law is cooking with your mother. You don't hurry to hit a little hand, otherwise I promise to invalidate your request. Hate. Wu-Tong rubbed his head slapped by Wu Hao, then got up and stretched out his two claws and rushed at Wu Hao. After a bit of trouble, Wu-Tong followed him unwillingly and went downstairs. Glancing at Wu Hao, you read a book. www.uukanzu.com. Wu-Tong ran to the kitchen with a grudge. Oh, Wu Hao smiled, and then returned to the living room to sit down. Wu Jianhua, who was watching TV news with Cao Wai, screamed at him at the sight. It's annoying your sister again. What a big person. This girl hid in the room and played a game, and it gave me a lesson. So I was angry with me. Wu Hao laughed. Winter vacation. Let her play and relax. She usually has no time to go to school. Wu Jianhua heard a word, and then doted. Wu Hao showed a resentful expression. Well, why did you not be so enlightened when I went to school that year? Book guest reading URL. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, fresh reading without ads. In order to entertain them home, his stepmother Jiang Xiamen prepared a large table of dishes and was very hearty. It can be seen that she took a lot of thought for this meal in order to give Lin Wei a good impression. Whatever you are doing, sit down quickly. Jiang Xiamen came out with a dish of dishes and greeted the crowd. Why, sit down. Xiao Hao, sit down and take care of Why. Auntie, sit down, too. Lin Wai quickly gave way. You eat first, and you have a fish. Come and cook. Jiang Xiamen greeted everyone. Auntie, don't do it, it's enough, Lin Wai quickly advised. When Wu Hao saw this, he also said, don't do it, you will waste too much. Tomorrow is the 30th year of the year, you can't eat leftovers. Hearing Wu Hao's words, Wu Jianhua, who was taking out 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet, said immediately, the children will not let you do it, and you won't do it. It's not too late to do it tomorrow. Happy today, sit down quickly. Right. Seeing everyone say this, Jiang Xiamen had nodded and sat down. Wu Hao was right, too much wasted, and leftovers will not be eaten tomorrow. Wu Jianhua wiped 2 bottles of wine with a wet rag, handed a bottle of red wine to Wu Hao, and smiled at Lin Wai and Jiang Xiamen. This is a friend returning from a trip abroad in 1 or 5 years. Bordeaux, which was sent back to me, has been left untouched. Take it out today and taste it. Seeing this, Lin Wai quickly said, Uncle, I can just drink the juice. This wine is a long time, it's a pity to open it. Lin Wai stopped not because she felt that the wine was expensive, but because she felt that it was not appropriate for the other party to spend money just after entering the door. What's more, it has been released by Wu Jianhua for 6 or 7 years. It is indeed rare. It is a pity to drink it like this. Red wine is not kept as long as possible. Generally, the best time and quality are from 5 to 6 or 7 or 8 years. Like some TV shows and What Is Inside Lafayette in 1982, there are basically few hundred years of red wine. Generally it is a kind of bun, or a feeling of drinking banknotes. Hey! The wine is just for people to drink. It's okay, I still have several bottles, said Wu Jianhua, and Cao Wai gestured to Motai said, some of us, just drink this you brought back last year. Wu Hao ignored the eyes Lin Wai stopped, then opened the wine, then poured it into the goblet and brought it to the 2. The next Wu Tong looked at the red wine in the goblet and licked his lips, revealing a salivation. Wu Hao was not angry about this. What kind of wine do the children drink? Drink the juice yourself. As Wu Hao put a bucket of Huiyuan juice directly in front of Wu Tong pursed his lips and said, juice is juice, I'm 16. What happened to 16? Isn't 16 a minor? Wu Hao asked at her. After hearing what he said, Wu Tong's mouth was higher and his eyes were staring at him as if to wipe him out. Okay, you two, quarrel as soon as you come back. Wu Jianhua said to Wu Hao, it is not a problem to give her a little taste. See her shit. Well, this is a special demolition. Wu Hao had no words but had to take a new goblet, and then went inside a little, but not much. After taking the wine glass, the girl finally grinned. On the other side, Wu Jianhua poured Cao Wai and Wu Hao a drink. After Li Wenming's experience was imparted, Cao Wai was not too polite, but took the wine glass generously. Although he usually didn't hear him drink because of work, I heard Li Wenming said privately that the boy had a good drink. Come, let's touch one. Wu Jianhua immediately raised his glass. Come, do it. Everyone immediately raised the glass and touched it. Ah, how does this smell? Wu Tong frowned, showing an expression that was difficult to swallow. Ha 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 ha. Don't let you drink. You have to drink. Jiang Xiamen saw the appearance of his daughter, and then passed the juice to her hands. Wu Tong took a sip of the juice and then calmed down, and Jiang Xiamen picked up the chopsticks and greeted, come and move the chopsticks quickly. Why, try this. Today, I would like to thank Wai for helping me. This girl is really good at cooking. Auntie, I'll do it myself. In a cheerful atmosphere, this meal ended successfully. After dinner, Lin Wai was rushing to clean up the mess, but Jiang Xiamen was dragged to death. In the end, Wu Hao came forward to block the 2, and then went to the kitchen to clean up the mess. And Jiang Xiamen, it was Lin Wai who sat down and talked with you, and I was very happy. As for Wu Jianhua, he and Cao Wai were sitting next to the TV, chatting with the tea while watching TV. After finishing the kitchen, Wu Hao took a sigh of relief, then untied the apron and came out. Jiang Xiamen, who was chatting over there, quickly beckoned at him when he saw the situation. "It's over, please come and drink some water and rest for a while." Wu Hao nodded, then walked up to the glass and sat down. "What are you talking about? So happy." "Hee, my aunt talked to me about some funny things from your school days." Lin Wei smiled at him. Wu Hao said a little awkwardly, "Those were ignorant and foolish when they were young." Seeing his embarrassing look, Lin Wei and Jiang Xiamen, including Wu Tong, overheard, laughed. Jiang Xiamen picked up the fruit plate and handed it to the two. Wu Hao then picked up an apple and ate it. Jiang Xiamen handed Wu Tong a piece, and then smiled at the two of them. "You two have known each other for more than a year now. Are there any plans for the next step?" "Next plan?" Wu Hao was a little puzzled, and Lin Wei's face suddenly turned red. Not only a few of them, but even Wu Jianhua, who was talking to Cao Wai, stopped and tried to listen to their answers. "When did you plan to get married and have children?" Jiang Xiamen glanced at Lin Wei and smiled at Wu Hao. Let's not hurry. We are still young," Wu Hao said a little awkwardly. "It's both 24 and 5, and still young." Jiang Xiamen gave him a blank look, and then said to Lin Wei, You are not too young. It is time to consider this matter." Lin Wei was flushed, glanced at Wu Hao, and then shy at Jiang Xiamen. "Auntie, we have just started our business now, so let's talk about it for 2 years." When Wu Hao saw this, he said, Yes, now our two businesses are in a period of rapid soaring. Let's put our experience into the business now. As for getting married and having children, let's talk about it 2 years later. It is now advocating evening childbirth, and it is not too late to marry a child at the age of 30. www.mtnovel.com. Whatever advocates late marriage and childbearing is now open for second child. Didn't you watch the news, saying that the aging population in our country is relatively serious? The young labor force is rapidly decreasing, and we are considering comprehensively opening the fertility policy. Jiang Xiamen educated at him. At this time, Wu Jianhua couldn't help but voice out, the so-called self-cultivation Qijia rule the country and want the world to succeed. Then you must have a solid family environment support, which is very helpful to your career. Why did the ancients put the Qi family before the rule of the country? They thought that the family was the epitome of the country, and those who had run their own family must be able to govern the country. A person who can manage his country well, then he or she will surely make the world full of peace and peace in the world. So you should think it over carefully. This is what our elders expect of you. Book guest reading URL, dear. Click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads. Finally, Wu Hao's pretense was interrupted, and this matter finally made him pass. To be honest, both people are not ready to get married. Although both parties are more confident in each other, things like marriage still have to wait a few years. On the one hand, it is waiting for the relationship between them to stabilize, and on the other hand, they want to be busy with the cause first. Wu Hao has a lot to do to push the company to a higher stage, and Lin Wei has just started her business, and she will only consider her personal affairs when she puts the company on a normal development track. In this regard, the two have a tacit understanding, and they talked about it in a hug one night before. Everyone sat down and talked for more than an hour. After seeing Lin Wei's sleepiness, Jiang Xiamen immediately called her upstairs to rest. Although Wu Hao and Lin Wei had lived together for a long time, this was the first time she had come to the door, and she was jealous or shy, so the two sides naturally separated. The next morning, Lin Wei got up, and incidentally called Wu Hao. After having breakfast for both parties, he immediately took Lin Wei to the graveyard to scan the grave. Wu Hao didn't say much about this premature biological mother. Only after Lin Wei's questioning did she occasionally say a few words. Of course, when his mother was gone, he was only 7 or 8 years old. Even if his memory is as good as it can be, More than 10 years later, the picture of memory has gradually blurred. Although the custom of grave sweeping at their hometown is to burn paper money, Lin Wai still bought a bunch of flowers and offered some offerings. And Wu Hao, with a smile, introduced the beautiful lady around her to her mother who was sleeping here. The last two people also worked together to clean the entire cemetery, and the monument was carefully wiped again. Strange to say, before he returned from the grave, he felt very heavy. But this time it was different. With Lin Wai's hand, he felt a touch of happiness. Yeah, all the past is over. Live a good life, and cherish the talents around him is what he has to do. By the time they got home, the whole house had started to pack up. Wu Jianhua and Cao Wai are cleaning the yard, while Jiang Xiamen and Wu Tong are cleaning the furniture. Wu Hao and Lin Wai joined them immediately when they saw the situation. The family talked, laughed, and joked again and again. It was a kind of enjoyment. By convention, they will visit uncle on the 30th day. Last year, the family came on their own initiative. This year, I heard that Wu Hao brought a daughter-in-law back, so I called long ago and asked them to eat. The younger brother should go to the elder brother to celebrate the new year. This is why Wu Jianhua paid great attention to it. He also specially asked Jiang Xiamen to pick a few more gifts from Wu Hao and Lin Wai. Facing this unknown uncle Wu Hao, Lin Wai had a slight worry, which was no less than the mood she had just arrived at their doorstep. However, under the comfort of Wu Hao, the two first walked into the uncle's house. The arrival of their family, the uncle's family seemed very happy, and the uncle Wang Wu held Lin Wai's hand very kindly. Uncle Wu Jian's Hong was also very polite to Wu Hao and sat down to ask him about some company and career issues. But most of them were false news that he listened to on the internet and tabloids. Wu Hao explained to them, but he couldn't explain it clearly. No matter how old people are, their heads are stubborn. What surprised Wu Hao more was that his second brother, Wu Bin, the second son of the uncle's family, took his wife and children home to visit relatives. I haven't seen each other for many years. Wu Bin is already a captain. According to him, he is now a company commander of a synthetic brigade in the Western Theater. He did not say what unit he was, and Wu Hao naturally did not ask. Although they were very happy to meet, the two sides also talked a few words, which are some daily words. Like some other aspects, they can't talk at all. For example, Wu Hao talked about the Battle Sweeper high-speed drone strike system they developed and the new drone intelligent security system that will be unveiled at the Pearl Air Show. Although the talk is about superficial things, both sides have different views on the two weapons and equipment. Although it is difficult for the two sides to reach some consensus in this regard because of poor knowledge. However, in some viewpoints, especially in the other side's rich grassroots troop experience, he was still inspired and learned a lot of information that he could not see in the report. This information will not appear in the official report documents, but it is a true portrayal of the lives of grassroots soldiers. For example, Wu Bin has some doubts about this Battle Sweeper high-speed drone strike system developed by Wu Hao. He did not believe that this weapon could be so powerful that it could find soldiers and armored vehicles in disguise to attack. He also has different opinions on such complicated individual weaponry. I feel that the battlefield environment is ever-changing and fleeting, so investing in such a complex and sophisticated equipment is not very practical. Wu Hao somewhat disagrees with these views of his second brother. However, for confidentiality, he did not disclose too much. At present, their Battle Sweeper high-speed drone strike system is undergoing small-scale installation testing, so it is still inappropriate to disclose too much, even if the other party is also a soldier. Although this project is still confidential, some basic information should be known, so it is also possible to talk in this range. In order to entertain them, the auntie Wang Wu and her two daughters-in-law also tried their best to make a big table for the dishes, which was better than what Jiang Xiamen prepared yesterday. Of course, Wu Hao does not doubt the hospitality of the aunt's family. It's just that there is a big gap between the previous years and the actual situation. This may be the change of Wu Hao's identity. Seeing this scene, although he didn't say it, his heart was still very emotional. Perhaps, He would rather believe that the living conditions of the uncle's family are getting better, so the level of entertaining them will naturally go up. www.mcnovel.com. Hey, after New Year's Eve, it was very late. Wu Hao left their enthusiasm in the uncle's family to leave, and the uncle chased Lin Yi and gave her a big red envelope. This is also their rule. In the first year, when the girl is brought to a relative's house to pay a new year, the relative must show a red envelope. This year, Wu Hao didn't give money to the uncle's family. In the words of his stepmother Jiang Xiamen, it is almost enough to save the poor but not the poor. If you send it again, the other party will really take it for granted. If you don't send it, you will offend them. Wu Hao heard this and thought about it. The uncle's family is now living well, and there is no financial difficulty. So this money will not be given away. Turn around and send some more nutrition products. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dear, click in and give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the beautiful wife was found at the end of the new score. Mobile station new revision upgrade address, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. Fresh reading without ads.